Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna continue the story What If Deku Was a Quirkless Boxer Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
On the eve of the sports festival, three girls were sprawled on one of the big beds, with a laptop in front of them showing a spooky film. Maida, who enjoys making fun of corny horror films, exclaimed, "Ha, lame. What's next? The killer's hiding out in the next room." Even though Jiro was a tomboy, she had a strong dislike for horror films. The rocker teen was still unable to see a horror film, even though she had been in more terrifying situations before, with the USJ immediately coming to mind. Momo, to her right, was thinking along the same lines. Mina looked sideways as the glow of creation came into her line of sight, and she saw that the girl was making something to cling to. When the pink girl saw what Momo had made, she paused the film and grinned smugly. Jiro turned to see the flushed heiress holding a body pillow of Izuku with his fists up and a determined expression on his face. Well, look like Momo-chan here's got herself a boyfriend," she said with a playful edge. With a similar smirk, Jiro added, "Ooh, I see how it is." As she threw the pillow aside, Momo became aware of what she had produced and blushed fiercely. "LLLL, let's just focus on the movie," Momo exclaimed, making Mina smile and Jiro go a little pale. "All right, but don't think I'll forget this," Mina exclaimed in a tone that was a little too dramatic. Later, as the manor echoed with the sounds of two screams and laughter, she resumed the film. The following day, on the day following the sports festival, Izuku was discovered sitting by his mother's bedside in the Musudafu General Hospital. He put his hand on her forehead and smiled a little as he reflected on everything that had happened to shape him into the person he is today. A decade ago, a young boy with green hair exclaimed, Mom, as he hurried to the kitchen to find his mother, who was grinning at him. "Happy birthday, Izuku," Inko exclaimed as the boy, wearing his All Might onesie, jumped up and down with excitement. He exclaimed, "Can we go to the doctor to see if I got my quirk yet?" But Inko silenced him by placing a hand over his head. "Not yet, Izuku. Let's get you cleaned up and fed, and then we'll go see what quirk you have," she replied. "Yes, Mom," exclaimed the young boy as he hurried to the restroom. Inko's smile faded as she glanced at his retrenchment. Observing the kid-sized red boxing gloves hanging from a hook, she thought to herself, he wants to be a hero, but an equally dangerous sport has gained his attention. She approached a chair and sat down, watching the TV and noticing that a boxing match was on. In order to avoid the other man's block, the man with the long springs for his arms launched with them, while the other man had four gloved arms. Inko was only alarmed when she saw the blood and saliva drip from the flying fists. She recalled the day he saw a match for the first time. She recalled his amazed expression and the thrill in his eyes, but above all, she remembered how afraid she was when he asked, "Can I do that too?" Saying no, Inko knew, would have put an end to his interest there and spared her from having to worry about him getting hurt. However, she got him a pair of tiny red gloves after noticing his excitement. The mother had a glimmer of hope that perhaps he would acquire a quirk that would enable her to reconsider. To find out what quirk he would get, they then went to the doctor. The shorter man said, "Sorry kid, but you're not getting a quirk anytime soon." The young Izuku exclaimed, "Wah." As the woman spoke, he said to Inko, "Yeah. Normally, children that possess quirks would lack a second joint in their pinky toe, but your child has that joint." She remarked, "Surely there's been a mistake." The man replied, "Nope. He's quirkless." When Inko got home, she saw her son sitting in front of the computer, watching a video. If he ever got a quirk, it would be because of a miracle. It contained All Might's debut in Japan, with people on and under both arms and a raging fire in the background that did nothing to them because they had all been saved by the number one hero. She caught him turning around, and she almost lost her heart. With tears already streaming from his eyes, he questioned, "Circa, can I be a hero?" In a different universe, Inko would have rushed to him and expressed regret for not being able to pass on his quirk, but this was neither the right time nor the right place. By God, she would provide her son with the support he needed. When Inko said, "Izuku, I believe you can do it," the boy's sobbing ceased. "Really?" he inquired. "Really?" said Inko. She chose to give Izuku a chance even though she really wanted him to stop and do something much less risky. And she knew just how to do it, observing the tiny red gloves hanging from the hook. After 4 years, a man remarked, "That's it, keep it up," as he observed 8-year-old Izuku punching a pair of boxing mitts that were discovered on his hands. Inko had attempted to get him lessons right away so he could defend himself, but all of the gyms they could find rejected him because he was quirkless or claimed he was too young. Because of this, they were unable to enroll him until he was at least 6 years old. For the previous 2 years, he had been training here, but only in simple stances and punches due to his youth. Little Izuku cried out, "I can still move," before collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion after delivering 10 more punches with his tiny body. "Midoriya-san, you're doing good. However, I need you to hit harder. Can you do that?" the man responded. Izuku gasped and said, I can do that." The coach said, "Good. We're done for today, so rest up," and turned to leave. While her child was removing the smaller gloves, Inko approached them. She questioned, "How was it, Izuku?" as he put on his All Might jacket. Izuku exclaimed, "It was good. I'm having a ton of fun." After that, Inko led Izuku out of the gym and to their car, saying, "Really? I'm glad then. How is school?" "It's okay. Kachan doesn't bother me as much anymore," the child replied. She questioned, "And why is that?" "He was going to attack another student, but I protected him by punching Kachan. The teachers didn't like it though, and now they said they were going to kick me out if I punched him again," he said, as Inko became enraged. "But you were defending yourself, weren't you?" she inquired. "I was, but his friends told the teachers that I hit him first," Izuku replied. "That whole school board is going to be investigated for discriminating against a quirkless student," she thought. Izuku said, Am I in trouble?" She grinned as she turned to face her son. "Sweetie, no, of course not. Mommy will never be mad at you for hitting people, as long as you're protecting yourself or protecting someone else," Inko replied with a grin. As they left the gym to return home after running a few more errands in the Hosu area, Izuku said, "Thanks Mom." After 4 more years, Izuku hit the opponent with a sharp jab after dodging a right hook. He avoided an uppercut by swerving, but he missed the follow-up that struck him in the face. Even though he staggered back, he managed to dodge a corkscrew cross that would have undoubtedly knocked him out and block a left cross and another right hook. "I can reach him," Izuku pondered. "Attack." As his coach of the previous 6 years struck the mat, he mentally yelled, a vicious punch striking the opponent's face and sending them flying into the ropes. He then rebounded to take one dazed, wild swing that could only hit the air. A gym member exclaimed, "Izuku Midoriya won the final test spar." As Izuku removed his gloves, he took off the headpiece and turned to see his coach smiling as he stood up. After taking a box from someone, he said, "Congratulations, Midoriya-kun. You passed. You'll be leaving the gym now, huh?" With his fist out, Izuku declared, "I may be leaving, but I'll definitely return. You can count on it." After giving it a bump, the coach gave him the box in his gloved hands. "Take this, it's a goodbye present from all of us," he concluded. The man adjusted his suspenders and he said, "Thank you, Dudley-kun. I'll see you around." As Izuku left Dudley's gym, he opened the box to find a model car that looked a lot like the one the gym's owner drove. It came with a set of weights, a picture of Izuku at age 6, when he threw his first punch, and a picture of his present self at age 12, standing in the same pose as his younger self. After closing the box, he headed back to Musudafu, where his mother was waiting, via train from Hosu. Inko said, "Welcome home, Izuku. How did it go?" "I won," Izuku exclaimed as he gave her the package. After taking the pictures, she put them on the refrigerator. "Oh Izuku, that's wonderful. I'm so proud of you," said Inko. As his favorite dish was being prepared, Izuku's eyes brightened and he hurried to put away his belongings. "Why don't you put the other things you got back in your room, while I make some celebratory katsudon? How was school this time? If I recall, the last time I asked you that you were 8. She responded. "School's been going much better compared to back then. I've been able to keep ahead of my work, and I was able to stop some bullies from hurting an underclass student," he continued, "although Kachan's still making everyone ignore me. My little boxer won his last spar, so he must be given a proper reward." "Here you go," Inko said, setting down a bowl of the boy's favorite food. "I thought Mitsuki had already spoken to him, but let's not focus on that right now." She laughed when he mercilessly devoured the food, obviously ravenous from his most recent fight. Inko remarked, "I knew those lessons would pay off." Izuku still aspired to be a hero, but he had put that goal on hold because his primary focus was now boxing. Just as the featherweight title match was coming to an end, he switched on the television. The man on the screen exclaimed, "I did it." After claiming the title of Japanese featherweight champion, Inko noticed a look of longing on the boy's face as the tan man joyfully raised both of his arms in the air. As she expressed her thoughts to him, Izuku said, "Mom, do you still think I can do that someday?" Boxing today is much different compared to last century. People use their quirks as if they were heroes fighting villains, and boxer mortality rates have risen because of that. Izuku, I don't want you to be a part of that death percentage. I know you want to fight, but I just don't want to see you on the news saying that you were another one of that percent. She said. The boy's grin did not reach his lips. As he finished his meal, he replied, "I understand." In his room later that night, Izuku was spotted. His passion for boxing had overshadowed his other goal, so it was no longer as full of All Might memorabilia as it once was. He had a computer on his desk across from a plain olive sheet on his bed. A punching bag with a hook on the side that exposed black training gloves was located to the left of the desk. A poster of All Might was displayed on the wall, but next to it was a collection of the top fighters in the Japanese Boxing League, including Takamura, the Bear Slayer, Mamoru, a rising junior middleweight. At the moment, the boy was sitting at his desk, placing the car model on a shelf above it, and then sitting down on his bed. He carefully examined the weights after removing them from the box. Under the American standard system, the weight was supposedly adjustable, starting at 10 pounds and going up to a maximum of 120 pounds each. Izuku began performing basic hammer curls with each weight in a separate hand after setting them to 30 pounds each. After an hour or so, he put them aside and went to the bathroom, where he enjoyed the sensation of the warm water against his skin. I can appreciate Mom's point of view, but wouldn't it be advantageous to fight against someone as strong as them? She claimed to have encouraged my desire to become a hero and to have initially enrolled me in the lessons. For now, I won't discuss this with her, but, as he finished his bath and went to his desk to fill out a notebook titled Hero and Boxer Analysis for the Future, edition number 11, he told himself, I'm still going to keep these ideas in mind. Musudafu Shopping District, 1 year later. At the moment, Izuku and his mother were strolling along, picking up some groceries for themselves. Izuku had not discussed his desire to become a professional boxer with his mother during that time, but he continued to train as though he would in case the opportunity ever came. Just as they were ready to leave the mall, Izuku saw a man approaching a woman while wearing a black trench coat and hat. More precisely, he was passing by when he abruptly put his arm around her neck and protruded a dart tip from his wrist, utilizing her as a hostage. The man shouted, "Nobody move, or else she gets poisoned." Izuku saw that the man had a big smile on his face and reptilian black eyes beneath the hat. He was identified by the boy as Devil's Fang, the antagonist. According to some research, his body was able to produce a poison very slowly that killed him from the inside out. The poison spread through the heart and into the rest of the body, eroding the immune system and eventually killing the vital organs. Fortunately, he was only allowed to use it once every 2 years because at the end of the second year, when the poison is at its most lethal, all of the poison in his body loses its effect. Consequently, he had fewer victims than other prominent villains. However, that did not lessen his danger. Devil's Fang said, "Throw all of your valuables to me, or she dies." Many of the people in his immediate vicinity did just that. But Izuku changed his mind and took out his wallet. He gestured for it to be put down, but after being literally beaten into the basics of feigns and counters, he managed to free the man from his hostage and then rushed in by hurling his wallet at his head, breaking skin in the process. The villain smiled back at him as he pushed the woman back toward the crowd and raised his fists. He flicked his wrist at the boy who saw the dart flying in his direction and remarked, "Nasty move, that was. Now I only have one needle. Looks like you're gonna be my lucky victim." He sidestepped and attempted to strike the man's temple with his fist, but was stopped by the sound of a well-known person wailing in agony. When he turned around, he saw his mother drop to one knee, her ripped sleeve showing the mark of the needle grazing her skin. As Izuku hurried to assist his mother, he said, "Not deadly enough to kill just yet, but it will if you don't get her some medical attention soon." His smile widened. Izuku's eyes started to water, and that gave the villain some time to get away. As he gazed at the crowd, he held her in his arms and started to cry. He yelled, "Don't just fucking stand there, do something." While someone dialed 911. When the ambulance pulled up, the paramedics got out to put her on a stretcher, leaving the rest of the crowd to remain onlookers. Izuku questioned, Will she be okay? We'll see. We're still working on an antidote to Devil's Fang's poison, but there is a treatment we'll put her under to delay the effects until a cure is found. The medical professional replied, Do you have anyone to go to? Izuku remarked, I'll manage. Dudley's gym 1 year later. Izuku was able to stay in his home after the incident because Dudley gave him enough money to stay afloat. However, Izuku was left in a difficult financial situation because it was insufficient to pay for Inko's hospital bill. Furthermore, he had a completely different attitude than when he entered and exited that gym. He was considerably more erratic at school, and there were a few altercations on campus when his mother was brought up because his rage was on par with Bakugo's. Unfortunately, Izuku had just started a quest to retrieve his father's car, so he was unable to get any more money from Dudley at this time. The boy was now seen in the same gym on a punching bag, his fist still picturing Devil's Fang on the other end, each blow rattling the bag's chains. With a savage roar, he delivered his final blow to the bag, causing it to smash into the rear wall. The boy was alerted by the sound of the door opening. He saw a figure come in, a man in a brown suit and tie, his tan skin showing through the glasses. He handed the 13-year-old a letter and said, Hello there, kid. My name is Hansuke Kato. Your old coach Dudley asked me to give you this. Greetings, Midoriya-kun. I'm sorry to tell you that this journey has taken longer than I had anticipated. Since Kato is a reliable friend of mine and can maintain the gym for a long time, I am giving it to him. Hopefully, he will be able to assist you in supporting both yourself and your mother. With a signature, Dudley. Izuku glanced at the man with a curious gleam in his eye after reading the letter. Don't worry Midoriya-san, I know exactly how we can make enough money to keep the gym afloat and cover your mom's bills. He replied. Izuku questioned, Is this by any chance legal? With his face momentarily frozen, Kato exclaimed, It's perfectly legal. At least, it's mostly legal. How do you feel about punching grown men for cash in a boxing ring? With resolute eyes, Izuku declared, I have newfound anger issues and the desire to save my mother. Of course I'm fine with it. After cleaning his glasses, he looked up to see Izuku already in the sparring ring, gloved hands up and head cover on. Great. Now, Dudley drilled the basics into you. What I'm going to do is throw in so much more. You'll be winning fights by round 3 after this. Trust me. Izuku made the man smile by asking, So, what are we waiting for? After removing his tie and blazer and rolling up his sleeves, Kato remarked, Hey. Not bad, kid, not bad at all. Presently, Izuku got to his feet and wiped a tear from his eye before turning to face Inko's physician. I have good news, declared the physician. This is the last payment for the treatment. Oh thank goodness. And what of her health? Is she going to be okay? Izuku responded. Absolutely. We just synthesized a cure for the poison. The payment is so we can continue to pay the supplier of the cure to her for future victims. Hopefully now Devil's Fang victims won't have to suffer as much as she did anymore. Izuku took out a checkbook and said, Thank you, doctor. 1 million yen, correct? As he accepted the check, he said, Yes. Thank you Midoriya-san. He said, Also, can you do me a quick favor? What is it? Inquired the boxer. Can I get a selfie with you? My kids are fans. They'll freak out when they see that we have a photo together. Izuku stepped beside the man to take the photo and said, Sure thing. After thanking him, the doctor departed, leaving Izuku and his mother in the room once more. She opened her eyes gradually after a minute after he saw her moving. When Inko awoke, her son was standing there grinning at her. He said, Hi mom. At this, Inko gets excited and exclaims, I have good news. They have a cure. Izuku rushes over to embrace her. She laughed as she exclaimed, Oh my goodness. I'm free. Izuku joined her, and for the first time in a long time, the mother and son shared a laugh. Izuku spoke up after they had regained their composure. I know you gave me your blessing before, but I just wanted to say. He was stopped when a hand landed on his shoulder, and he looked up to see Inko staring into his eyes. You know, I did a little reflecting earlier, and I remembered why you didn't want either profession I asked for. Mom, I want to save people. I also want to use my talent for boxing on the professional level. She said, Izuku, it's alright. Izuku's mother's abrupt shift from serious to excited made him perspire. He saw footsteps behind him and said, "No matter how much I said no, you would have found a way to do both anyways. Just promise me you won't die young. I want grandchildren, you know. Oh, that reminds me, have you found a girlfriend yet?" A figure entered, Kato Hansuke, and the Inko stopped when he saw him. "Ms. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kato Hansuke. I'm Izuku's trainer," he replied. She inquired, "What happened to Dudley-kun?" "Dudley-sensei went on a trip to retrieve something important to him. He gave the gym to Kato-sensei," replied Izuku. "I'm just here to say you have a match coming up in 2 months from today. The weigh-in is in about a week before then, and you're meeting your opponent the first day of the next month. Rest up, kid, for your internships, you're sticking with me," he concluded. "Wait, why?" inquired the boy. "Because I wanted it to be so, that's why. Nezu already approved. Besides, All Might wanted you to meet someone while we were training. He said that person will help, and knowing him." Kato trembled in disbelief. "He'll definitely help," he waved, turning back to face Inko. "Just wanted to spread the news. Bye, kid, it was an honor to meet you, Ms. Midoriya," Kato said as she left. Izuku then said his goodbyes to Inko and headed the other way, home. After arriving, he dozed off and dreamed about the day Inko would be freed so he could present her to Momo. The following day, Izuku waited for the day to start as he sat in class. Right now, the only people in the room were Ojiro, Iida, and himself. A new person entered the room, and Izuku, having heard the news about Iida's brother, wrote down in his notebook what he knew about the hero killer. She held a plain notebook in her hands, and her raven hair hung loosely down to her lower back. Izuku knew better than the other two, who saw a new student. He said, "Hey Momo. What's with the new look?" After making a pen and writing her answer, Momo turned the notebook over and showed him. "Jiro-chan and Mina-chan and I stayed up late watching scary movies. I screamed until I lost my voice. Because of that, I woke up late this morning as well. I hurried to the train because I didn't have time to tie my hair or dry it." Izuku laughed and said that was what was written in her notebook. Momo blushed subtly as he teased, "I wonder how people will react to this. Alright then, let's have a good day, Komi-san." Class started after a few more minutes, when the other students arrived and there were some awe-inspiring looks directed at Momo. "Congratulations for those who won in the sports festival. Now then, you students have been spotted by the pro heroes during this event. Some have decided they wanted you to intern under them for a week. The following chart shows how many recommendations each student has gained over the course of the festival." Aizawa gestured to the graph. The names of the students were listed in numerical order, and a bar to the right of each name indicated how many recommendations the student had received. Momo had earned roughly 200, while Todoroki, Bakugo, and Izuku had earned roughly 1000, according to the list. Izuku nodded, and Aizawa added, "Oh, and by the way, your trainer told me about your internship, Midoriya. You're good." "What is he trying to say?" Momo wrote. Izuku made her nod, then tilt her head. "I'm interning with my trainer. It's kinda important, since I also have a match coming up. So technically I'm doing an internship but also not. Time management and all that." As he watched them closely from behind her, he said, "Yes, I'll get you tickets. Ashido-chan and Kirishima-san too." Izuku laughed as they pumped their fists at the news. Then he turned to face Momo and grinned. "Momo, would you like to go on a date later?" he inquired. She didn't have to write anything because it was obvious from the nodding head and wide, excited eyes. "I'll take that as a yes. Does 5 o'clock work with you?" he inquired. She gave a nod. Izuku replied, "Okay, then. I'll pick you up at 5. She smiled and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before class resumed. As midnight entered the room, Aizawa stated, "Now that you've seen your amount of potential internships, there is another step that is extremely important that I brought someone else to aid with. Hero names. A hero needs a name to be identified by when out in the world. It can be flashy, catchy, exciting, but most of all, it must be what you desire to be." She exclaimed. "Let's get started." The students were given whiteboards, and they approached one by one to write the names of their heroes. Many, like Suyu as Froppy and Uraraka as Uravity, were intriguing or complemented their personalities well, but others, not at all. Bakugo's attempts to be Lord Explosion Murder ended with Ground Zero because of potential problems with the former, and Mina's attempts to be alien queen ended with her pouting and being called Pinky. It was finally Izuku's turn after those issues were resolved and everyone else had selected their names. What should I pick? Izuku questioned himself. I have a thought, but hold on, I believe this will work. He walked up to the class after hastily writing his final decision on the board. He flipped the board, and his hero name and tag line appeared on it. As you are aware, I am a boxer, but I also want to be a hero. I wanted a name that would encompass both of my desires, so I made this my hero name. The boxing hero is knocked out. I enjoy it. Midnight and Izuku's friends shouted, and the boys sat down while Aizawa reviewed some final statements regarding the internships before dismissing the class for the day. Izuku then headed home, getting ready for a date with Momo. Eventually, Izuku was spotted at the door of the Yaoyorozu Manor, ready to take his beautiful girlfriend out on a date. He was dressed in an open black jacket over a white t-shirt and red flannel, dark blue jeans, and red sneakers, with one hand in his jacket pocket and wraps in his pants pocket. When he knocked on the door, a non-Momo person answered. He was about twice his height, with a black suit and tie on his body, short black hair, stubble on his chin, and glasses that covered his eyes from the glare. Why are you here, and who are you? The man inquired. My name is Izuku Midoriya and, the man's hand leapt out for a handshake, stopping the boy. Why didn't you say that, then? Come on in, me and my wife are fans, he said, the glint fading in place of excited black eyes. He then took the boy into the manor, a grin present as he did so. He immediately entered into a large room, a familiar staircase leading to the door that marked Momo's room. To the left was the door to the rest of the giant manor, Izuku being guided to a couch in the center of the entrance. So, what brings you here to our humble abode? The man inquired. Well, the reason I'm here is... The man froze when he said, date. Is there any chance, having a relationship with my daughter? He asked, and Izuku began to perspire before deciding to be honest and nod. Instead of being the overly protective father Izuku had assumed he would be, the man approached him and gave him a pat on the back. Well done, boy. In fact, my daughter has found a suitable partner. He uttered those words. Hold on, Izuku remarked, I assumed you would be angry or something. Why would I be, too? My daughter is capable of taking care of herself and is a strong woman. And the man who earns his living by punching the ever-loving shit out of people can if she can't. You know what I'm thinking? He asked, as the boxer nodded. Good, I won't interrupt you anymore now. Your boyfriend is here, Momo. He shouted as a crash sounded from her room, and Izuku's mouth fell open when she hurried out her door a minute later. At the top of the stairs was Momo, dressed in what exuded beauty to him. A brown skirt that hung down to her knees, beginning just below her bust, a white blouse that clung to her figure nicely, and black flats to complete the ensemble. Her hair was down like it was on a school day, with a faint hint of purple eyeliner around her cat-like black eyes, and she walked down the stairs, coughing a little because her voice had gone. Look, Momo, beautiful. He said, causing the girl to flush. He then held out his other hand, a bouquet of flowers, which the girl accepted with a smile. She quickly vanished to put them in a water-filled vase and came back with a notebook. She wrote, Are you ready to go? As she walked out the door, Izuku said, Sure. He was about to follow her, but a hand on his shoulder stopped him. All right, my boy. Izuku blushed when he saw that the box contained condoms. I know scaring you won't stop you two from being young hormonal teens, Lord knows her mother does too with the whole box of pills, but I just want to make sure that my daughter doesn't become a teen mom, Yaoyorozu's father whispered as he handed him a box. He patted Izuku on the back and said, Have a fun date you two. His arm abruptly changed into a naval cannon the same color as his skin before returning to a normal hand. If that happens, there will be punishment. Ensure that my daughter arrives home at a fair hour. As Izuku left, he said, walking over to Momo, who was displaying her notebook. She said, What happened with you and Dad? Oh, nothing. This is just a warning, he said, and Momo clung to his arm while pressing herself against him and grinning sweetly. We're here and not there, so it doesn't matter now, she wrote. Okay, so let me ask you a question before we go on our date. You want to prove to people that you're just as much a part of the class as the others? He said. Yes, but why? She composed. Izuku said, I have the perfect way you can do that. How? Momo, how would you like to learn boxing? At a warehouse that has not been named. The facility's floor was covered in bodies, all of them killed by natural forces. The walls had claw marks close to the holes and were somewhat corroded. A pure black creature was currently observed tearing apart a folder titled Devil's Fang Toxin Antidote. It was about the same size as All Might, but instead of having muscle, it had lanky, glowing green veins that led to a beak that strangely had a constant smile on it. Each of the 3 claws that protruded from the Nomu's wrists dripped a green liquid that, upon landing, corroded the floor. Beside it, Shigaraki Tamura was grinning ferociously under the mask-wearing hand. As he spoke, a black portal leading to the boiler room opened behind him. "We heavily debuffed the enemy now. Good, now we can get that stupid lug on our side for another tank. Our party's slowly coming together now," he said. Kurogiri handed Shigaraki a military-grade grenade, which he held with his pinky out. With the Nomu by his side, he walked back into the portal after pulling the pin and throwing it behind him. It destroyed the facility in a spectacular shower of fire and brimstone after it exploded, taking the boiler with it. The girl instantly stopped thinking when Izuku asked, "Momo, how would you like to learn boxing?" She pondered for a moment before writing down her answer to him. "Let's enjoy our date first, and I'll tell you later." When he read her response, she wrote while holding on to his arm. "That's fair. All right, where do you want to go first?" Izuku responded. Izuku grinned as Momo gestured toward an arcade as they were walking. "Wanna go there?" he asked after she nodded, and they were astounded by the location. Momo found a game that caught her attention almost instantly among the 3 stories of arcade machines, claw games, and other entertainment options in the building. Izuku followed her as she approached it to find out what piqued her interest. Izuku said, "Let's see here. The Prince of Brawlers," as Momo eagerly eyed the enormous arcade machine. With arms outstretched in both directions, the screen was easily as wide as Shoji and as tall as Izuku. "When I was younger, my father introduced me to this as a way to strengthen our relationship and unwind in between learning molecular formulas. I have childhood memories of this game," she had written. Izuku inserted the tokens he had purchased into the machine to begin playing. Izuku remarked, "Okay Momo, show me what you can do." Momo grinned back. After a minute, Buster Wolf, KO. Momo was thrashing Izuku so badly that he was staring at the screen with wide eyes. She destroyed him in both rounds of the match, giving him no time to recover once the counter began. "How enjoyable." With a look of excitement on her face, Momo wrote down. At the moment, Izuku was examining his hands and debating whether it would be wise to kill his fingers a little bit with all the punching. Then he turned to see Momo hiding her red face behind her notebook after hearing a faint growl from his right. Momo nodded when Izuku said, "Would you like some food?" They sat down and ordered food for one another while conversing. They talked about the sports festival, their recent coursework, and a few personal details. Momo discovered that Izuku loved Katsuden and had a lot of notebooks with boxer statistics, heroes, and analyses of their own class and some of 1B. Izuku discovered that Momo's family business started during the 2nd generation of Quirk society and had been the pioneers of Quirk-specific apparel and manufacturing. When their food finally arrived, the two continued to talk while they ate and relished each other's company. The bewildered girl was then led to the pond by Izuku, who had Momo follow him to a nearby park. When Izuku arrived, he inhaled deeply. Izuku said, "Why don't you take a seat?" Izuku sat down beside Momo, who nodded and did as he said, sitting on a nearby bench. To her perplexity, Izuku said, "Momo, thank you for this." When Izuku realized his mistake, he briefly cursed to himself and covered his mouth as she reacted, saying, "I'm saying his because Kachan never let me." "What does that signify? How is he connected to anything?" she inquired. The boxer answered, I've said too much. The sports festival is exactly like this. You said, that's a first, when I voluntarily joined you during the cavalry battle. What took place?" She sent him another letter in the hopes of receiving a response at last. "Let's just say being a late bloomer wasn't the best growing up." "A late bloomer?" Momo asked. "My quirk didn't really come in until much later in my life. Until then I was seen as quirkless by everyone I knew. It doesn't sound like the most enjoyable experience." "It wasn't all bad. After I got some boxing lessons it went from physical violence to just plain isolation. And to be honest, I think I preferred the violence, if only because then people paid attention to me." "What connection does Bakugo-san have to any of this?" The girl caught an unidentified emotion in Izuku's eyes as he apologized. I'm not comfortable with talking about it now. Sorry. After he finished explaining, Momo put down her notebook, and Izuku heard a raspy voice in the wind. Observing Momo's lips move, he asked, could you repeat that? Momo repeated, why, you're the strongest person I know, Izuku. Izuku blushed tenfold. Then he grinned and put his beautiful girlfriend in his arms, kissing her close to the ear. Izuku replied, I love you, Momo. Momo also flushed. He moved away from her ear, and Momo gave him a quick kiss. Before he had to accompany her home, the couple continued to converse and enjoy each other's company. It was now evening, and as they strolled through the city, Izuku became more interested in Momo after noticing the looks she was receiving from some men and women. As they traveled to the Yaoyorozu manor, the girl shrugged and kept holding onto his arm. After kissing her goodbye, he left her and came home to discover that Kato had texted him. The next day, he wanted the boxer to go to the gym, and Izuku promptly replied that he would. After that, he went to sleep, waking up the following morning to board the train to Hosu. Eventually, Izuku saw his mentor standing in the ring when he opened the door to the Hansuke boxing gym. Kato yelled, "Get in here, kid." And Izuku did just that. As he entered the ring, he put on his gloves, took off his track suit, and wrapped his hands. Izuku inquired, what was the call for? Well, me and All Might have decided that it's time to get you some increased training. Kato replied. Why? Inquired the boxer. Your style is good, and there is definitely a lot of power in your punches. However, even with one for all, you focus more on the strength of your punches and tend to dodge every blow. While that is good, it sets you up for being a glass cannon. Kato concluded. Izuku nodded, adjusting the laces of his gloves with his teeth and swinging his arms in circles. So in order to remedy that, I'm going to help you not only be faster, but also be able to take more punishment than any boxer, let alone hero, should have to endure. Izuku gulped, but he followed the instructions. Alright, first you need to place your back on the turnbuckle. To make sure you'll be durable enough to take punches later, you'll need to take them now. While Izuku wrapped his arms around the ropes that connected to the turnbuckle and Kato adjusted his own gloves, his mentor started punching him in the chest. The boy gritted his teeth and clenched his abs to withstand the pain of his mentor as Kato punched away at his abdomen, demonstrating that even after all these years, he still possessed his former strength. After a few minutes, Kato paused and gave Izuku a towel to dab at his perspiration. During his 10 minutes of rest, he rubbed his glove over his burning torso. Following that, Kato forced Izuku to perform a new training regimen that emphasized body and leg strength while also implementing a new defense training technique. Izuku questioned, "What's that for?" as he saw a tennis ball machine in front of him being worked on by the gym's mechanic. As the mechanic finished the adjustments, he said, "Kid, this is what I call the greatest idea I've ever had." The machine whirred to life in place of the tennis balls Kato had placed in a boxing glove crate. You're going to either learn to parry these hands, or you're going to get hit by them. You understand? Izuku said, feeling the exact opposite of what he had said. Sure. Kato turned it on with a whirring sound and exclaimed, "Oh, and I almost forgot. You can't block. Now go." Izuku's eyes widened as the machine fired gloves at a pace that was on par with All Might. After throwing a couple of punches that caused some of the incoming gloves to fly harmlessly to the ground, he was about to punch another until thunk. Almost immediately, one glove slammed into his face, another into his headpiece, and a third into his now bruised stomach. The flying fists kept slamming into his form, and he had no time to regain a rhythm so he could begin parrying them. He was discovered sprawled on the floor with spirals in his eyes a minute later. Kato remarked, you tried." As he reloaded the gloves into the machine, he assisted the child in standing up. "This is gonna be training for the next few days, or at least until you can take it while standing." Izuku gasped and said, "Gee, great." He got to his feet, brushed himself clean, shook his head, and raised his arms. He turned on the machine again and Kato smiled, saying, "All right. I think I can go another round or two." After 5 days, Izuku had begun to test his limits over the course of the following few days. His arms and legs burned more than ever before as a result of the additional sets of arm and leg exercises. He performed deadlifts, squats, sit-throughs, curls, and anything else that would strengthen his arms and legs. Complete body workouts were also included, but primarily as a result of the endurance training Kato gave him by punching him in the torso. In order to avoid aggravating his already injured body in between training sessions, this only made him more eager to learn how to parry Kato's machine. He had to take a 2-day break to recuperate after he ended up on the mat with ice on his stomach the first time he attempted to test the machine again. Though he went down just as quickly after roughly 10 more seconds, he managed to last a little longer the next time. After researching full cowling in an attempt to find a way to stop the assault, the boxer quickly came to a conclusion. He usually only applied it to his bones and muscles, which gave him the strength and speed he needed to battle like he did against Todoroki. But if he applied it elsewhere? The following morning, Midoriya Izuku came into the gym and approached Kato with a big smile on his face. The man grinned as he said, "Show me the machine, Kato-sensei. I wanna test something I discovered last night." "Oh, you want to try again? Last time you tried it, we found you in the ring the next morning still knocked out. If you wanna try though, be my guest," he said as he set up the machine. Izuku slammed his gloves together as he asked, "Ready?" The mentor saw the familiar light in his student's eyes, indicating that the boy was more than alive and prepared to leave. Izuku's smile expanded as his mentor activated the machine and released the first burst of 24 gloves. Izuku shouted, "One for all, sixth sense," and 10% came on. In addition to the fact that some of the veins surrounding his eyes were glowing with the same power his body did, Kato also noticed that his pupils were glowing a brighter emerald green than when he typically used that percentage of power. He then noticed that, in a matter of seconds, the boy's pupils began to dart in the direction of each glove. Kato watched as Izuku's shoulders started to move after the eye movement stopped, and then the shot gloves started to emerge from the air. After 10 seconds or so, a flurry of quick motions parried every glove that had been shot, putting them all on the ground. "How are you doing that?" inquired Kato, who was truly amazed at how quickly Izuku had adapted to the new training. "Well, I'm actually using one for all in more places than before," Izuku clarified. "Normally my bodily strength and movements are increased, but my reaction time only improves through training. However, by using my quirk in small percents on my eyes and my brain, it allows me to increase my processing and reaction speed just enough to see everything in slow motion. At the same time, I activate full cowl on myself to move as if I was moving normally while everything else is slowed," Izuku went on to explain. After he raised his arms, Kato saw his test punches. Using his quirk, he calculated that Izuku's boosted punching speed was a solid 141 km per hour, 63 miles per hour, and that he was not only concentrating on speed on his arms but also launching regular jabs with the speed of one for all as though he were punching normally. Kato launched another volley of gloves at Izuku, who deflected them all until the machine ran out of power again by blurring his fists in the direction of the flying volley. After that, Izuku stood there grinning and a little sweaty on his brow, deactivating his power to drop to the mat. Izuku laughed as he gasped on the ground as Kato ran up to him. Izuku took a few deep breaths before Kato lifted him up and seated him on a bench. "It works, but the drawback is a complete loss of energy, so that my body can readjust to not being boosted with one for all," Izuku said. "You've grown far more than I thought in the span of a few days," Kato replied. "I honestly want to know, how do you do it, kid? What keeps you going?" Izuku nodded to Kato and said, "Remember what I said when All Might offered me one for all? I want more than anything to become a hero. I may have been blessed with you and Dudley's help training me in boxing, but being quirkless I still have to work harder than anyone else to achieve this goal. That, and the desire to protect Momo, are what allows me to break my limits, and always try to go beyond." To Izuku's surprise, Kato added, "And that is another reason why I requested All Might check you out." Yep, his ex-sidekick was pushing for another UA student to be his successor, but seeing your determination in our training to catch up gave me another reason to want to suggest you to him to fulfill that role instead. Anyways, now that sappy stuff's out of the way, let's get you rested up. It's gonna take way more than 5 days for the effects of the training to kick in. In the meantime, maybe try practicing that new ability of yours out. You're doing great, kid, Kato replied. Izuku took out his phone, drank some water, and nodded. After locating Momo's number on his list, he hit the call button. A few seconds later, he heard her voice answer. "Izuku," she inquired. His response was, "It's me." He inquired, "How's your internship going so far?" "It's much more different than I expected," Momo replied. "How so?" She sent him a photo and said, "Look what they did to my hair. We're just doing commercials and advertising, for instance." Her hair was normal except for the spiral at the end of her front bang, and the typical puff of her ponytail was also transformed into a giant spiral. She was seen grinning awkwardly at the camera. Momo agreed with Izuku when she said, "It's actually kinda cute. However, I prefer your normal hairstyle." As do I. Thankfully, this will only last for another commercial shoot or two. On another note, what was that offer you talked to me about learning boxing before? She inquired. He inhaled deeply as she replied, "Oh yeah, that. You see, I wanted you to learn because of a line of thought I had. Care to listen? I know you have a quick mind and powerful quirk revolving around that. But what if an enemy doesn't give you time to think? You'll still need some time to create a weapon, but if you know more hand-to-hand combat then that particular weakness is removed." He clarified. "That is a fairly good point, Izuku. I will let you know in the future if I accept." Momo replied. "That's great, I'll see you soon," he replied. Izuku put his phone away after hearing Momo say goodbye and hanging up. He got up, put his equipment away, and walked over to the door. Kato called out, "By the way," and Izuku turned around. Kato handed him a big case and said, "You got this from UA." Izuku's earlier smile reappeared, causing Kato to smile as well. "Get here around 6 p.m. tomorrow, and put that on when you get here. All Might said we should start you on patrolling." He said, "Got it," as he walked out of the gym. The following day, in the sparring ring, Kato waited for the child to come back. He sighed as he read an article about the hero killer's arrival in Hosu. Hearing the door open, Kato thought to himself, of all the times to be in Hosu, it had to be the one where the kid was patrolling. Kato was taken aback when it did. When Izuku stepped in, he was wearing something very similar but very different from his black tank top and green shorts. Although Izuku was wearing his current training uniform, there were indents that were nearly invisible to the human eye that showed that light armor had been woven into his forearms to improve his ability to block metal and blunt weapons. His hood and torso were also made of thin armor that, with a slight increase in weight, could protect him from small caliber bullets. The same tape that his girlfriend had given him was wrapped around his hands. Kato commented, "Good to see you sticking to your roots, kid." Izuku took a few hops and bounced in his typical position before saying, "Thanks. The armor's supposed to be super flexible and light to not interfere with my punches. It feels like I'm just wearing the shirt right now." As he spoke, a short elderly man wearing a tan costume and big yellow boots with a black mask over his eyes appeared behind him. "I hope that works out for you. Since I'm not technically a hero, All Might told me you have to go out on your own. However, he introduced me to his master, who will be the one taking you on the patrol." The old man asked Izuku, "Who are you supposed to be?" Izuku slammed his wrapped fists together and yelled, "Knock out." The man turned to Kato and smiled. As Gran Torino started bouncing around the gym, Izuku noticed holes on the bottom of the man's boots, which were probably for his quirk. "I like him already. Call me Gran Torino, kid. We're going to be scouting the city for crime tonight. I heard you have control over old Toshinori's quirk. Let's see if you can keep up." As the elderly man bounded out the door, Izuku triggered one for all and did the same. Gran Torino used his air jets to bounce over and around some objects in the city, while Izuku leapt over roofs and ran between buildings. Gran Torino suddenly pulled out Taiyaki, and the two paused for a second. Izuku nodded, and before Gran Torino could finish his meal, a nearby explosion shook the two of them. "It's good to see that Kato drilled proper use of that quirk into you, 'cause I know Toshinori wouldn't have on his own. A hero on patrol usually is the one looking for crime to stop. That means also being as thorough as possible, in the event that a lazy patrol allows some villain activity to be done. When you do encounter villains, always make sure they have been defeated before trying to secure them." Gran Torino nodded, and Izuku exclaimed, "Let's go." Then, Izuku's eyes widened as Inomu was spotted wreaking havoc in the center hall as the two rushed to the scene. Several heroes, including number 2 hero Endeavor, were spotted fighting the enormous monster. Gran Torino stopped Izuku as he charged up one for all to assist them. Izuku nodded as he shouted, "I can take care of this. Search the area and make sure there aren't any civilians around." He leapt onto a rooftop and hurried through the alleys to make sure they were all clear before he noticed a metal object glinting. The hero killer Stain and his classmate Iida were on the floor beneath his foot when he stood over the edge of the roof. If the sword he was brandishing wasn't a clear enough clue, Stain appeared to be planning to murder him. Izuku leapt from the walls onto the floor before he could hit the boy, and he rushed forward to give Stain a hard left to the face to push him away. Iida, who still had a blade in his left arm, said, "Midoriya-san. Why are you here?" Izuku turned to Iida after noticing the hero native leaning against the wall. Izuku turned off one of his gloves and reached into the pocket of his hoodie, saying, "I had to act because I saw the hero killer was going to hit you and I can't just ignore you and him about to die. After all, isn't butting into other people's business the essence of being a hero?" With a sword in hand, Stain approached him and remarked, "Wise words, let us see if you can back them up." Izuku raised his gloved fists and exclaimed, "Hero killer Stain. I will defeat you, and protect these two who need me." Spoken like a true hero. But know this, the weaker one will be culled. Stain then unleashed a torrent of bloodlust on the boxer, who, however, refused to back down because of his prior boxing experiences. Stain smiled as Izuku raised his hands in defiance of this challenge. Izuku charged forward, deflecting the two knives he threw with the armor on his forearms. Izuku ducked beneath Stain as he swung his sword, then rushed in and used a 1-2 combo that caused Stain to back off a few paces. Gosh, he hits hard. The hero killer considered altering his tactics. Izuku used one for all at 10% to get past the hero killer's defense and slammed a fist into Stain's side as he slashed with his sword and threw two more knives. The hero killer was almost knocked down by the force of the blow, but he managed to quickly scratch Izuku with another of his many hidden knives while he was bending, then hit him hard in the face, sending him flying into the opposite end of the alley. He won't be down for long. Iida-kun, hold on for a moment so I can help remove the, Izuku said, but the boxer fell to the ground before he could finish because of a pulsing sensation in his body. The hero killer's silhouette could be seen limping forward when viewed from the side, his left hand clutching the spot where he had been punched, and his right hand holding his blade loosely. Stain looked at the motionless boxer and remarked, "That was, cough cough, extremely powerful. Combined with your beliefs towards heroism, there is worth in keeping you alive. You have the words of a true hero and the actions to back up what you say. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for your friend. I swore on the name of Ingenium that I would be the one to defeat you, for my brother." Iida replied. When Stain said, "Then tell me hero, what hero serves only for revenge?" The boy had to shut his mouth. Stain gestured to the wounded native who was still leaning against the wall and said, "Look over there. From my observations, you have a speed-type quirk. Why did you not simply save him and escape? It was because you are consumed by revenge. It's heroes like you that ruin the title. I will bring back that title to its former glory through my crusade. If not me, then who will?" he said, sweeping his blade over Iida's. "Goodbye, Ingenium. No, this cannot be how it ends. Izuku, hurry up, get moving." While the blade was being brought down, Izuku screamed in his mind, his body unable to follow his cries. It abruptly flew out of the student's hand just before it touched him. Izuku turned to face Todoroki at the alleyway's entrance, who was carrying his phone. "Next time you're in a pinch, at least tell us the scenario and not just the location." Todoroki concluded, "At least I could split from father because of this." Stain raised his blade and snarled, "Todoroki Shoto, the son of the greatest fake of them all. Die," he cried as he ran toward the boy, who retaliated by shooting a wave of fire that forced the man to back off. Since Todoroki was the only one who could currently protect them, Izuku returned to his attempts to move after grinning at the sight of Todoroki using his fire at last. Todoroki blocked the set of knives that Stain threw by forming a wall of ice, instantly sending a wave of it in the direction of the villain. Stain bounded towards Todoroki, kicking off one of the alley walls and hurling a knife as the boy returned fire. Todoroki started to advance, fire and ice starting to accumulate as he got ready to render Stain unconscious. Todoroki opened fire to keep Stain at bay as he charged forward, but the villain managed to swiftly run to the boy's other side while holding one of his numerous knives and a tiny drop of blood. The boy then sustained a minor cut on his left side before his quirk was deactivated and he collapsed to the ground. With his sword in hand, Stain started to approach him slowly before being abruptly thrown back by a blow to the face. Izuku exclaimed, Wait, I can move again." Izuku had intended to rush Stain as soon as he was able to move once more, but he was unaware that he had lost Stain's ability until his body unintentionally performed the move he had planned. Both Iida and the hero questioned, "Wait, why can't I?" Izuku got an idea after they listed their blood types and discovered that his was O. Izuku asked, what if his quirk is related to blood type? And the man grinned. That is correct. By ingesting blood I can immobilize a person, the time depending on their blood type. Stain replied. Stain swung his sword at Izuku and declared, not that it matters much. I will continue my crusade against these frauds society calls heroes, even if it costs me my life. The boy staggered Stain with 2 quick jabs to the face after using his glove to parry the incoming slash. Then Izuku doubled Stain over so he could throw anything at him by driving his right fist into his stomach. Izuku then started to move more quickly as an enhanced speed, and the 2 other students who were present noticed that Izuku's eyes were brighter than before. Before he can harm anyone else here, I must remove him. I have to make sure they're safe, even if it means temporarily disabling myself. Everyone gets one. Sixth sense. Izuku pondered. Stain leapt back to hurl a barrage of knives, but Izuku was able to get past them and reach the villain once more because sixth sense caused them to slow down. He delivered an uppercut that sent Stain flying backwards, but he flipped onto his feet in midair and hurled more blades in return. Izuku used his increased reaction time to predict their direction and rushed ahead, avoiding them as he pushed forward. The hero killer saw the boy's eyes glow a bright green as he rolled under another thrown blade and Stain came within range. Izuku screamed, "Here we go," and started hitting the villain repeatedly. He began with a left hook to the chin, using a wide swing to make contact, which increased the strength. Izuku then delivered a series of forceful blows to Stain's body, including an underhand right uppercut to the body and a stomp of his right foot. He started spinning in a motion that Iida Nad Todoroki could recognize from the USJ once he was positive that Stain would be momentarily stunned. Even though Izuku didn't move his lower body at all, Stain was unable to predict where he would spin because of his ability to swerve between his blind spots and the enhancement of his quirk, which made him nearly invisible at that speed. The strength of the boy in front of him began to cloud his vision, making each Staining feel like he was being struck by a car. Understanding the speed of Izuku's blows, Stain was able to break free when he delivered his final blow. He hopped back to recover as Iida was heard once more. Izuku took a few more ragged breaths before Iida said, "Stop it. Why are you helping me?" "It's because that's what a hero would do," Izuku exclaimed, remaining upright in spite of his sixth sense-induced lack of endurance. Iida's eyes grew wide as he remembered his initial motivation for becoming a hero. Iida slowly stood up and exclaimed, "That's right. I wanted to be like my brother, because he was an honest human and a great hero, not for revenge." As Stain's anguished face turned to a look of rage, Iida shouted, "Thank you, Midoriya-san. I think now I can make my family proud. Remember the name Ingenuine, villain. For that is the name of the hero who will defeat you. Nobody can change hearts that fast. You are a fake, who will be culled with the others for the sake of a better society." Stain barked. Iida screamed, Recipro burst, and rushed in, kicking Stain in the face and sending him flying back. Izuku, who was observing, had an idea as Iida dashed in to give Stain 2 spinning kicks. Iida nodded when he said, "Iida-san. Use your leg engines midair. I think it can help your kicks." After avoiding a blade, he leapt at Stain and kicked, using his burst right before it hit the ground. Iida exclaimed, "Recipro, tornado," as he spun around, using the boost to land 7 devastating kicks. After Izuku recovered, he ran toward you and leapt at him, launching one for all into his fist as Iida threw Stain into the air. With the engine in his right leg turning on, Iida leapt off the wall and ran up to the hero killer at the same moment, using an ice ramp that Todoroki had made. Izuku said, "With this fist." Iida simultaneously said, "With this leg." The 2 of them shouted together, "We will defeat you," as a leg touched his side and a glove touched his face. Stain landed on the floor, finally unconscious after the 2 blows that caused him to spin. After a while, Izuku's endurance finally gave out and he too fell to the ground, gasping. As the boxer smiled, Iida said, "Midoriya-san, I barely know you, but you have done so much for me." "Thank you. You're welcome. I'd do anything to help my classmates," he replied. Izuku thanked Native, the hero wounded at the scene, and was picked up by him. "Thanks kid, we would have been dead if not for you coming in to save us," he replied. Soon after, Izuku, Iida, and Todoroki bound the hero killer before Endeavor and a gang of heroes arrived. They were talking about the fight between Stain and Endeavor when a winged Nomu suddenly swooped down from the sky and grabbed Izuku out of Native's hands. A thrown blade caused some of the monster's blood to fall, and Stain caught it with his tongue as the heroes at the scene attempted to rush up to the creature. After the creature fell, Stain rushed forward to grab Izuku and lay him down before killing the creature by piercing its brain with his blade. One hero exclaimed, "He's taken a hostage." They were going to move in, but Stain's unbridled bloodlust kept them frozen in place, terrified for their lives. Stain screamed, "I will take back the meaning of the word hero." While everyone on the scene gaped in silence. Before he could finish his message, Izuku heard him say, "Society is full of fakers claiming to be heroes. Come at me, he is the only one worthy enough to kill me. All Might is worthy." After saying, "This kid is worthy as well," there was a pause. The atmosphere of animosity had vanished, and Stain remained. Another hero saw. He fell unconscious on his feet. After being brought to the hospital, the children received treatment for their injuries. Eventually, the chief of police stood in front of the three boys as they sat on their hospital beds. The three boys nodded as he said, "Now children, you are aware of what the quirk usage laws are, correct? It is illegal to use your quirk outside of any designated occupation, or without permission from a figure of higher authority." Izuku stated, "However, the hero Gran Torino gave me permission to check the area, and that statement is vague enough for the law to allow me to use my quirk without repercussion, as I can argue it is a simple miscommunication or a minor misdemeanor at worst." "That is a very valid argument, Midoriya-san. I may let that slide, but hear me out first. If the public gained the knowledge that three children fought the hero killer without supervision, I fear an uproar would result, as well as you three being targeted for being able to take him down. This all just to make sure you three do not accumulate any more consequences than your physical ones." Todoroki questioned, "Then why didn't you say that earlier?" Iida said, "We accept." Izuku nodded in agreement. Iida stood up and turned to face his two classmates as the chief walked away with a woof. "For the record, while the public should never know about your encounter, we in law enforcement would like to give you our sincere gratitude. The hero killer has been evading us for quite a while, and I'm happy that he's finally able to face the consequences of his actions. I'm sorry I had to involve you in my struggle for revenge. I wanted to be a hero to make my brother proud, but became consumed by hatred. Thanks to you, I'm able to see that revenge is not the proper way. Thank you," he concluded. "It also appears that my left arm is slightly paralyzed, and some surgery is needed to fix it." Izuku questioned, "Then why not just ask the staff to fix it?" He stated, "I want to use it as a sign. I want it to be a message to myself about what it truly means to be a hero. Iida-san, I'm sure that you'll make a great hero in the future." Izuku responded. Then he heard his phone ring, and Todoroki was staring at him curiously at the ringtone he had selected. He questioned, Is that the Punch-Out theme?" Izuku answered the phone and said, "Yep." Momo was on the other end, and she sounded very concerned. "Izuku, are you alright? I heard you were at the hospital." She replied, "I'm fine, just a run-in with the hero killer is all." He replied, "Just a run-in with the hero killer? You're lucky to be alive, Izuku." She exclaimed, I know. I'm doing fine now, and I'll be back by tomorrow." Izuku replied, "Fine, just next time be more descriptive when you send messages to the entire class. Or make it a meme. At least then I know you're not fighting for your life and just messing around instead." She replied. After she said goodbye, he ended the call by saying, "Sure. I'll see you soon. Bye." Todoroki remarked, "You have a very caring girlfriend, Midoriya-san." "Yeah, Momo's very kind. It's part of what I love about her." Izuku replied. Todoroki confused the boxer by placing a hand on his shoulder. "Remind me to never piss her off again." Todoroki shuddered quietly. "She might be a little pissed at me after the whole sports festival thing, and seeing as you're dating her, it reminds me to never mess with people who fight for a living." Izuku exhaled in relief and remarked, "I don't hold it against you anymore." "It's all cool, Todoroki-san," Izuku said, a little alarmed. "Wait." The boy with the two colors asked, "What is it?" Saying, "My way ends tomorrow." Was Izuku. Tomorrow. Everyone who taught or participated in the hero course, including Aizawa, Ectoplasm, Blood King, and Nezu, was gathered in the UA staff meeting room to discuss the hero course. I would like to discuss the recent hero killer meeting by 3 of 1A's students, and the implications of it. Nezu responded. As we all know, the hero killer was a very dangerous man, who traveled from city to city, killing heroes in order to make sure others would know his ideology. The recent run-in with our students almost cost them their lives. I say we initiate the dorm system. Why? Asked Blood King. We have received rumors from our spies in the underworld that the hero killer joined the League of Villains before meeting the children. On top of that, Izuku Midoriya was just saved from abduction by a Nomu similar to the one from the USJ incident. This is no coincidence. I feel as though the students are in danger, and that with that danger they will be the main targets, possibly to make a statement from the League. By placing them into dorms, we can protect them from villain attacks, and keep a closer watch on our students. I know they can defend themselves, but if he is involved, then this is a necessary decision to make. Nezu continued. I agree. Said Midnight. Yyyyeahhh. Exclaimed Present Mike. My class has not been targeted, but I don't want to take any chances. I agree to the dorms. Stated the Blood King. Nezu offered his concluding remarks as the other teachers started to concur as well. Now that we have this in effect, I say we do this after the match of Midoriya Izuku that is coming soon. Nezu responded. We all deserve a break due to incidents like the USJ, and this could also show us how far the boy with dual professions has progressed ever since he walked through that gate. I'm in. I was actually gonna suggest we do that, but you already have that covered. Present Mike responded. Who's buying tickets? I can use some of the school budget for that. Consider it a staff team building exercise. Nezu replied. With that, the day came to an end, and the following day brought inspiration to some, like a certain blonde schoolgirl and her scarred companion, and relief to many, like the heroes of Hosu. But for one Midoriya Izuku, the following day would be the start of yet another conflict, a step closer to the struggle for the title and the victor. The following day, Izuku was spotted approaching a big building with Kato at his side as they went inside the structure that housed the boxing ring where he would soon be competing. As the two entered, Kato turned to face the boy. Kid, today you'll be meeting your opponent. How do you want to take this? Politely, or with a form of competitiveness? Kato responded. I'm gonna see what he's like first. Then I'll see where this goes. Izuku replied. They made their way to the weighing room, where the opponent's training staff and reporters were waiting. One person taking measurements declared, Ketsuki Akuma is within the featherweight limit and is fit to fight. Izuku undressed to his panties as he stepped off, revealing his toned body to the crown. The official staff gazed at the scale as Izuku stepped onto it. 54.4 kilograms, 120 pounds. Izuku Midoriya is within the featherweight limit and is fit to fight. He said with a grin. After putting his clothes back on, he stepped off the scale and turned to face his opponent. With a sly smile, the man said, Hey there. It'll be a pleasure beating your skull in. He had green eyes that were very different from Izuku's own, a smile that only a mother could love, and he was half a head taller than Izuku. With skin as pale as his own and a head with dark red hair, he looked down at the boy patronizingly. With narrowed eyes, Izuku said, Excuse me. He smiled even more and said, Oh, nothing. All I said was it's gonna be fun leaving you bleeding out on the mat like the little shit you are. Izuku gave the man a mild glare but remained silent. The man said, You're not gonna say anything. I'm not here to fight you, Midoriya Izuku. I'm here to destroy you. Little hotshot thinks just because he won the sports festival he won at life, but I'm gonna beat you into submission one fist at a time. He said with Izuku's glare still present. As the man's smile widened, he said, I'd like to see you try. He saw Izuku start to shake in rage, but Kato pulled him away. Oh yeah, I will obliterate you, you little shit. If ya have a woman, better break it off with her now before she hears that you died in the ring with me. Don't worry though, I'll take good care of her. As he and Kato walked away without saying anything more, Izuku inhaled deeply and gave the man a dagger-like glare. Kato touched the boy's shoulder outside. Don't let him get to you. You'll be fine, kid, as long as you don't let your emotions get the better of you. He replied. Besides, you can just take your anger out on him during the fight. Izuku answered, That's true, but he's seriously pissing me off. I don't want to listen to anything that Creep says, but indirectly adding Momo to his taunts just sets me off. As the two departed to train and get ready for the fight, Kato remarked, Just get through the week, and you'll be able to make him eat his words. Trust me. The following day, Izuku exclaimed, Wait, how many people are watching? After Nezu informed him of the anticipated attendance at the match. I invited the teaching staff involved with the hero course, essentially meaning all of your teachers, myself, and your class. Nezu replied. Wait, why? Izuku exclaimed. We need to give the students a break from dealing with stress. Nezu stated. With your incident involving the hero killer, I fear that they will think they're next, so watching you battle will serve as a reminder of the strength found within the students, or something like that. I for one would just like to see you fight. Thanks. Izuku mentioned. I'm grateful for the support and all, but how did you get the money to do this? He inquired. I took a little portion of the school budget. Nothing major, really, Nezu replied. Wouldn't that have a negative impact on school programs that need funding? The fighter responded. No, I mean, it's not like we diverted a section of school funds to something like coffee. Nezu responded. Somewhere, while strolling with friends named after colors, a black-haired teenager with vivid green eyes sneezed. Okay then, I promise I won't let you down, he replied. As Izuku walked away, Nezu said, good luck. He headed to class, where the day proceeded as usual, and returned right away to the gym. Kato looked to the door and saw his student wearing a familiar pink tracksuit. I'm back, he exclaimed. Hey, kid, now that there's a week until your fight, we need to focus on training. I already told Nezu to exempt you from combat-related training for now, so you need to work with me on this. Got it? He asked, and the child responded with a nod. As Izuku put on gloves and stood in front of the bag, Kato held it from behind and said, good. Now, step up to the bag. Kato shouted, 1-2, while Izuku delivered the series of blows. Good. Now, left right left. Izuku struck the bag once more, delivering each blow as instructed by Kato. Let him have it. Izuku began to pound his fists into the bag, pushing Kato back a little at a time with each blow, until the conclusion. Izuku dodged and began to perform a Dempsey roll, slamming into the bag with enough force that Kato leapt away. He finished his combo with a knockout blow that sent the bag flying toward the ceiling, the chain rattling as gravity brought the bag back to its starting position. Sweating a little, the coach was spotted hiding behind the bag next to the boys. As he entered the ring from behind the second bag, he remarked, you know, your strength is starting to scare me. But this is no time to take a break thinking about that. Now get in here, kid. We got more training to do. Izuku cracked a grin. Wearing boxing mitts, Kato held them up in the ring for Izuku to punch with the other hand. He then swung at his head every so often to make sure Izuku would duck under it before continuing to punch. After about 30 minutes, Kato made Izuku perform some footwork exercises before starting another round of this. He left for the day after roughly 3 more. Eventually, after a long day of training with his teacher, Izuku came home, sat down on his couch to relax, and then got a call. To hear Inko's doctor, he replied. But he spoke in a somber tone. The doctor said, hello Midoriya-san. According to Izuku, what's the issue? Izuku said, remember when I told you that we were able to synthesize a cure? To which the man replied, yes. I recently discovered that the facility that made it was destroyed, and all notes on the synthesizing of another cure were destroyed as well. Security footage showed a monster tearing through the facility before everything went dark. What? Izuku screamed, his teeth clenched. I'm afraid it gets worse. You see, I did not know this, but something in your mother's system has suddenly started to cause the venom in her blood to strengthen. At this point we would have given her the injection to cure her, but due to the carrier truck that contained the sample also being destroyed, I'm afraid that we're on a timer. Gritting his teeth, Izuku uttered, how long does she have? When the doctor said, after doing some calculations, I figured that she has about until the end of next week. Izuku's irate expression only grew more intense. He yelled, fuck, and punched a wall. When he pulled his fist back, a hole in the wall was visible, and there was red and green lightning all around it. He inhaled deeply before continuing. Doctor, you think you can save her if you have the notes on how to make it? Izuku responded. We could, but if only if you can find a cure, or a way to make it. The physician replied. As he hung up, Izuku said, that's all I needed to know. Bye. He clenched his fists after glancing at his bare hands, his rage growing as he hurried to his restroom. Seeing only red, he quickly showered, changed into a green tracksuit and pink gloves instead of the clothes he usually wore for training, and ran to the Hansook boxing gym. The following day, as usual, Kato approached the building to open the gym early in the morning. In contrast to his typical morning routine, he could already hear someone pounding on one of the bags inside. He cautiously opened the seemingly unlocked door to reveal what could only be described as a sandbag massacre. Sand was all over the floor, the emptied bags were all over the building, and every single bag was ripped apart. In addition, he noticed broken chain fragments all over the place. He turned to see Izuku working on a bag after hearing the sound of another bag breaking. The boy was panting and sweating heavily, and there was a pool of blood on the floor in front of him, which had come from the gloves. In order to get another bag, he headed to the closet for extra supplies, but he passed out on the way and fell to the ground. Kato questioned, "Kid, holy fuck, how long have you been here?" Exclamation mark quote. He removed the boxer's gloves and opened them to reveal hands that were bloodied from punching all night long, with the knuckle skin worn all the way down to the bone. Kato said, "Kid, look at yourself. What happened?" Izuku was now lying in an infirmary bed after a long journey in which he had to deal with a furious recovery girl and a featherweight teenager on his shoulder. "I need to call Toshinori." About an hour later, he woke up with Kato and All Might staring at him in wraps on his hands that weren't meant for boxing. Kato said, "Kid, how long were you at the gym?" In a worried tone. I've been there all night. I was training," Izuku replied. "Why?" "I had a plan set to make sure you got enough training and rest before your fight next week." "What caused you to literally work yourself to the bone?" he inquired. Both of them watched the boy with concern after Izuku told them about what had happened to his mother. He sat up and cleaned the blood that remained on his hands by unwrapping them. He walked to Kato after taking a moment to collect himself. Izuku's fists clenched as he said, "I need to win this. My mother is dying, and I need to be there for her. Please. What you need to do is focus on your fight. I need to tell you about your opponent's quirk," Kato replied. "In the meantime, let me help. I will search for the antidote, or at the very least a way to delay this illness until a suitable solution can be found. You need to prepare for the fight, young Midoriya." The mighty replied, "I promise you I will do my best to find a cure." He replied. Izuku inhaled deeply before turning to face his mentors. "All right then, we have a week, right? Then let's not waste any time," Izuku responded. He was smiling, but the two mentors saw that the smile did not extend to his eyes as it usually did. As Izuku went pale, Kato remarked, "I mean, we have to clean up all the sand in the gym, and get new bags." Already aware that Kato would force him to clean up his mess, he said, "Let's just get it over with." Eventually, the two started training after clearing away all the sand that had spilled and replacing all the sandbags. Izuku was totally focused on the fight every day before it happened. He would concentrate in class and complete his assignments, but as soon as class ended, he rushed to the gym, which worried Momo. He discovered on the first day that Akuma's quirk, called Blood Demon, after his own name, enabled him to gain strength the more blood he spilled or lost in combat. The man was a deadly foe to battle because he bled easily to activate his quirk, which was concerning. Kato remarked, "Very few were able to get past his quirk. However, those who did were able to win, since he faints due to blood loss after about 18 continuous minutes of using his quirk. I know that means you'll have to hopefully survive a solid 6 rounds against him, but you need to if you want to win. It's a battle of endurance, so endurance is what we'll work on." Izuku trained hard, riding a green bicycle under Kato's guidance from Hosu to Musudafu and back every day while still sparring and bagging afterward. With the assistance of others who used him as a punching bag, the boy continued to improve his body strength while Kato helped him better understand slugging and outboxing in case Akuma employed a style that countered his own. Izuku was spotted at the hospital on his day off, observing the now comatose Inko. "Mom, help me, I want to fight, and I want to help people. At the same time, I want to be a loving boyfriend for Momo, and to be there for you too. I need your strength to help me get through this week, and I promise I'll help you get through it too," Izuku said while staring at her figure. He wiped away the tear that was streaming down one cheek and then knelt beside her. "On the day of my match, I promise I will be there for you as best as I can. Hopefully, this time I can actually get to you in time," he concluded. Before leaving, he turned back to her as he got up and walked to the door. "I hope that All Might will be able to find the cure. I have to introduce you to my girlfriend, after all." Then he walked away, heading back to the gym down the street. He tried to think about Momo while he was walking in order to divert his attention from his anger. Before a crucial question suddenly came to him, he visualized her and himself on their previous date. What aspects of Momo appeal to me? He pondered. She's intelligent, kind, and has a lovely smile. What I adore most about her is her sense of duty and concern. The problem is, I haven't spoken to her at all. She might assume that I like her based solely on her attractive appearance. Gah, too much is happening at the moment. He let out a mental scream. Instead of going to the gym, he decided to go home, slamming the door behind him and pressing his back against it. He asked himself, what the hell am I supposed to do? Exclamation mark quote. The entire world seemed to be against him all of a sudden. The first two issues were the most pressing at the time, even though the third one was essentially just his worst-case scenario. I have a match, but it contrasts with the time Mom could possibly die. I have a feeling Devil's Fang did this, but if I want to keep boxing and doing my hero training I need to wait for All Might to do something about it. If all I can do is wait, I should at least make sure I'm as prepared as possible for the fight. I have a few days left, and I have an idea about what to do against Akuma, but I need something new to beat him. Izuku covered his fists in Momo's taped gloves and taking in their green color. Wearing the green track suit he had to train in at home, he turned off the gloves and cleaned his pink one. He closed his eyes and visualized a foe standing in front of him, swerving and moving to avoid the fictitious blows that were thrown at him. He stopped after a few minutes of this and reverted to his fighting stance, holding his hands in a block in front of his face and partially over his chest as he weaved. He would occasionally emerge from his block to throw punches before lowering himself back into his fist shield. That might work, but I need to get better. Maybe everything will work out if I get my mind straight, he thought as he headed to his shower to cap off the day. After a few days, Izuku was granted a free day 2 days prior to the fight. He used that day to decompress and made the decision to meet with Momo in order to get rid of one of the numerous thoughts he was having. Momo inquired, "What's the occasion?" "Well, I felt like I was ignoring you recently due to my training, so I wanted to spend some quality time with you. Also, I wanted to get something off of my chest." Izuku replied in disbelief. She inquired, "What's the matter?" He surprised her by saying, "Well, I feel like I'm not being good enough for you right now. It's just, I feel like you've shown me so much, and done so much with me, but I haven't done the same for you in return. I'm scared that you think I'm with you just for the money or your body instead." She responded, "That's wrong. I'm sure you're a better person than that." After hearing that, "That's it, those words, I'm sure, you've given me your everything, and what have I given back in return? Silence. Silence and keeping you at arm's reach. I realized earlier today that you know barely anything about me, and while I'm happy to be with you, I'm scared you don't see it the same. For all I know, you could be thinking I love you just because I think you're beautiful," he said with a tear forming in his eyes. Izuku started to say, "I'm sorry for being a bad boyfriend," but was interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. Momo said, "That's enough. Everything you just said contradicts the point you're trying to make. If you think that I don't know why you love me, you're wrong. You're the kindest, most caring boy I have ever met. The fact that you went out of your way to apologize for being a bad boyfriend shows that you care about our relationship. I know enough about you to know that you're a caring boy, as I have just stated, and one who is determined to do his best to make sure the people around him can feel safe and secure. I remember that when we first met, you told me about your mother and her illness, and I remember how determined you looked when talking about wanting to save her. In the sports festival you did your best to save Todoroki-san, even when it was in your best interest not to. That lets me know that you care about the people around you. At the same time it tells me that you aren't shallow enough to have a relationship with me just for looks, rather because you actually do love me instead. Just because you didn't tell me something doesn't mean I don't know, Izuku. In the end, I can only love you even more," she said, as Izuku wrapped his arms around her lovingly. She blushed and smiled as he added a kiss to her lips after saying, "Thank you." With her arms around his neck, Momo said, "You're welcome, Izuku." Izuku nodded, and she went on, "I have something I would also like to say. I am accepting the offer to learn boxing." She responded. "Really?" Izuku exclaimed, pleased that she had accomplished this. "Yes, I feel like there will be many situations where I will not be able to use my quirk, or where I have little chance to think to use it, and I think that learning more unarmed fighting styles will be beneficial," she clarified. Izuku nodded joyfully and said, "Perfect. I'll introduce you to my coach, and hopefully we can get you started. He took her to the gym, where Kato was now packing away a box of extra equipment. He said, "What's up, kid?" Izuku introduced Momo and said, "I have someone who wants to learn how to box." After staring at her for a while, Kato's eyes glowed with memory. She blushed when he said, "I remember you. You were the girl that I saw back in the infirmary during the sports festival." Momo answered, "Why yeah, that was me. On a different topic, I would like to learn how to box. I feel like it would be beneficial to my future, and would like to learn under you due to Izuku's suggestion." "Really now? Tell ya what, I'll start by having the kid teach you some basics, like hand wrapping. Once he's done that, I'll start teaching you how to box." Kato replied with a nod. Momo grabbed a pair of red gloves and 2 rolls of boxing tape and exclaimed, "Right." Momo unrolled the tape to wrap her left hand, and she sat down on a bench with Izuku beside her, his hands unwrapped. "Alright, so first, you want to wrap your hands. Keep your wrist straight, and take the loop at the end of the roll and stick your thumb through it." Momo nodded and carried out his instructions. Momo followed, and Izuku nodded. "Okay, secondly, you want to wrap the tape around your wrist twice, then move the roll up to the back of your palm." Momo smiled as he continued to follow his instructions. "So next, what you want to do is wrap it around your hand 3 times, then do the wrist once more. After that, wrap your thumb so that the loop you started with is hidden, then wrap it around the wrist again." "Perfect. Now, wrap the spaces between your fingers, starting with the pinky and ring finger, and then move up from there. Once that's done, wrap across the palm and above the thumb, until you reach the white strip at the end." The child discovered the strip and Izuku examined it. Momo examined her hand and felt the wrap around it. "That's good. Now, secure it by strapping the strip to that little section on the wrist, and then you're good," she said. "You did perfectly," exclaimed Izuku. Momo turned to him and smiled. Izuku only had to intervene once or twice before Momo wrapped her other hand. "Now then, do the same thing for your other hand. I'll tell you if you're doing it wrong." Before they had to turn in for the day, Kato spent the remainder of the day watching Izuku teach her some more fundamentals, like how to jab and how to fight in a basic and appropriate stance. After Kato allowed her to keep the hand wraps, she smiled as she went home and practiced wrapping and unwrapping her hands until the wee hours of the morning. The following day, Izuku felt that the fight would not be simple when he woke up at around 7 the following morning. After an hour or so of brisk jogging to the beach, he walked to the gym, where Kato was waiting for him beside his car. Kate said, "You ready, kid?" Izuku responded, "Yeah. Let's do this." Some of the first fights were taking place at the stadium, so they got in the car and drove down there. Since Momo's hands were forbidden, Izuku was led to his preparation room, where he put on his boxing attire and covered them with official tape. After receiving assistance covering his fists with a pair of green gloves, he got up to warm up a bit more by doing light mitt work with Kato. After a short while, he heard a knock on the door and opened it to find Kirishima and Mina standing there. She responded, "What's good?" "Hi there, Ashido-san, Kirishima-kun. What brings you here?" he inquired. "Just wanted to say good luck on the match. Also, Momo-chan would be here, but she wanted to surprise you when you came out to fight. The opening fights aren't bad though. Get this. One of those guys knocked out another by jumping up like a frog," she said with a little giggling. Kirishima said, "It was totally manly. He made the other guy look away, then decked him in the chin with both fists. Really? Send me a recording of it later, I might want to study that just in case." Izuku replied. With a wave, they departed, saying, "Okay, we will. See ya around, Midori bro." Izuku chuckled a little and resumed his warm-up before someone else, this time a stadium official, entered. Izuku and Kato nodded as the man said, "It's time for your match, sir." As Izuku took a few more swings and entered the ring, the two left their prep room and headed to the main area, where they could hear the audience roaring. Izuku swiftly rolled beneath the ropes as Kato raised them, and when he got up, he saw Akuma smiling maniacally across from him. Izuku was about to give him a stern look when he heard a voice he recognized applauding. Momo was in the front of the group, wearing a black shirt with Izuku's green gloves crossed in the middle, and he turned to the right to see his teachers and classmates. A big cardboard poster that read, "You can do it, Izuku," was in her hands. A photo of him holding his gloves up beside the text. Izuku gave a small smile before turning to face Akuma, who appeared to have struck gold. As they were announced, the boy inhaled deeply and stood prepared. The announcers shouted, "In the red corner, weighing in at 57.6 kilograms, 125 pounds, is the blood demon, Ketsuke Akuma." As the man approached the middle of the ring slowly, his mouth guard on and his smile lowered into a thin one. The other announcer shouted, "In the blue corner is the opponent. Weighing in at 54.4 kilograms, is Midoriya Izuku." As the boy inhaled deeply once more and put on his own mouthguard before making his way to the middle of the ring. Now that they faced one another, the fighters were waiting for the decisive sign that would signal the start of the fight. Ding ding, box. The bell rang, and the referee's word sent the fighters running toward one another. Izuku countered with a left uppercut and then backed up, ducking to avoid an immediate right hook. Izuku countered a right straight with two hooks to the man's face after the man jabbed at him twice and he dodged both punches. Akuma spit onto the mat and backed away, smiling maniacally. As soon as Izuku realized it was blood, he became cautious. Izuku took a step back after being struck by two jabs and a right hook to the face, but he quickly regained his footing and blocked a left straight that pushed him back. He used a left hook to counter a right uppercut, and just as he was about to deliver a right jab, he felt a sharp pain in his side, and the opponent's fist landed where he felt it. The younger fighter did a backflip and fell face first onto the mat after Izuku stooped over and the man delivered a right uppercut. The referee shouted, "He's down," as Akuma strode to a neutral corner. With a trembling breath, Izuku began the 10 count. What on earth was that? I thought I had been struck by a truck. Izuku pondered in his mind. Before getting up, he waited for the referee to count 8. "I can keep going," exclaimed Izuku. The Red resumed the fight as Akuma approached him again. In the crowd, Mina shouted, "Kick his ass Midori." Kirishima continued, "You got this bro." While Momo worriedly watched Izuku stand back up. Nezu addressed the deflated All Might, saying, "That was quite a powerful set of punches." "I agree. Both sides have great strengths of their own, but I have faith in young Midoriya," replied All Might. "As do I, but I have a feeling his opponent may have the upper hand." Aizawa replied. "How so?" inquired Present Mike. "Every other boxer in the league uses their quirk when they fight, all except for those who are quirkless and Midoriya." Aizawa stated, "I don't think he can go any farther in his career until he uses it at least a little." The teachers and students were startled by this loud shout, "Fuck him up," and turned to see that Midnight was the one who had yelled. Aizawa slipped into his sleeping bag after saying, "Language. I apologize, but the guy is a real jerk. The way he tried to flirt with her was kind of disgusting, and Mount Lady had to use her quirk to get him to back off the other day. Izuku, give it your all." Izuku was just avoiding another uppercut when Momo yelled. Within the ring, Izuku backpedaled from a left hook, countered a right straight with a left fist to the chin, and then moved closer, delivering a blow to the man's torso and then 4 more punches before sidestepping an overhead punch with both hands and slipping a right fist past the man's arms, slowly moving back up to block, into his face. The boy then followed up with a left hook and a right uppercut, finishing with a left straight that caused the man to start falling, catching himself with his feet before hitting the mat, spitting out more blood as he blocked a right straight. Izuku threw a right to hopefully gain a down, as the man aimed to counter with a left, but the bell rang before they could land their blows, and the two went back to their corners. "You're doing well, kid. Apply more pressure and attempt to subdue him before he can launch an attack. Watch out for his blows, too. Even if a man isn't yet using his quirk, they appear to be capable of easily knocking him out." Izuku said, "I think it's a little too late for that." Kato turned around to see a rather frightening scene. Akuma was using his quirk while he was recuperating, and the two knew because of the significant physical change. The man's skin had darkened to black, his eyes had turned deep red, and his green pupils had intensified the intimidating appearance of his new form. His smirk from the beginning of the match had turned into a fearsome grin as the man spat out water. The second one out. When the referee yelled, Izuku got to his feet, put on his mouthguard again, and strode to the middle of the ring, feeling that this would be a match that would push him to the limit. He glared at the smiling man and raised his fists, and the opponent did the same. The bell rang again, and Izuku mentally prepared himself to face the blood demon as best he could. Izuku immediately countered a left hook with a right straight to start the round. After being struck, the man did not move an inch, and the boy's eyes grew wide. It appeared as though someone had struck him in the face with a feather. Izuku was launched into the air by Akuma's right hook after he laughed, but the boy caught himself on the ropes before he could fall. What on earth went wrong? He's hitting even more forcefully now. Izuku let out a mental scream. With an even bigger smile, Akuma ran to Izuku, who swerved to the right to avoid a punch, and delivered 3 quick jabs before leaning into the rope to avoid an uppercut and using it to increase the force of a right hook. Izuku sprinted beneath Akuma's next blow to create some distance after he turned his head slightly. I'm hoping I can deflect those blows without hurting my arms. I suppose now is as good a time as any to try this out. As Akuma charged, Izuku rooted himself in place by placing both hands in front of him. Izuku only let his guard down to throw a few light jabs, avoiding his heavier blows and blocking his jabs. Akuma then struck Izuku with a strong right straight, causing his guard to drop. He intimidated the boy by stomping the floor, then slammed a right hook into his face, followed by a left uppercut that sent him flying, and a huge overhead right that sent Izuku crashing into the ring floor. The boy landed with his vision swimming after bouncing. As the count resumed, Akuma crossed his arms and chuckled at the boy who was having difficulty standing up from the neutral corner. By 3 o'clock, Izuku was using his hands to push himself up, and by 6 o'clock, he was having trouble getting to his feet, his legs buckling as he stumbled to his knees. He was on his feet by 7, and his hands were up again by 9. According to the referee, "Can you go on?" Izuku said, "I can keep fighting." Box. Akuma continued the round by hurling a fist at Izuku's stomach in an attempt to kill him as painfully as possible, but Izuku avoided the blow. The man did not flinch when he retaliated with a left take, indicating that he did not fall the punch. Izuku was hit with a hard uppercut and a left to the gut after slipping under a right hook. Akuma roared, "I feel no pain," and slammed his fist into Izuku's temple, sending him crashing back into the mat. 1, 2, 3. In that condition, my typical punches have no effect on him. However, I can't consistently finish each round on 2 downs. If I don't use one for all, I might be doomed. As he struggled to stand up again, Izuku thought to himself, his ears filled with the sound of Akuma laughing. Although he could hear Kato shouting for him to stand up, he briefly slipped and dropped back to his knees. 4, 5, 6. Hurry up, Izuku. Wake up. I take it you want the belt. You must stand up and show them that you are capable. As he stood up again at the 9 count, he thought. He informed the referee that he was ready to fight and would take Akuma's next blow, but the bell rang out the second round's conclusion before either of them could act. Izuku fell to the stool like a bag of bricks as the 2 fighters went back to their corners. As water was administered to him, he was panting heavily and spat it out into a bucket along with the blood still in his mouth. Kato promptly evaluated the damage after that. Izuku's left eye was beginning to close, and blood was streaming down his right cheek from a cut he sustained during one of his slip dodges that was a bit too close to impact. While speaking to the boy, Kato started to stop the cuts bleeding right away. "Save your strength for fighting, kid. You may need to use your quirk for this one." Izuku's voice was faint as he said, I don't think I can fall again, Kato-sensei. His hits are too strong for me to just take and counter." "Then don't. Your quirk can give you a stamina boost, right? Use that to fight him. Remember, drawing blood makes him stronger, and you've already lost quite a bit from the past 4 downs. You have to use it from this point on if you want to win, kid. Do you hear me?" Kato said, and Izuku nodded. "Good, now then, try to at least get through the 3rd round in one piece." Seconds out, Izuku stood up once more and inserted his mouthpiece in response to the call. Izuku walked slowly back toward the center and said, "I'll be off." Akuma laughed at the idea of taking out the little shit this time and swung a strong right that was aimed at his temple, but the younger boxer managed to avoid the blow. "Round 3. Box," he exclaimed. Akuma saw that the boy's body had changed, forming a red X over his face and glowing lines across his skin. He roared, "You think using your quirk will save you now? Too bad." As he continued to dodge punches, the boy trying his hardest to avoid getting hit. Izuku countered Akuma's punches from a distance as he delivered another round of blows. Akuma was actually experiencing pain from the blows, indicating that he was using 10% of his power at the moment. As he blocked a left straight and a right hook, he thought, "Now that's a surprise. I sense his blows, but that won't be good for him, because..." He spit out a few drops of blood and took a left hook to the face. "You're only strengthening me." Akuma abruptly broke Izuku's block and began to swing at him. getting closer and closer to him with each dodging punch until bam asterisk. As his opponent began to hammer down on the boy's defense, Izuku had to abruptly raise his hands to avoid taking the blow, his red and green eyes glimmering with bloodlust. As he was being punched, Izuku retreated a few steps until he finally came to the ropes. In order to help him dodge and bounce around his fists, he pushed his upper body backwards into the ropes once he was against them. This allowed him to block hits that he was unable to avoid using the outboxer style. Though he knew that with his quirk active, Akuma threw punch after punch in the hopes that the boy would let his guard down or make a mistake with his dodges, allowing him to smash his face in. Then, with little success, he decided to smash hook after hook into his guard in an attempt to break it. Izuku then appeared to have lost his guard by letting his right arm go limp. Akuma attempted to capitalize on this by throwing a fist, but was countered by a strong uppercut that forced the man to kneel. The referee shouted, "Down," and the UA fans joined the rest of the crowd in applauding Izuku. Akuma was kneeling when an unexpected memory flashed through his mind. Rewind. With teary eyes, a young boy dressed traditionally from a wealthy family exclaimed, "Enni-chan," while being held in the arms of a younger Akuma dressed traditionally as well. Akuma's face was bleeding a little, but both of their garments were torn. He said, "I did it again, didn't I?" as a man appeared behind them. To be more precise, a homeless man attempted to rob the two kids in the hopes of finding food or cash, but instead Akuma was struck across the face by the man and the younger brother defended him, resulting in a dart to the throat. Looking at the pair of shabby boxing gloves next to a nearby dumpster, Akuma said, "It's okay, bro. Just you wait, we'll finally be able to get out of this horrible situation in time." Sniffling, the young child said, Really? Yes, I'll always protect you, bro. You won't have to accidentally kill anyone with your quirk ever again, just you watch. We'll get money, so more than what Dad had before the heroes came. Then we'll buy the biggest house money can buy, and then we can finally go back to what we used to be." "I'd like that," added the boy. Akuma picked up the worn gloves and said, "I know you would, bro. Now let's find something tall and sturdy here. I know exactly what we can do to make money. It's all your fault that he's turned into one of those fucking monsters. Let's get back to the present." 7. The referee exclaimed as Akuma stood up, his green pupils turning red until the entire area of his eyes was covered in that bloody red. After a brief pause, Izuku raised his fists in response to the referee's question, "Can you go on?" Izuku was a little frightened when the man said, "I can fight." His voice was suddenly deeper than before. The referee yelled, "Box," as Akuma charged with a fierce roar. Izuku lifted his gloved hand to block, but the blow to his arms hurt so much that he had to stifle a scream. He tried to dodge the oncoming left straight, but Akuma roared loudly and hurled a right that struck Izuku in the face. Izuku became aware that he had no idea what pain felt like when it struck. Not this type. The boy felt as though a building had been dropped on his head when he was struck, and the force of the blow caused him to instantly spin in a circle. Izuku quickly regained his bearings and countered the next punch with one for all running through his system, but Akuma dismissed the blow as if it were insignificant, just like when his quirk was first used in this battle. As he was compelled to turn left, Izuku thought, "He's a monster." He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. More blood. Akuma screamed, pelting the boy with blow after blow until his body was a mass of agony. After slamming a right hook into Izuku's face and causing him to swirl again, Akuma used a final left hook to knock him to the ground, completing the slaughter. Like a bag of bricks, Izuku fell onto the mat, and as he lay there, he could just make out his teachers and friends encouraging him. In the stands, Mina shouted, "Get up, Midori. You can do it, bro." Kirishima cried, getting up from his chair to shout support. He's too scary," Kaminari exclaimed, glancing at the furious Akuma. Mineta exclaimed, "GG guys, I think we should cut our losses. There's no way Midoriya can win this," but was silenced by a slap. The class watched as Momo drew back her hand and took deep breaths, her eyes shadowed. "Don't just say that about Izuku. He's going through with this fight, and we need to be there to support him in his time of need," she said with slight tears in her eyes. Then, ignoring Akuma's eyes, she turned back to the ring to express her support for Izuku. She screamed out the message on the poster while holding it up, pulling up one sleeve to make another fly up from her arm. She yelled, "Beat him, Izuku," and the boxers class immediately rallied to support him. Class 1A yelled, Get him. With Toshinori and Nezu joining in, albeit not as loudly. Bakugo did his best not to cheer for the green fighter, but he reasoned that it would be better to defeat him when he was celebrating a win rather than wallowing in defeat like the loser he was. Izuku reacted from his position back in the ring by beginning to shake and then slowly rising. Returning to the ring. 1, 2, 3, 4. Izuku said, getting up on one knee. 5, 6, he said as he slowly stood up, his arms trembling and knees swaying. 7, 8, 9. At last, the boy stood up with his fists up and a light visible in the eye he still had, indicating that he was still alive and ready to fight. The referee gave Izuku a worried look as he said, I can fight. Even though the round ended before anything more could happen, he made the decision to let the fight continue. As Kato dressed the fresh cuts that had appeared on his face, he sagged back into the chair and turned off his quirk. Kid, you're doing great. I don't know why he went berserk, but what I do know is that if you survive the next 2 rounds you will win. Izuku gasped, with the way this is going, I won't survive the next one. His coach concluded his attempt to fix up Izuku as much as he could at the time by saying, if you can't survive, then at least try to get him down before you do. You told me you couldn't take another down earlier, but you did. Endure it, kid, you're almost done. The referee shouted, seconds out. As Izuku squinted, Akuma appeared to still be in his angry frame of mind, smiling maniacally as though he had already triumphed. Izuku stopped talking and advanced toward what he anticipated to be the last round. Round 5. Box. Izuku was hit with a right hook right away, and then a string of 3 more in quick succession. Akuma then used a wide, low swing to uppercut the boy and lift him into the air. Alina made a move and leapt after the boxer in midair to use a jolt haymaker to strike him in the stomach. Izuku landed on his feet with a loud onto the mat after being thrown crashing to the ground, but this time he activated one for all at 15%, causing his body to strain. When Momo shouted, "You can do this," he turned to her and grinned. Izuku countered Akuma's next punch with a right straight after he roared to indicate it. He then ducked under a hook to hit him with a KO infused with Alpha punch. Akuma was sent to the mat after suffering severe injuries as a result. Akuma hastily stood up to resume the match after Izuku moved to a neutral corner. He watched as the smaller opponent charged in, but when he attempted to stop him with a punch, Izuku pretended to be in a hurry and leapt over his blow to land his own jolt haymaker, which pushed Akuma back. Akuma snarled in exasperation before smiling as he heard Momo shouting encouragement from the crowd. Before his strategy was ready, he kept fighting Izuku, taking some blows and giving some of his own. Akuma struck Izuku with a left, causing some blood to spill onto his right glove, as he began to put on his guard in an attempt to gain the upper hand. He implemented his plan after it had been hit enough times, which required roughly 2 more blows to the boy's face. Izuku saw the blood fly from it in the shape of a glove in the direction of the 1A students as he ducked under a sudden right straight. When he swiftly turned around, he saw his own blood streaking in Momo's direction and striking her in the face. Her cheek began to bruise rapidly as the flying fist struck with the same force as when he would normally hit her, and the blood spattered both the point of impact and her shirt. He glared back at Akuma, who was beaming maniacally. He swung blindly at him, but Akuma ducked because he was more predictable when he was angry, and he punched him, confusing him. The boy was flung to the ground to confront Momo and the others after he delivered a right hook and an uppercut. As Izuku turned back to the class, Akuma remarked, "You lost, boy. Stay down." When Momo turned to face him, he saw tears in her eyes. They were for Izuku's protection because she was afraid he wouldn't make it through this match, not to endure the agony and humiliation of Akuma's blood punch. Returning to the stands, Jiro and Mina shouted, "That asshole!" while tending to Momo. As she turned to face her love in the ring, she made a duplicate of her shirt underneath the damaged one and removed the one covered in Izuku's blood. She saw something in Izuku's eyes and said, "I'm fine." But Izuku. Midnight brandished her whip and said, "Principal Nezu, do you mind making a cover story if he disappears?" Nezu stated, "Indeed, we could just say it was a random villain attack as a cover-up." The two began to exchange gloomy glances, which further alarmed the nearby audience members. Within the ring, with his arms crossed, Akuma waited to see if the boy would take his message seriously. After witnessing the boy's presumably unconscious body tremble from its position on the mat, he raised a fist shakily and slammed it to the ground with a powerful slam that quieted everyone. The referee paused the countdown as Izuku got back up after the slam cracked the ring floor. This round was very different from the others in which he used his quirk. He assumed a new stance, keeping his guard completely open instead of the tight one he typically wore during battle. Izuku was panting and trembling, and the red lines that indicated he was using his quirk had turned emerald green. However, this was a sign of his rage rather than a sign of exhaustion. When Izuku glanced up at Akuma, the man flinched at the sight of his eyes. The rage concealed within was evidently visible through their widened and narrowed pupils. He was panting frequently, so air was puffing out of his open mouth and gritted teeth. Akuma hurried in to throw a killer straight after spotting a chance to kill the boxer. What actually occurred was Izuku's sudden disappearance. As Izuku slammed his fist into Akuma's face, he grunted, and Akuma turned to look around. Izuku then leapt back after 3 more punches that rocked the arena followed this one. After arching his back and crossing his arms over his face, he let out a terrifying roar and leaned forward, his arms now close to his sides. He roared, RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR shock, but he felt pain as soon as the first blows struck him. In the stands. Holy shit, what happened to Midoriya? Exasperated by the boy's rage, Mineta and Kaminari cried out. With Dark Shadow flinching behind him, Tokiyami remarked, "It appears that the opponent who was harming Yaoyorozu-san unlocked a new ability for Midoriya-san's quirk." It exclaimed, "Too scary. Toshinori-san, how much of his power do you think he is using?" Nezu responded, "If he is using as much as I think he is, then I believe that is his current 25%. However, the change in color is new to me," replied All Might. "Perhaps this is a side effect of his anger. I believe that Midoriya-san has never been truly enraged before this moment. This could be quite the educational experience for everyone, though I do feel somewhat nervous about him going too far, no matter how justified this appears," Nezu said, referring to the game. Present Mike turned to Aizawa and said, "Don't you think this is too much power against a featherweight?" "I would say that, but everyone in this weight class, this entire league even has some sort of powering up quirk that puts them way above the actual standard. If anything, this is payback for Akuma's strength through damage taken ability. I'm sure he will live through this." When Akuma felt that his arms were suffering too much damage, Izuku's barrage of punches ripped through his defense, shattering it. Izuku easily sidestepped the two punches he was aiming for and retaliated with a forceful fist to the gut and then to the chin. The bigger man then launched a barrage of hooks, but he saw Izuku's eyes dart in and out of each blow, then dodge and counter with quick jabs. His anger may have taken over his behavior, but thankfully it has not taken over so much as to completely forget his training. Aizawa stated, "Although, I have to be honest and say that I am concerned for my student giving into his rage." While munching on some popcorn she had purchased, Midnight remarked, "As long as he doesn't kill him after this, I think we'll be alright." While the rest of the class and the entire audience watching this fight were caught up in a state of both excitement and worry, Momo whispered to herself, "Izuku, please do not go too far. With blood spilled, my quirk has reached its limit, and this child is furious. I can't lose this fight, so screw the rules." Akuma let out a mental scream. He threw a jab at Izuku's chest after dodging his hook. Akuma grabbed Izuku's tank top and held him in midair while he threw a right at his face, instead of actually landing the punch. Izuku slammed a fist into Akuma's temple after cocking his head to the side to dodge. The man released his grip as a result, and Izuku gave him another fist to the stomach, forcing him to spit blood and saliva. Then, with a growl, Izuku flared the now green one for all before slamming an uppercut into Akuma's chin. Izuku got ready to swing again as Akuma shot into the air. Gritting his teeth, he struck Akuma in the stomach as he fell, causing him to stagger backward onto his feet rather than the mat. Izuku ended the rush by crouching low and winding up his right fist as the boxer continued to throw punches at the stunned man, each one more powerful than the last. In the stands, sweating a little, Kaminari said, "He's not going to do what I think he is, right?" Present Mike noted that, he might kill him with his current power. All Might, who was anxious about the result, advised, "Have faith in the young lad, Aizawa-kun." Kirishima watched Izuku jump up for the punch and exclaimed, "Holy shit." Akuma watched the fist rise toward him as he stood back with the fighters. "This cannot be how it ends. I refuse to lose to a small-time punk who believes he is superior to everyone else. Get moving, limbs," Akuma shouted in his head as he felt some movement come back to him. Then, His mind racing, he began to cross his arms to block the uppercut, feeling as though everything was happening in slow motion. He'll be vulnerable to an attack if I can avoid this. Akuma's mind kept him from realizing that Izuku had already swung halfway up his chest when he moved to block, slipping his fist through the crossing arms to make contact with his chin. I just need to dodge this uppercut, the thought was left unfinished. Akuma flew through the air, launched hard enough to be thrown out of the ring, and crashed into a large screen that took up a significant portion of one of the building's walls. This impact caused the arena to freeze again. The enormous screen on this wall read, KO. While the man was trapped in an indentation in the screen. The arena fell silent as Izuku lowered his fist, waiting to see what he would do. Then Izuku stepped back, arching his back again, and roared, the green glowing brightly as he flared his power one last time. The audience watched in awe as the staff used a stretcher and ladder to lower the unconscious Akuma in the background, demonstrating the raw power that was not shown. Still alive, but most definitely dead, Izuku was about to fall when he felt a familiar pair of arms grab him, and the green lines of One for All on his body abruptly disappeared. I got you. He turned to face Kato, who was the voice's origin. People began to pour into the ring as he put the boy's arm around his shoulder and said, "You did it, kid. I'm real proud of you." Momo hurried over and wrapped Izuku in her arms. Izuku smiled slightly as Mom said, "Izuku, I'm glad you were okay." After taking off his mouthguard and gloves, Izuku said, "Hey. I'm all right," and stepped out of Kato's support hold to give her a hug in return. He was led out after the rest of the class congratulated him on his match, and soon after his wounds were dressed, he fell asleep. Inside his head, unaware of his location or purpose, Izuku found himself drifting through a void of darkness. Izuku thought to himself, okay, something strange is going on here. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a light, and when he turned left, he saw 8 dark figures. He heard a voice emanating from one that stood out for having a feminine form. The figure said, "We thought it would be helpful to give you a little power up. With your current control of One for All, just know that there's a lot more in store than you know." Izuku looked at the shadows and smiled slightly before he woke up in a hospital bed and sat up slowly to find Momo sleeping on his lap. He smiled and ran his right hand through her silky raven hair, seeing a smile appear on her sleeping face. He then laid back down, letting sleep take over. He decided to talk about the dream he had with All Might first, but for the time being, he had to sleep. The following day, when he woke up the following morning, Izuku was still sore from the fight, and he had bandaged his cheek, his torso, the bridge of his nose, and his eye. He searched for Momo, but then realized that she had somehow moved from his lap to his side, cuddling up against him. He smiled at her, kissed her forehead, and was about to gently move her to get up when he heard her whisper something silently. She said, Izuku. Izuku wondered if she was dreaming about him. Hold on, in this place. However, Izuku, we're in public. You're indifferent. All right, then, she muttered, blushing as she started to drool with joy. Before he could feel her start to stir, he exclaimed, what the hell is she dreaming about? He watched her slowly open her eyes and saw Izuku grinning in front of her. Good morning, Momo. Would you mind sharing the details of that dream you had? She instantly flushed when he asked. Momo stammered, steam leaking from her ears as she attempted to explain herself, and when she realized she couldn't, she got up and hurried out of the room in shame. Izuku watched her leave with a little burst of laughter, and he was about to approach her to apologize for the practical joke when he realized something crucial. Mom. He struggled to get out of his hospital bed and limped to the door, where the doctor overseeing Inko went, shouting to himself. Midoriya-kun, relax. The boy was breathing raggedly when the doctor said, I have some good news, and some bad news about your mother. Is there bad news? Izuku inquired. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring Inko out of her coma. The good news is that All Might managed to capture a villain who could slow venoms during your match yesterday, which allowed us to make a serum to stop the venom's effects. As Izuku released a breath he had been holding, he remarked, she will remain that way until a real cure can be found. Well, at least Mom is still here, which makes me happy. Izuku replied, I'll try my best to locate Devil's Fang and try to cure her. The doctor smiled and nodded. Izuku was left in the unconscious form of Inko, grinning a little as a tear formed in his eye, and he replied, I have faith that you will. He then left the room to check on the other patients. Mom, I'll save you. All he said before leaving the room to get some food was, "That's a promise." Eventually, Izuku managed to leave the hospital, and after receiving a call from Aizawa, he found himself in the 1A classroom with his friends. They were all wearing casual attire because they had been called on a Saturday morning. Nezu was standing on the teacher's podium when Aizawa said, "Students, we called you here to discuss something important. As you are aware, 3 of your classmates were apprehended in a hero killer incident. Although he has been caught, I worry that this could expose weaknesses in UA students, making them targets for other bad guys who believe they are just as strong as the hero killer. For your safety, the staff and I have decided to establish a dorm system called the Heights Alliance. In the long run, this seems very likely, and we want to make sure our students are as safe as possible. Normally, this system would be put in place under a much more serious cause, like a villain invasion or a direct attack on UA students. To find out if your parents are on board with this, Aizawa-kun and I will be speaking with each of them." Momo left with Izuku, arm in arm, and took him back to the Yaoyorozu Manor, where he was sitting at Momo's couch while she changed the bandages on his face. "That's all," Nezu said, as the students considered all the fun they could have in the dorm. Momo said, "You really got beat up yesterday, Izuku." After putting the bandages on, she got up and sat down beside him. He put his arm around her waist, and they sat in pleasant silence for a few minutes before Momo's face flushed. "How are things going?" Momo turned shakily to face him as he asked. "Izuku, it's just, she stammered, then inhaled deeply. "Remember, we haven't done that in a long time?" she inquired, causing Izuku to flush as well. "Well, why yeah, I believe around the sports festival. Do, would you like to?" did he ask. Momo replied, "Yeah, I do," but she added, blushing more as she spoke, "but I want to wait until you're healed first." Before they could be any more embarrassed, they decided to end the conversation and talk about literally anything else, but before they could say anything more, Nezu called to inform them that the dorms would be implemented in a week and that students should begin packing for that time. "I ought to begin packing a few items for the dorms at home." Momo remained sitting there until a housemaid carrying something approached him. "I'll see you tomorrow, Momo," Izuku said, his face still flushed as he got up and walked away. As Momo gazed at the item with a more radiant flush, she said, "Young mistress, if you're going to do that then I suggest you bring this with you." After removing a laptop from her stomach and researching appropriate punching techniques, she put the laptop on the couch, took out the boxing tape Kato had given her, wrapped it as Izuku had instructed, and started her new training. "I'll think about it." Aizawa and Nezu had a flurry of activity the week following Izuku's fight. For obvious reasons, the two visited the homes of every student except Izuku, who granted permission for their kids to enter the dorms. In order to unpack them by the end of the week, the kids then spent their days after school gathering their personal belongings and bringing them into the Heights Alliance. With Kato's assistance, Izuku brought in a punching bag, a few extra pieces of boxing gear, and some items from his home. Aizawa met with all of the students in their new common area on Saturday to go over the locations of each student's room and the amenities in their new residence. He gave them directions on how to get to each room and showed them a map of the rooms with their names on it. Once they all knew where their rooms were, Aizawa said, "Oh, and by the way." He then left the students to set up their rooms, allowing them to decorate and personalize to their heart's content. "In 2 weeks from now you'll be having your semester finals. All I will say is for the physical portion you will be paired with a classmate, so do your best to get acquainted with your peers and their quirks so that you may be rationally prepared for when the test begins." Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder just as he was ready to carry a box containing extra boxing gloves into his room. When he turned around, he saw Momo carrying a big stack of boxes. She said, "Izuku, could you help me with this?" And Izuku gave her a nod. Izuku helped Momo carry whatever she was carrying into her room after jogging to his room to deliver the sandbag. "Sure, let me put this away first." As Momo started to open it, Izuku remarked, "What's in this thing? It's incredibly heavy." She pulled pieces of the frame out and declared, "It's my bed. Can you help me assemble this?" The couple spent the next 20 minutes or so putting Momo's bed together, completing the appearance of the enormous bed by securing the drapes over the raised bedposts. Izuku questioned, "Why is it so large?" Because, aside from her desk, a bookshelf, and a wardrobe, the bed occupied nearly half of her room. He turned to face her, expecting an answer, but was perplexed when she merely blushed and averted her gaze. "Momo," she began, You see. Izuku's face turned redder than the color itself as she said, I assumed that you would be placing exercise equipment in your room and most likely not have room for a proper bed, so I. He had deduced from her tone and body language that she wanted him to practically live in her dorm room with her. The boxer said, but what if someone catches us? And Momo gave it some thought. Momo calmed down a little and said, I can always lock the door, or maybe you can put a futon in your room to make them think you use it. Also, you can come in after all the girls leave, so nobody will be suspicious. Izuku said, if that's the case, then, I accept. After activating 10%, Izuku hurried to his room and said, let me go grab some things from my room, and then I'll help you set up. In about a minute, he snatched up the special box and ran back to Momo's room. Before Izuku hurried off to set up his own room to avoid suspicion, the two would decorate the shared room for the next hour. Izuku's desk was extended to Momo's so that they could sit together simultaneously. A stack of Izuku's notebooks from his entire life was next to his half, with the most recent copy, which contained notes on Akuma, open on the desk. After Izuku had arranged his training equipment, he had more room, so he moved the enormous bookshelf that had previously occupied the area between the desk and the bathroom door to his room. Her bed remained the same, but Izuku placed an alarm clock he had stolen from his home on the right side of it, accompanied by a statue of All Might that would flex when the alarm sounded. In order to keep track of their location, Momo had hung her boxing gloves over their desk. The boxing tape Izuku had given her was on her desk, wrapped next to her closed laptop and quill pen. After finishing that, Momo left a short while later to get food, and Izuku went to the common area to get a drink. Mina was standing on the common room table, smiling, and they had ended up meeting the rest of the class there. When Mina said, I have an idea for a class bonding activity. Everyone looked at her. When she exclaimed, let's do a room showcase, everyone's eyes widened. Momo and Izuku perspire anxiously as Mina outlined their plan of action. They would begin by showing the rooms of the girls, and then the boys' rooms, she explained. Mina went on, let's also make this a contest. How about whoever has the best room gets one coupon to skip chores, Kiro? Replied Suyu. That's a good idea, exclaimed Hagakure. Mina and Hagakure shouted, now then, let's go. As the students started to make their way to the rooms, Suyu's room, with its cute frog theme, came first. According to Mina, who was holding one of Suyu's frog plush toys, this is adorable. They saw that the room was light green and that she had swapped out her mattress for a water bed with a frog motif. As they proceeded to Mina's room, Iida remarked, I do enjoy the green theme. It is quite the fitting room. The color scheme was all pink and black. It was black with pink hearts on her floor beneath the table. Her bed was black with pink polka dots, and her wall was pink with black tiger stripes. Izuku muttered to himself, it's kinda disjointed. Hagakure nodded, agreeing that the black hair tie was an indicator. They proceeded to Hagakure's, and the space appeared to be typical. A sketchbook with ideas for outfits Hagakure could wear that would show her arm and leg movements was the only unusual item in the room. Uraraka's was also rather typical, albeit somewhat bare. The color scheme of Jiro's room was red and white, and musical instruments were arranged from wall to wall. Izuku and Momo started to perspire anxiously as they assessed her room. How will we escape with my room? Momo questioned herself. She turned to face Izuku, who appeared to be in perfect health. But she noticed a drop of perspiration slowly trickling down his brow. As soon as the class moved on to Momo's room, he turned to her, his eyes a little wide. The size of her bed was the only thing that caught their attention when they opened it. Momo blushed a little when Mina asked, why is it so big? Momo remarked, this was the size of my normal furniture at home, so. Mina gave her a deadpan look. The girls thought, yeah, she is wealthy. They glanced at Momo and then at the desk. Iida questioned, why are there two desks? Momo made up the phrase, it's for tutoring. On the spot, I thought that it would be easier for me to work with those who need academic aid if we were able to work on the assignment at the same time. Ojiro remarked, that makes sense. Since he had the same clock concealed beneath his bed, Kirishima laughed when he noticed the All Might clock. Mina and Hagakure shouted, anyway, let's move on, and start with the boys' rooms. And they got started on Iida's room right away. Iida shouted, everything here is completely normal and safe. Kirishima and Uraraka pointed to the bookshelf and said, look at all those big brain books. Before continuing, Mina's eyes widened as she turned to face his wall. Mina exclaimed, "Holy crap, that's a lot of glasses," as she noticed 20 shelves filled with identical pairs. "Of course, I am always prepared under the event that my glasses break during our training," Iida replied. No offense Iida-kun, but why don't you just use contacts? Wouldn't that save money instead of getting new glasses all the time?" Izuku responded. Iida was about to say something as he stared at him, but he quickly changed his mind. He stood there looking like a statue, wondering why he hadn't done that earlier. After failing to poke him in the face to bring him back to reality, Mina said, "I think Iida-kun's broken." She and Uraraka shrugged and each took a pair. Kaminari said, "Anyway," while Iida remained motionless and contemplating. The class then proceeded to Tokiyami's door, where the bird-headed boy himself stood, saying, "Let's keep going, I guess." Extremely anxious, he said, "Let us continue." After squinting at him, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro pushed him aside so they could go into his room. The boy was very embarrassed by this since they had now unintentionally found out about his more chunny tendencies. The room was completely dark, lit by purple candlelight. They could see the personality of the person who lived there thanks to a sword, some dark posters, and other dark items strewn throughout the space. As Tokiyami appeared extremely embarrassed, Kirishima pointed out, "I remember having this keychain in middle school." His bird cheeks were flushed red as he uttered, "Get the hell out." They then went to Aoyama's room, which had a suit of armor adorning one corner and mirrors lining the walls. He remarked, "Magnificent, is it not?" The room was too dazzling for anyone to be in without going blind. Mineta was spotted with his head just outside the door as they proceeded to the final room in the hallway. He beckoned the women to him with one finger while grinning lecherously. "Wanna come in? I promise it's fun in here," he said. As they made their way to Kirishima's room, everyone shouted, "Moving on," and completely ignored him. With posters of heroes like Crimson Riot and inspirational sayings and images scattered throughout the space, it had a distinctly masculine vibe. Kirishima exclaimed, "A manly room for a true man." They then proceeded to Sato's room, which was likewise rather typical except for the presence of cooking mitts and a microwave. As Uraraka and Mina sampled it, he exclaimed, "I made a chiffon cake for everyone. Enjoy," because he had finished unpacking early. They exclaimed, "It's great," and proceeded to Shoji's room, but it was empty. Mina was still irritated that the room was essentially empty, even though he explained that it was because he had no material desires. She and Hagakure proceeded to Kota's room, where they both squealed upon seeing the bunny that adorned the pale green space. They made their way to Bakugo's room, but Kirishima stopped them. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he replied. He said that he wasn't gonna participate, and went to bed. Mina pouted and said, "Bummer. Wait, when did you start hanging out with him? I needed help with class once, and both Midoriya bro and Yaoyorozu-chan were out. Baku bro forced me to come with him to help me study," said Kirishima. Mina's only response was, "Ah." After that, they went to Ojiro's room, which was essentially a plain room with a calendar as the only addition. They were astounded by Todoroki's traditional Japanese room after being astounded by Siro's room's Asian design and hammock. The boy was standing in front of the door when they finally made their way to Izuku's room. Izuku retreated into his room and said, "Give me a quick second to put up one last poster." A minute later, he emerged again, letting everyone see exactly what he had created. When they opened it, they discovered a room primarily, if not entirely, occupied by boxing equipment. Momo's desk was swapped out for a punching bag stand, just like Kirishima's, and his bookshelf was tucked away behind his wardrobe. A set of dumbbells and a speed bag that was held up by elastic bands on the floor and ceiling were located on the opposite side of his closet. His bed had simple green sheets, and a pair of extra gloves hung beside the bag. His house's posters adorned the walls, while a poster of the current featherweight champion of Japan stood in the middle. Gazing at the poster, Kirishima questioned, "Are you planning to fight him?" "Eventually, yes. It's a second dream of mine," Izuku replied. With a quick punch that rattled the chain and caused the sandbag to shake violently, he turned to face the bag. "That's easy," Mineta exclaimed as she approached the bag. The bag swung back as he punched with more force than impact. He started to say, "Marvel at my strength, laddie," but the bag swung back and hit him in the back of the head. Quote. 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 Maida said, Let's start choosing the best room. Hagakure and Mina huddled close. They made the right decision and parted ways after 2 minutes or so of fervent whispering. We have decided that among our class, the best room belongs to Sato-san. Mina said. Kaminari sneered, you were bribed with the cake. Mina averted her eyes. Mina shot back, whatever do you mean? They started a small argument, which ended with everyone laughing at their fictitious heated dispute. Everyone eventually went back to their rooms, with Izuku waiting for all the doors to close before slipping into the girl's side to enter the room he shared with Momo. Silently, he walked into the room, shut the door, and sat down on the bed. He knew Momo was in the bathroom when he heard the sound of running water. Images of his girlfriend's nude body flashed into his mind as he turned to face the door. To stop himself from thinking filthy thoughts, he shook his head, but he stopped when he heard footsteps coming from the restroom. His eyes widened as he turned back to face the door and watched Momo leave the restroom. Her hair was flowing elegantly from the hair dryer she was holding, and a towel was draped around her body. When her hair was dry, she put it away and turned to face Izuku, her eyes fixed on something. She hurried around Izuku to sit behind him as her face flushed. Don't turn around until I tell you, okay? She replied. Izuku gave a nod, and he could feel her creeping up the bed behind him. Is this what we're doing now? Izuku questioned himself. He was aware that Momo's motivation was probably this. It could begin with a kiss, but how would I do that? He turned around, feeling as if his jaw had struck the ground, and said, Izuku. You can turn around now. Momo was dressed in a black set of underwear, beginning with a thin black bra that let Izuku see all of her magnificent mounds through the thin material. He looked down and saw that she was wearing a pair of panties that matched the rest of her outfit, over a black laced garter that was attached to stockings that extended up to the middle of her thighs. Izuku gasped as he gazed at his girlfriend's body as it drew nearer to him, until he felt her chest against his own. He put his hands by her sides because he could feel her breathing on his own. Izuku said, Momo, before we do this, I need to ask you something. She took a small step back. Momo looked down thoughtfully before looking up once more. I don't mean to be rude, but why is it that when we do it, you're always the one who starts it? I personally don't mind, but I'm curious. To his utter bewilderment, Momo explained, it's because I want to make sure you live with as few regrets as possible. She felt herself wrapped in Izuku's arms, and he smiled from his position on her shoulder. You have 2 careers that can easily lead to your death, Izuku. I'm scared that one day, it'll be on the news that you either died in the boxing ring, or died by some villain that is too powerful for you to beat. I do these things because I want you to know that you have something to live for, whether it by my body or not. Momo, you don't have to do all this. I understand your fear, but you don't need to be scared. I may have told you back during the sports festival, but I've never had something like this before. I don't want to lose you, so I'll do my best to make sure you never have to think this way again. Izuku replied. Izuku smiled back down at Momo, who was grinning and crying as she looked up at him. She watched as his now lidded eyes started to close, and she followed suit as the 2 teenagers started to approach one another and kiss in the center. Throughout the conversation, Momo hummed joyfully, particularly when she sensed Izuku's hands straying to her sides. She pushed him closer to her lips as they kissed, her hands getting tangled in his hair. Izuku started to worm his tongue between her lips after a few minutes and a little bravery, which was warmly received. As their tongues danced together, the 2 started holding each other closer and closer to their bodies, turning their kiss into an open-mouth embrace. Then Izuku moved sideways, allowing the 2 to land on her bed. Given how long it had been since they had last kissed, Momo broke the kiss to straddle his waist, and the 2 gasped rapidly before she lowered herself for another. As her own hands slid under his shirt, Izuku's hands moved from her sides to her lower back. As their lips locked, she rubbed her hands over her boyfriend's toned abs and grinned into the kiss. In order to further admire his muscular torso, Momo then lifted up his shirt, took it off of his body, and tossed it to the ground. Izuku shifted to the back of her bra after sitting up and putting his hands on her waist once more. He searched for the clip, and with Momo's assistance, he undid her bra and began kissing her neck and collarbone, leaving hickeys after each kiss. She briefly held her now undone bra against her chest before removing it from her body and discarding it. Observing her now nude torso, Izuku remarked, Momo, you're beautiful. With a flush of gratitude, the girl took one of his wrists and held it against her chest. Momo's right breast was being squeezed by Izuku's hand, and she squealed. "Go ahead, ah," she exclaimed. He felt her nipple harden in her palm as he pressed his fingers into the soft flesh and started to caress the heap of flesh. She moaned softly at his actions as he took his hand away and placed his other hand on her other breast. His left hand traced the side of her free breast before trailing lower to caress her side, finding its target at her underwear as he moved in to make out with her again. Her thighs closed in around his hand as he rubbed her cloth-covered core, causing her to groan into the kiss. Izuku gently broke the kiss with Momo, pushing aside her underwear. She was perplexed by his expression, particularly when he smiled. "I've been doing a bit of research, Momo. Hope you enjoy," he concluded. Before carrying out his plan, he moved them so that she was lying on her back and kissed her on the lips. He lowered himself, trailing southward in a series of kisses until he reached her bare core. When he took one long, slow lick along the line of her core, Momo covered her flushed face because she knew exactly what he was going to do. As Izuku started to trace the outer lips of her womanhood with his tongue, circling around her labia as the sound of her muffled moans reached his ears, Momo bit down onto her knuckle. Taking this as a thank you, Izuku proceeded to stick his tongue in, causing Momo's eyes to enlarge as she gripped her bed linens. He pushed her right leg into the air with his left hand while holding it by the back of her thigh, his tongue circling her insides. He moved his mouth away from her folds and stroked the other thigh with his right hand. Then he went a little higher, and Momo knew right away what he was aiming for. "Wait, Izuku, that's my on," Momo started to say, but Izuku interrupted her by sticking his tongue up the little nub above her hole, causing her to groan loudly, which reverberated throughout the room. In order to further serve her, he moved his right hand to insert one finger into her and wrapped his lips around the nub of her clit. As Izuku added another finger, Momo shifted her hands from her sheets to his hair and pushed him down further in an attempt to feel even better about his service. Momo writhed in pleasure for what seemed like an eternity as she rubbed her pearl in the inside of her womanhood. She eventually sensed something approaching, the joy in her growing like water against a dam on the verge of bursting. Like a champion, she waited for his fingers to find the spot before letting go as much as she wanted to. Izuku pulled his fingers away to lap up the fluids that poured down from her slit as Momo's back arched and her toes curled as her orgasm lasted for another minute. "Izuku, I'm coming, coming," Momo cried, throwing her head back and screaming out her orgasm. She eventually relaxed, and Izuku stood up on top of her once more, making eye contact. "Izuku, I can't take it anymore. I want it," she groaned, struggling to pull down his shorts with one hand. He helped her do this by lowering his shorts and showing her his member. With odd eyes, Momo grasped it with one hand and led it to her door while the other held Izuku's cheek and stroked his face. Izuku pressed himself into her and leaned down to kiss her lips, staying in that lip lock. Izuku remained motionless for a moment to savor the pleasure before slowly withdrawing as Momo broke off the kiss to let out a loud moan. Moving inside her, he put his hands over hers and started to move. As the chorus of slapping flesh started to rise from the couple's actions, the Yayorozu heiress gripped his hands as he thrust, letting out a flurry of groans and noises. Momo screamed more loudly in pleasure as the boxer moved his hands to her sides and used his new grip to go deeper. Momo exclaimed, "Oh God, it's so deep." Every last inch of his powerful pull was extending outward from her walls, pressing onto the door of her cervix and slightly entering her womb. Momo's tongue rolled out of her now open mouth to savor the pleasure Izuku was giving her as her eyes started to roll into her head. She mustered just enough strength to lock her arms around his neck and her legs around his lower back when he lowered his head to her shoulder. Every time his hips touched hers, she let out a shaky moan and Momo's grip tightened, like her inner walls tightening, as he began to slam into her pussy viciously. Every time he pushed back inside, he smashed her cervix with the powerful sound of slapping flesh, and every time he pulled out of her, he pulled out almost completely. He began to twitch inside Momo after an hour or so, and his thrusts became slower but far more potent in their ability to gratify her. After a few more forceful thrusts, Izuku declared, "Momo, I'm gonna blow." Momo screamed her orgasm into his shoulder, which she bit onto 30 minutes into their sex. Her womb began to fill with the intense heat of his semen, and eventually enough began to leak out of her entrance and onto her sheets. After coming into her soft yet powerful, toned body for a good minute, he slowly pulled himself out of her, and as soon as she was free of his dick, more poured out of her. Momo exhaled, pausing to catch her breath and somewhat reduce her sexual high. "Ha, ha, "Ooh, she said. Izuku saw the grin on Momo's face, which was fueled by sex and rapidly hardened again. As she gasped, she glanced down at his member and grinned at the recollection of the same incident that occurred during the sports festival. Izuku said, "Momo, do you wanna go again?" She smiled when he turned back to her. After an hour, Momo screamed, "Yes, yes." As Izuku thrust into her again at that moment. They were in a different position, with Izuku fucking Momo from behind while she was hunched over on her knees with her arms in his hands. As he thrust into her breasts swung freely and her eyes were lidded with pleasure. Izuku's eyes still had hearts in them when Momo turned to face her. Her insides were still being stretched, and she was screaming and moaning in pleasure with her mouth wide open. Izuku's grip on Momo was the only thing keeping her from falling onto the bed, if she was being honest. As her lover kept thrusting into her, she was experiencing her fifth orgasm and sensed the sixth was imminent. He put his hands on her ass and rubbed it in slow circles, sending her senses into overdrive as Izuku released her arms and allowed her breasts to press against the sheets. After 10 or so more minutes of this, Izuku turned Momo around so he could see his girlfriend's face again. Knowing that he was probably done after this round, he slammed into her with more vigor as he gazed into her now wide eyes and her clenched, pleasurable teeth. "Here it comes," exclaimed Izuku. When Izuku leaned over and used his entire length to gratify Momo, her legs leapt into the air, and her arms hung loosely around his neck because she was too exhausted to hold his back. At this point, Momo was unable to even think clearly. All she could produce were pleasurable sounds and jumbled attempts to yell his name. Izuku cried out, "Momo!" as he released his load straight into her womb after one last thrust pierced her insides. Together with her accompanied orgasm, she gave one last scream, and Izuku pulled out again after finishing his own. Both of them were panting heavily as they came down from their sexual high, and Momo went limp. He looked at Momo's face as Izuku pulled the covers over him and her, shifting her so she lay on him. Although she was still breathing heavily, she was mostly no longer high. She uttered the words, "Izuku, that was amazing," between pants. Izuku drew her near to him, and as he kissed her forehead and lips, the girl nestled into his chest. She laughed, and after saying, "I love you," to Izuku, she eventually dozed off. Izuku grinned and exhaustedly wrapped his arms around her before dozing off entangled in her embrace. "Momo, where would I be without you?" he whispered to her sleeping form. The morning after. The following morning, Izuku felt a burden on his chest and looked down to see Momo contentedly dozing on his chest. The girl started to stir when he smiled and kissed her forehead as he had the previous evening. She awoke after about a minute, blinked the sleep out of her eyes, and got out of bed. She saw Izuku when she looked down, and she laughed when he gave her a silly smile. Momo gave him a gentle kiss and said, "Good morning, Izuku." With one hand caressing her hair and the other resting on her lower back, she clung to him. Izuku said, "Would you like to get some breakfast?" Momo gave a nod and attempted to get up. Izuku blushed as she said, "I would love to, but you'll have to carry me there. It appears that I can't feel my legs." He rubbed the back of his head and said, "Yeah, sorry about that." Momo said, "Don't be. It felt amazing." Izuku picked her up and helped her put on dresses in athletic shorts and one of his shirts. He also put on a shirt and sweatpants before they left the room. "Now then, shall we go?" he asked. In the meantime, all members of Class 1A, excluding Izuku and Momo, were gathered in the common room, and everyone but one was flushed. As Kaminari and Mineta gazed at the other boys, Bakugo remarked, "All right, which one of you fucks were keeping me up all night with your goddamn fucking?" Iida shouted, his arms flailing wildly. "Sexual behavior at our age is inappropriate for school and for our training in heroics." Mina turned to the women, and Mineta screamed, "Which one of you did it?" Mina said, "I was asleep. It wasn't me." Uraraka nodded as Suyu remarked, "I was watching a movie with Uraraka-chan, Kiro." Jiro stated, "I was practicing some music before bed." Hagakuri remarked, "I was also asleep." With a slight, imperceptible flush, she added, "Well, trying to at least." Mina remarked, "Then that just leaves Yaomomo." As Mina made her last deductions, the boys paused their argument about who did it to turn to face her. Their eyes widened as they realized which boy had gone over. And if none of the guys present were in the girls' side last night, then that just leaves. Everyone turned to the hallway where the girls were when they heard footsteps and saw Izuku enter with Momo contentedly on his back. After gently placing her on a couch, he got up and turned to face the left, where he saw the entire class gaping at him in astonishment. Izuku said, "Guys, why are you staring at me like that?" As he felt two hands suddenly grab his collar and he saw Mineta and Kaminari holding him. They shook him. "Midoriya, you lucky bastard," they shouted. "Teach us how to get laid like you." Izuku, who was gradually becoming lightheaded from his shaking, exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" After removing the two boys from him, Todoroki turned to face the boxer. When Momo heard them from her seat on the couch, Izuku's face turned a deep red. "Next time you and Yaoyorozu-san do it, please be less loud. Everyone could hear you." Izuku, sorry. He left the class to stare down Momo and hurried off to get some food for himself and Momo. I'm just gonna go grab some food." With lustful smiles, Mineta and Kaminari approached her. Kaminari said, "So tell me, Yaoyorozu-chan, how was it?" Momo said, "Why should I tell you?" He whimpered, "Come on, I just want to know." Then, as an earphone jack stabbed him, he screamed. Furthermore, Tsuyu drew him away from her with her tongue. Izuku returned with 2 plates of pancakes prepared the American way, and Jiro said, "No." Izuku inquired, "What happened?" The class decided to continue their day by getting breakfast and beginning to prepare for the finals after deciding it would be better for Kaminari's health to keep the man who was paid to punch people in the dark about what he did. Momo and Izuku ate together, and Izuku went to see All Might to talk about something, while the girl stayed in the common room until her legs worked again. As Izuku opened the door to the teacher's lounge, he said, "All Might Sensei." Deflated and sitting on a swivel chair, Toshinori questioned, "What is it, Midoriya my boy?" "I wanted to talk to you about my last fight, more accurately what happened with One for All at the end of it." Izuku replied. All Might acknowledged with a hum. "How I activated that different form is a mystery to me. I only know that Momo was hurt, and I was furious that there was nothing I could do about it. I also had an odd dream the night after the fight." "You say it was a dream?" All Might echoed. "Yes, I was floating in emptiness in my dream. 7 shadowy figures and an 8th, partially formed, were visible to me as I looked around. During my fight, I saw a woman's shadow appear in front of them all, and she stated that I needed more strength. Are you familiar with this? Well, the figures in your vision might have been One for All's forerunners, in my opinion. I can't tell you what this means because I've never had a dream like the one you describe." Izuku nodded his head and said, "Maybe if you keep up your training, you can access that power, and maybe even the meaning of that dream once more." He then went back to the dorms, specifically Momo's room, to get his equipment to begin training for finals. Upon entering the room, he saw it was empty, changed into his ring outfit, covered it with his tracksuit, tucked the sleeves in the gloves, and tucked the pants into his shoes. He would have used the training equipment he had in his room, but his classmates were there, and he didn't want to bother them any more than he had done the night before, so he went to the dorm's private gym training area and entered through the door. It was basically like what he had back at the gym with Kato, but much larger. Equipment for exercise lined the walls, and there was even a boxing ring in the center, but there was a door to another room where people with more destructive quirks or quirks that needed a larger room for use could be used. Izuku stepped into the ring, placing a water bottle and a towel in one corner before walking to the center of the ring. He stood in his standard fighting position, imagining an enemy boxer standing in front of him as he closed his eyes. Izuku's shadow started to rush towards him, and with every punch that was thrown, the boxer would dodge and throw punches of his own to fight the invisible opponent. With the sound of squeaking sneakers, Izuku danced around the ring as he shadowboxed over the course of 10 minutes. After taking some deep breaths and water, he walked towards the punching bags, standing in front of the heaviest one in the facility. He let One for All surge within him, raising his gloves. He thought to himself, I need to be able to use my One for All techniques more efficiently. Burst is great for outputting heavy damage, but I need to figure out how to use the full 10% attack without being left breathless afterwards. I also need to practice with Sixth Sense to make sure I don't accidentally overload myself when I use it. He began punching the bag, hitting it with fist after fist as he gradually eased himself into attacking with his full 10%. His blows began to sound like a machine gun due to how fast he was punching, and he finished with an uppercut that sent the bag upwards before it fell back to its original position with the rattling of its chains. Izuku panted, noting that he should use his OFA charged rush attack in shorter bursts to conserve energy. Then, recalling the rage he was feeling at the time, he considered trying to reactivate the berserk state he was in opposition to his battle with Akuma. He asked himself, what if I try to do that again, but also use sixth sense to keep my mental state from falling into anger? He couldn't think of anything that would make him angry, so he activated sixth sense and watched the world slow down. He tried to get angry again, but he couldn't find it in himself to be angry like before. After turning off sixth sense and removing his hood to wipe the perspiration from his face, he decided to practice his special moves with some assistance. I guess I'll figure it out when the time comes, he said. Eventually, Midoriya bro, what did you require? In training gear, Kirishima asked. Izuku threw off his tracksuit and turned to Kirishima, grinning, while the two boys stood in the open training area. I wanted to put my unique skills to the test against a fighter who can deal a lot of damage. Is that okay with you? Izuku inquired. Bro, I'm all for it. Show me your skills. Kirishima grinned and gave a thumbs up. All right, then, here I am. Izuku uttered those words, and Kirishima triggered his hardening as Izuku charged at him. The boxer delivered 3 quick jabs to the gut, but Kirishima took them with a smile and threw a hardened punch in return. The boxer sidestepped a right and drew back his right fist. Corkscrew, smash. With a shout, Izuku twisted his right arm and threw a punch that was infused with 8%. Kirishima was pushed backwards by the second punch, which he rushed in anyway, and even though Kirishima blocked it, he was still pushed back quite a bit because of his increased weight. Wow, that was powerful. Excited, Kirishima uttered those words. Many thanks. Try this now. When Kirishima held up his arms, Izuku rushed in again and ducked low to see a small opening in his guard. He then went even lower, rearing back his right fist, which was filled with 12%, and swung upwards at that open spot with his ko-punch. Kirishima's eyes widened when he realized that Izuku had punched through his guard, the fist making devastating contact with his chin. Kirishima took the full force of the blow striking him out of his hardening and sending him flying through the air. How are you, Kirishima-kun? The boy was just lying there, taking a few breaths, when Izuku ran up to him and asked. He started to chuckle, much to the boxer's confusion. Dude, I deactivated my quirk because you hit me so hard. Kirishima uttered those words. That doesn't seem like anything to get excited about, Izuku remarked. Yes, but I think that if I continue to work on honing my quirk, I'll eventually be able to defeat even that dude. He answered. Izuku smiled and helped him up, saying, I look forward to that day, Kirishima-kun. Later, the two would meet up with Momo and Mina at the dorms, where Momo was holding a study session to help their less academic classmates get ready for the finals. Izuku walked in and said, Hey Momo. Momo smiled at him, and he kissed her on the lips before heading to their room to freshen up. Jiro smiled teasingly and remarked, How bold. Momo blushed a little and said, After this morning's fiasco, I feel like we can be more open with our relationship now that everyone knows, though I do think we could have told everyone differently. Quote. Anyway, let's begin with English. With Mina, Jiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima, who had joined after a quick shower, sitting in front of her, a chalkboard behind her with sentences written in Japanese and English underneath, she tutored them on English grammar rules, writing out words that were too complicated for them to comprehend. Would you mind if I helped? Izuku, wearing gray sweatpants and a black shirt, approached them and asked. Do you speak English, Izuku? Momo inquired. Izuku gave a playful smile and parted his lips. Yes, of course. Momo and the others stared at Izuku in disbelief as he switched back to speaking Japanese. I'm fluent in it actually, since Kato-sensei apparently lived overseas for a few years before I met him. It's also much easier for me to talk with my foreign opponents after matches, Izuku said in fluent English. The students would study together until dinner time, when they discovered that Bakugo was actually good at cooking when he wasn't too busy screaming all the time. After that, the students relaxed in the lounge at their leisure, many just sitting around. Momo accepted the help, and Izuku joined her in teaching the rest, eventually joining the lesson himself when he revealed that his math grades needed some improvement. Is Bash Cousins supreme in that picture? Izuku inquired. Yes. Izuku noticed that Kaminari was playing as a man with blue hair and armor from the same corner, holding a sword. He then saw his opponent, a boxer wearing the same clothes as him, with a sigh that read, Ko, above his portrait. I mean the S tiers, Kaminari said. This level is low, I win if I can just get him off the stage, Kaminari clarified. I understand. Surprising him, Izuku said, I actually main the character you're fighting against. He also predicted that if he chose the neutral B, he would spot dodge and beat him. That's correct. I am only at 22%, I'd not like that can kill me that early. Kaminari shrugged off his words, but he still carried out the attack, with his character thrusting his fully charged sword in front of him with the intention of finishing off his opponent. But the other character on screen swerved to the side with a spot dodge, ducking low before jumping up with a powerful uppercut. The screen zoomed in on the impact, a lightning effect on his character surrounded by impact marks as the Charaktera's uppercut sent Kaminari's character flying off the stage, slamming into the screen a second later before sliding off. The game ended, and the opponent's win screen appeared, and Kaminari stared in shock. After Kaminari turned off his game and left without saying anything, Izuku said, I tried to warn you. He went back to his shared room with Momo and quickly changed into some shorts before lying under the covers. A minute later, he saw Momo enter the room, carrying clothes into the bathroom and emerging with one of Izuku's shirts and athletic shorts, just like this morning. She also went under the covers and smiled as she cuddled up to Izuku. He said, Good night Momo. She replied, Good night, Izuku. She smiled as he kissed her hair and clung to him even more before they both dozed off in each other's arms. It was finally time for the final exams to start after the morning disaster and some training. The written component came first, and the 1A students spent 2 hours taking a written exam that tested their understanding of every topic they had previously been taught. However, because he had Momo's study sessions with their classmates and by himself, Izuku was more than prepared. In order to prepare their bodies and minds for the battle challenges the following day, the students were given some free time following this written test. Mina complained, that test was so hard. And some of the other students concurred. Tokiyami leaned against a wall and remarked, in fact, this was a dark challenge of our inner strength. Hiroshima put it this way, at least it's over. He flexed his arms and triggered his hardening, saying, now it's time for some test I can get behind. I suggest we all do some light training for tomorrow, so that we're ready for whatever comes tomorrow. Izuku responded. He met up with his classmates in the training facility, where they were all spotted sparring with each other while wearing his unarmored pink tracksuit. He put on his gloves and entered the main ring. When he looked back, he saw Momo stepping in and facing him while wrapping her hands. Then she said, wanna spar? To which Izuku replied, sure. He pulled out 2 pieces of headgear from an equipment closet as he exited the ring. Momo was making a pair of boxing gloves for herself when he returned to the ring. After he gave her the headpiece, they put it on and faced each other in the ring. She joked, I've been doing a little solo training, just to let you know. Let's see how well you trained yourself then. Izuku grinned and said, before the spar began, he touched her gloves. He ducked and threw a left to the side as Momo began to jab at his face. He dodged again and hit the headgear with a right hook after she shook her head and threw a right jab. He rushed in with 3 jabs to the gut as she retreated a step. Izuku countered with a left to the side after she blocked the 3rd jab and threw a right straight that was dodged. Changing tactics, the girl put her fists to her face in a peekaboo pose. Izuku let her initiate contact, questioning whether she knew how to fight in that manner. She pushed forward to swing with a left hook that was sidestepped, but when she struck Izuku in the face with a right cross, he instantly recognized it as a fake punch. Then he threw a right to her side, which struck, but she managed to block a strong left uppercut that followed right away. The boxer threw a left straight to take advantage of Momo's slight recoil from the resulting force. She managed to avoid him and hit his face with a right hook. Izuku gave this a mental smirk and deliberately staggered back to give her a chance. Momo took advantage of the opportunity to launch a hard right, which he managed to avoid. However, Momo punched too hard as a result, injuring herself in the process. When Izuku noticed Momo massaging her waist, he halted the spar and turned off his gloves. As she removed her gloves, Izuku said, note for the future, don't punch too hard unless you know for sure that it will land. If it misses, you can hurt yourself. Even then, don't punch too hard, alright? Momo answered, noted. She was already heading for the larger arena, and Izuku followed, determined to get even more ready for finals. Now, would you like to practice with quirks? I feel like that will be the focus of the physical for us. The following day, surrounded by All Might and their pro-hero teachers, Nezu told 1A, now then. You students may have heard stories about the UA finals before, but I assure you now that this is nothing like the stories they told. The students turned pale, and the teacher smirked as he said, due to an increase in villain activity this year, we have decided that you all require more training, so we decided to do a special trial for you. You see, you will be paired up to fight us. Before he left just 4 students and their teachers, he began listing the student-teacher pairings. Yaoyorozu, I originally decided to pair you with Todoroki on the idea that you both had too much of a reliance on your quirks, but I have instead decided to move you to be partnered with Midoriya instead. Why I did this is because while Todoroki now uses his flame side in battle, he lacks that edge to improve that Bakugo has. I hope that by pairing them together that they will learn a thing or two from each other, much like I know that you have from Midoriya. The teacher said. Both Izuku and Momo nodded. The couple paled a little at the thought of All Might saying, however, you two will be fighting me. The students nodded, causing Nezu's beady eyes to shine before they were divided up for their battles. The teachers will be wearing weighted bracelets as a handicap. Your job is to either use a pair of handcuffs we will be giving you to capture or defeat the teachers. Your other possible method of passing is to make your way to the exit. Only one of you needs to pass the gates to win. Understand? After wishing the rest of the class luck, Izuku and Momo walked down towards their respective training grounds and said, now then, let us separate into our respective training grounds and begin. Izuku was turning on his gloves as they stood in the training area where they would be facing All Might. He zipped up the jacket of his armored costume and said, want to make a plan for this. Let's try and slow down All Might before anything else. I can make glue-based ammunition to fire at him while you engage up close, and we can either capture him or keep him distracted long enough to escape. Momo replied. She made a pair of boxing gloves for her hands, but they were different from the ones Izuku wore in that they had open fingers beneath the fist padding. Momo also created her favorite creation, flash bangs, in the shape of Russian dolls. As they moved forward, he nodded at her plan, but then there was a loud crash and the ground began to shake. All Might rose from a crater in front of them. He said, have fear, for I am everywhere. The two were cold sweating from this version of his signature phrase, but they were still determined to fight. After he said, remember, I am a villain. I care not for collateral damage. Now come at me heroes. The two began to fight. While Momo remained in the background, Izuku activated 10% and charged towards All Might, producing a cannon and cannonballs that, when broken, would explode into a sticky substance. With his sixth sense already engaged, Izuku engaged All Might in an outboxer style to begin the fight. Izuku tried his best to take advantage of openings with quick jabs, but All Might's punches came at him as though he was still moving normally. He managed to divert All Might's attention long enough to cover him with a substance that was more durable than rubber cement and that rapidly solidified around him. As they rushed for the door, the couple prepared to do it again, knowing that this was far from the end. The next cannonball that Momo threw at him was caught by the top hero, who managed to escape this. After dodging Izuku's throw, he caught a second and threw it back at her, disabling the cannon. All Might had just kicked Izuku to the side and batted him away when Momo closed her fists to charge him. A fist to the face was hurled by Momo, ducked, and returned. Izuku came out of wherever he landed to embrace the girl after it sent her flying back. Izuku zoomed around All Might while she was on his back, piggyback style, with a rocket launcher on her shoulder. Momo would launch glue rockets at the adversary, and Izuku would leap toward the exit, making him a moving target that would be difficult for most players to capture. All Might jumped at them, leaving a crater in his wake, and remarked, an admirable strategy, but not enough to defeat me. He slammed his fist into Izuku's stomach as he leapt directly in front of the couple, ruining their new plan and sending them flying apart. Izuku found himself through a wall as Momo bounced along the pavement, and after he recovered, he slowly stood up. He still has a lot of power, Izuku reflected. The power he used against them was more than anything he had ever seen, even though he was aware that the hero was further weakened by his condition and his weights. Powering up to 15%, he got up and brushed himself off. He ran in Momo's direction, but All Might stopped him. Izuku raised his fists in response to his statement, no more games, hero. Now we fight. No 10 count here, huh? I guess the next best thing is to make you see stars. Izuku laughed. When All Might rushed in with his right fist up, the boxer ducked beneath him and struck him in the liver. Izuku used this to throw a right hook that was blocked, causing All Might to flinch slightly. After taking 2 blows to the face, he ducked under a third to charge in and deliver a right cross to the chest in retaliation. Despite being pushed back an inch, All Might raised his fists once more. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw All Might's fists start to multiply. As the two started to clash with their respective rush attacks, Izuku tried to match his idol's punching speed in an attempt to counter this impending challenge. Momo was lying on her stomach, watching the battle from a nearby rooftop. She opened the rifle's bolt and took it from her chest. Then she produced a dart of tranquilizer in her hand. Since she didn't know a stronger tranquilizer formula, she knew it wouldn't be nearly enough to put down the top hero, but she hoped it would at least slow him down so she could help Izuku. After inserting it into the gun, she aimed and shut off the bolt. Momo, you only have one chance. Looking at All Might through the scope, she thought, this has to work. The target caught the dart as it flew through the air after she fired. As he tossed the dart aside, he turned to face Momo and asked, people before you have done the same. Did you think a strategy as simple as that would be enough? Izuku used the distraction to launch a barrage of punches, but All Might stopped him in his tracks and slammed Izuku in the shoulder. The boy grabbed the dart and slipped it into his pocket after slipping out of the tackle and deactivating his left fist. He lowered himself back down to 10% to rest a little, deactivated the other glove, and raised his fists. When he saw All Might charging at him, he started working on his own strategy. Seeing the big man still running at him, he triggered Sixth Sense and leapt aside. He drew the dart from his pocket as All Might soared past him. When he threw it into his back, the man skidded to a stop to extract the dart, but Momo's Russian dolls gave him a flash bang to the face instead. The stunned hero was already slowed down by the serum, which caused Izuku to smile as he collapsed to one knee. Even though he was getting tired, he lifted his gloves to charge in when he saw Momo charging in their direction. Izuku was already moving his body in a 12% Dempsey roll when Momo ran in with her arms in a peekaboo. All Might lifted his sluggish arms in an attempt to block, but Izuku's first barrage of punches pushed this attempt away before he could begin striking his face. Momo moved behind him and made metal plates to cover her gloves while he was doing that. In an attempt to at least try to stun the hero long enough for him to flee, she began punching All Might from behind, and the two engaged in a two-front battle. We shouted, "This will be our round." Izuku and Momo. In a one-for-all infused KO, Izuku delivered an uppercut to the chin as Momo pushed All Might forward with a baseball bat to the back, capping the dual attack. Punch. The two wasted no time after All Might flew into a building as a result of this. Izuku ran toward the exit gate after Momo leapt onto his back, but All Might stopped them once more and stood directly in front of the exit. All Might hurried in, sailing past Izuku and toward Momo. Quite the formidable plan of attack. Anyone else would have been beaten by that. But now it is time for you to lose. In an attempt to defend herself, she formed a shield, but he punched through it and struck her in the face with a right that sent her flying through the air and landing on the ground. He blurted, "Momo," and ran to her. He lifted her head to see that she had struck her head on a rock upon landing, and he could see some red leaking from her. As he attempted to halt the bleeding, he swiftly took a roll of bandages out of his pocket and wrapped it around the wound on her head. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Wake up, Momo, come on." But she refused to answer. He was breathing rapidly, beginning to panic. A part of him knew she would probably be okay, but that hope only waned when he noticed she was not breathing. Kachan took away my childhood. Devil's Fang took my mother. I can't lose you as well. He feared the worst. Then, as All Might pondered how he could have moved so quickly, he moved even faster, carefully setting her next to the exit gate. Then All Might became aware of an irregularity. Izuku was trembling and his pants were torn and bleeding from the speed he had just been traveling at. The reason for the boy's humiliation was that, like Sixth Sense, One for All was operating at a manageable 20%, which was still extremely taxing on his body. Let's call off the battle for the time being, young Midoriya. I'll take her to Recovery Girl so that she can be. He was cut off by a left hook to the face that sent him flying backwards into a wall. When his own eyes widened, he looked at the boxer and shook his head to recover. The usual effects of One for All turned emerald green again, and Izuku was trembling with anger. The boy roared as All Might recalled this from his battle with Akuma. He yelled, "All me EGHT," and hurried the hero. When All Might felt pain in his arms, he lifted his fists to block Izuku's 1-2, but the power of Izuku's 25% forced All Might to break his block. All Might returned the blows as Izuku rushed him once more, his fists blurring in a flurry of punches. Before one of Izuku's blows slipped and struck his scar, he could see that he was primarily punching at his heart and temples. At that moment, Izuku's narrow eyes lowered into a deep glare, and All Might faltered, coughing up a little blood. Visual afterimages showed that All Might was being punched by 3 additional pairs of the boxer's arms in addition to his own, as he continued his attack with a series of repeated punches. When he attempted to move or strike back, his blows struck the stomach, liver, temple, and finally the scar. After several cycles in which All Might coughed up more blood as a result of the repeated blows to his scar, he eventually caught one of Izuku's fists. After pushing the furious boxer away, he inhaled deeply. "He's young, Midoriya. He is attempting to murder me." All Might pondered, still gasping for air. Before anything else could happen, he saw the boxer dash in once more and stop in front of him. All Might looked on in disbelief as Izuku closed his eyes and took deep breaths before seemingly moving in his direction as a green blur. Izuku slammed his fists into his forearms to neutralize the attack, letting out a new word as fists met face. All Might tried to intercept by hitting both temples simultaneously. With a punch sound that was almost like a gunshot, he said, "Dora." At that point, All Might realized the punch was significantly faster than before, comparing it to his peak speed. With another yell from the boy, a second fist hit his arm, briefly creating a tiny crater. Then, with instinct telling him to simply run, he lifted his fists to his face. Dora, boom, Dora, boom, Durera, boom. Izuku's punches destroyed the walls or the ground where All Might had been before they moved. In a vicious reversal of roles, the boxer's eyes followed his opponent, and just as he was about to hit the ground, he materialized in front of him, his fists blurring for an inevitable assault. He screamed, "Dora!" Punches flew out with the speed of a machine gun, no, even faster. With each of them using the strength of their own punches, Might was compelled to take the hits, and the attacks, combined force pushed the top hero back toward a building. Izuku's arms were bleeding from using too much one for all at once, and the majority of the blood that flew was his. The fact that he was striving to become a hero made All Might happy. "Nobody, and I mean nobody, hurts Momo. I don't care who you are, but if you hurt her then I will destroy you," he said. He landed after a final blow, but Izuku quickly lifted him up by digging his fist into the ground to reach All Might's back, then launching him back into the air for more blows. "Dora!" he exclaimed again, delivering more lightning-fast blows that caused All Might's body to ache evenly before a right fist was thrown back. Izuku screamed, "This is it. One for all special. Corkscrew heart stopper." As his last blow struck his chest with such force that he flew through multiple buildings before landing in the wall that denotes the testing grounds perimeter. After finishing that, Izuku ran in Momo's direction, and as he heard her breathing stabilize, he became calmer. When he finally turned off his power, the green one for all turned back to red and then to nothing. After taking a series of deep breaths, he dropped to one knee, picked up Momo's bridal gown, and went out the door. He passed out as soon as he brought them both through the gate, but All Might recovered fast enough to return them both to Recovery Girl. Eventually, Izuku discovered that he was lying on a hospital bed when he slowly opened his eyes. He felt a strain throughout his body as he slowly sat up. Looking around, he immediately recalled what had happened. His gaze landed on Momo, who was fast asleep on the bed beside him, releasing a breath he had been holding at the hope that she would be okay. Then he turned to see Recovery Girl watching All Might, who was sleeping in his skeleton form. "Is he all right?" inquired Izuku. 7 broken ribs, a cracked jaw, and a very slight skull fracture. "I'm surprised you didn't break anything else while you were fighting him. Then again, I can't really blame you either, since it was kinda this big lug's fault to begin with for not holding back." Recovery Girl replied, and Izuku's eyes widened. He nodded, slowly rising to see how the others were doing against their opponents. "He'll be okay, kid, so will your girlfriend, but also congratulations for passing your final. There's screens overlooking the rest of the students taking their finals. Why not see how they're doing?" she said. He saw that a lot of people were doing well in their finals as he peered into the screens. Although Mina and Kirishima were still having difficulties with theirs, Mineta's victory over his perverted nature was the most unexpected. He then turned to face Bakugo and Todoroki, who were having a hard time defeating Aizawa. Alongside them, panting, Bakugo exclaimed, "How hard is it to hit this fuck?" Now that his quirk was off, Aizawa darted between Todoroki's fire and ice, punching and kicking both students precisely before slipping away once more. Aizawa hung upside down from his scarf and said, "If you are both excellent students, you should be able to get through this with ease. So why can't you cooperate and defeat me?" The presence of two large tunnels indicated that Bakugo's gauntlets had already been used. There was also fire and ice all around, but Aizawa was too agile to be affected. Todoroki countered, "No fucking way. The best doesn't need any shitty extras to help." The boy roared. Bakugo turned to face Todoroki, who said, "Bakugo-san, we need to work together to overcome this. You want to be stronger than Midoriya, correct?" "Of fucking course I do. And I don't need your help to do it," he replied. Todoroki said, obviously irritated, "Listen. If you want to be stronger than him as much as I do, work with me, at least just this once. I'll help you grow stronger to beat him if you do the same for me, but we need to help each other both there and here. Now, are you with me?" Todoroki asked with a hand out. Bakugo grinned and shook his hand, saying, "You drive a hard bargain, icy hot. Now then, how do we kick his ass?" With his explosions flying in Aizawa's direction, Bakugo nodded and said, "Distract him long enough for me to freeze his tape. Then victory is guaranteed." Aizawa's quirk caused his to abruptly deactivate, and he smiled as he spun towards him, using his momentum to slam his gauntlets down on his head. In order to avoid it, Aizawa pulled himself towards a nearby street light and wrapped his tape around it. When he attempted to wrap it around another pole, he discovered that it was stuck to the light he was using. The rest of the light, Todoroki at the base, and his tape were then frozen. When he felt a gloved palm on his back, he deactivated Todoroki's quirk and leapt down, removing the scarf in the process. Bakugo grinned and said, "Make a move and I'll blow ya to kingdom fucking come." Aizawa sighed and lifted his arms. Smirking that the two had prevailed, Todoroki put the handcuffs on him. Returning to Izuku, with a notebook in hand and awe in his eyes, Izuku observed his classmates, seeing this as the ideal chance to record their newfound strength. Then he turned to see Momo beginning to wake up after hearing a shifting behind him. As she gradually regained consciousness, he set down his notebook and hurried to her side. She held her head up and questioned, "Izuku, what happened?" "Well, we fought all might. You got a little more hurt than he intended, and then I got angry and then I punched him, a lot," he said, causing her to chuckle. "Well, did that punching help us beat All Might?" she inquired. He answered, "Well, yeah, it did." Momo kissed his lips and said, "Then I see no problem there. I heard you talking about Bakugo-san and how he took away your childhood right before I completely passed out. What is that all about?" she asked, and Izuku sighed in response. "It's a long story. If you want, I can explain." Momo answered, "It would be appreciated. Well, when we were kids, Kachan had it all. He had a strong quirk and loyalty from everyone around him because his quirk gave him potential to be a hero." Momo's expression was inquisitive as Izuku went on, "But you have a strong quirk as well. And you're more well known." "Well, to tell you the truth, I was a late bloomer," Izuku replied. "Wait, what do you mean?" "During my childhood I thought I had no quirk. I thought I was quirkless, and so did everyone else." "So when you said he took away your childhood you mean to say that he was my bully. Since everyone was enamored with his strength and natural fighting ability he was allowed to reign free, while I was on the tightest leash for being the polar opposite, since they didn't want me tarnishing Kachan's chances to become a top hero. That's not fair. They have no right to discriminate simply due to favoritism." "No, but it was my life. Then I met Dudley Sensei, and started learning how to box. I would say things changed, but only minimally." The boxer looked down at his fists, and Momo asked, "What happened?" "We were 8 that day. Kachan had tried to use me as a dummy to test his quirk on me again," Izuku meant to say, but only after Momo gasped did he realize. "But this time I thought to myself, I know how to fight this time. If I can show him that I won't be pushed around anymore, he'll leave me alone." And did exactly that. Izuku raised one finger in response to her question, "What did you do then?" "One punch. I dodged his explosion and hit him in the side once. After that he backed away, and my wish was granted, just not how I wanted. Apparently his friends called the teacher on me, and even though it was in self-defense I was the one punished for attacking him. Perhaps I can convince my parents to look into his schools." Momo pondered briefly before turning her attention back to Izuku. "You said, not how you wanted. What does that mean?" "From that day on Kachan stopped trying to use me as a punching bag, but I was still the quirkless freak of school, so instead he stopped me from interacting with anyone. When my boxing career started and I lost my first match, for the entire next day he would laugh at me until his lungs hurt. I didn't know who wanted to interact with me as a person or as a boxer, because Kachan would threaten them to stay away and leave me with just Kato-sensei after Dudley-sensei had to go on his personal journey. Even until the last day of middle school, Izuku's eyes hazed over, recalling and quickly got up. Anyways, that's the gist of our relationship from before. Izuku, said Momo. Why do you call him Kachan, after all of that? What does that nickname even mean? Kachan is a childhood name I had for him since I couldn't pronounce his name right. Why I still call him that is probably because I still respect him, in a way. Izuku, you were a victim of discrimination for years. Wouldn't it make sense to not respect him after all he's done? As Momo had one last question, Izuku clarified, yes, but I have to respect his combat ability. Over the years he was able to take to fighting and quick adaptability by himself way faster than it took me with a teacher. But as Izuku balled one of his fists, she made the decision to save it for later. The rage state I entered earlier. I need to learn how to channel it with sixth sense in tandem so I don't have to witness you getting hurt for it to appear. Then we can try other methods of awakening it. Maybe you'll be able to use it without being super angry in the future. He replied with a grin. Now then, what do you want to do now? As the final students were either finishing or losing their battles, Izuku remarked, I just want to lay on our bed and sleep. Or cuddle, whichever comes first. The two got up and left the room, with Recovery Girl observing them go before turning to face the now awake All Might. Then let's do both. She gestured to the wounded hero and said, this is your fault, just like I told the kid. I didn't know she would hit her head on a rock, okay. But anyways, young Midoriya is scary when he's angry. Toshinori replied, getting up. Yes he is. Now let's do our best to make sure that the next time he does that it's not because that Yaoyorozu girl is hurt, and that it's aimed towards the villains. She responded. The skeletal hero gave a nod. Now you should skedaddle. The rest of the students are going to come in soon. The following day, the next afternoon, Izuku and Momo were spotted jogging in the direction of Kato's gym. Kato was waiting at the door when they walked in. Kid, glad to see you and your girlfriend here. He replied. Kato hugged the boy and said, I actually have something to tell you. You won the sports festival, so you got an invitation to the I-Island Expo. Congrats kid. Izuku exclaimed, that's amazing. And separated after another second. He turned to face Momo, who was displaying 3 identical event tickets. I was just about to invite you since my family status allowed me to go as well, but I see that you have it covered. I'll give a pass to Jiro-chan and Mina-chan, or maybe Uraraka-chan instead. Maybe I can make them compete for it. Momo was saying to herself, which made Izuku chuckle. Kid, you're also going to be fighting during the expo. But this won't be any normal fight. The featherweight champion of Japan personally asked for an exhibition match with you during the expo. This won't be a title fight or anything, but show him who is next in line for that belt. You. He said, and Izuku was filled with anticipation. Yes, he exclaimed as Momo held on to him. Momo cried out, that's amazing Izuku. Now that means I gotta step up your training before the expo. We leave in a week, and All Might told me he'd share a plane with me there. You joining us? He inquired. Momo declared, I'll take Izuku with me. But on the topic of training, does that extend to me as well? Of course it does. I wanted to introduce the basics of kickboxing to the kid so he could use more than just his arms outside of the ring. You wanna learn? Izuku said, when do we start? Kato said, now. He spent the next 2 hours teaching Izuku the fundamentals of this new style before teaching Momo more about conventional boxing and exposing her to more complex moves like the corkscrew cross. They cleaned up and changed into new clothes after practicing these styles and skills for about an hour more. They were then spotted together at the hospital where Inko was, with Izuku watching over his unconscious mother. Hey mom, it's been a while. I passed my final. On top of that, I'm going to be battling the featherweight champ soon. Not for the belt yet, but I get to show him that I'm ready for the it. Oh, also meet my girlfriend Momo. You always wanted me to bring a girl home, but this is the next best thing. Izuku responded. After observing Inko's form breathe, Momo approached her and spoke. Hello Midoriya Inko-san. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo, Izuku's girlfriend. He's been treating me greatly during our time together. I hope that one day I'll be able to have your blessing, but embarrassing childhood stories will work too. I hope you'll get better soon. Momo responded, and the couple left the hospital. They headed back to their shared bedroom in the dorms. As they lay on their bed, Momo rubbed Izuku's hair and cuddled her. It's good that we have some time before the expo to rest. Momo replied. He kissed the top of her head and continued, yeah, really lets us distress before we fly out. She pulled a box out from under the bed and said, oh yeah. I have a gift for you. Izuku questioned, what brought this on? Oh nothing. She handed him the package and said, I just felt like doing this. He took out a fresh pair of boxing shorts and shoes after opening it. The shoes were red with a black line encircling them, and the new pants were dark green with a black waistband and embellishments. Momo, this is amazing. When did you get these? He was asking. I made them while you were training a while ago. It matches the gloves still, but also gives you a more unique look. She replied. With a much smaller box emerging from beneath the mattress, he remarked, that it does. I guess I should repay you. Luckily, I have just the thing. When he handed it to her, she gasped and took out a book, turning the pages to find nearly 3 times as many object formulas as the book she usually carried with her hero costume. Izuku, did you make this? She cried, observing that his handwriting was used to create the book. He joked, and she gave him an even tighter hug in return. Well, I had some spare time on my hands over the past few weeks, and decided to do a little research. Turns out being a fan of Holzolid Chemist has its perks. In response to her question, what did I do to deserve you, Izuku? He laughed. Izuku joked once more, and she began kissing his cheek. Other than walk into Kato's gym that one time. If I told you everything you did to deserve me, we'd be here until the expo starts. Before sleep finally took over, Izuku said, never stop being this cute, Momo. Both people in the room laughed. Momo leaned back and said, this is nice. I agree. Do we really have this plane all to ourselves? Izuku responded. The casualness with which she said, of course. My parents bought the plane specifically for this purpose. Caused Izuku to perspire a little. The Yaoyorozu family had bought a private plane to take them to Island, and she and Izuku were sitting across from each other. After Mina and Uraraka won Momo's extra tickets, she was able to persuade them to board the aircraft that Kato and All Might were using. The top hero was hiding in the pilot's cabin while he was deflated, and Kato used the fact that he was piloting the aircraft as an excuse. Looking around and fiddling with his hero costume, he questioned, still though, they bought a whole plane just for this. The aircraft itself was small, with seats oriented toward the rear and a table between them for refreshments and other purposes. Even with its size, the plane was still very costly, he remembered. Moving from her seat to Izuku's, Momo sat on his lap and exclaimed, either way, it still leaves us time to ourselves. Now I can do this. They snuggled into each other as he moved his arms to embrace her and she put hers around his neck. Momo smiled slightly and said, so, we still have 2 hours before our flight lands. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Izuku stood up and asked, are you suggesting what I think you are? Momo pushed him back down and pushed the table aside, kneeling in front of him and putting a hand to his chest. With her face flushed, she said, I wanted to see what you think after doing some research lately. Of course. He gave her a sincere kiss in return after she stepped up to give him one. Izuku put his hands on her wide hips and moved them up and down her luscious curves as they kissed. Momo was grateful for this and shifted to sit in his lap. She put her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, and he grinned into the kiss. When his hands moved beneath her leotard to touch her sides directly, he could feel her hum sweetly into their kiss. He opened up to embrace her as he felt her tongue wriggling its way into his mouth. Izuku took his hands out from under her leotard, moved them up to the clasp that prevented the front from showing her breasts, and unhooked it as their tongues swirled in a heated embrace. With a trail of kisses down her shoulders, he pushed aside the breast covers of her outfit and, after releasing his right hand, he placed it on her left breast. After a gentle squeeze, she began to groan, and her groaning increased as he began to rub her breast in circular motions. She broke the kiss, and he whispered, Momo. He moved his hands back down to her waist and gave her a series of light kisses on the underside of her neck as she tipped her head back in pleasure. When Momo got off him, he was perplexed, but when he attempted to stand up, she pushed him back with her finger. To watch his member emerge from its cloth captivity, she walked down to his armored sweatpants and pulled them down with his boxers. Her boyfriend let out a growl of pleasure as she slowly wrapped her hand around it after noticing that it was half-length. Izuku tilted his head back, eyes closed in ecstasy as she began to gently rub the lower half of his length and then wrapped a second hand around the upper half. Looking down again, he saw Momo's feline eyes look into his own, winking, then taking her hands off of him to plant a quick kiss on his head. As she opened her mouth and put her lips around him, Izuku's eyes widened a little in recognition. As she began to do down on him and swirl her tongue around his head, Izuku began to breathe in pleasure. In response, Momo bobbed her head along the first 3 inches while rubbing the remaining 6 with her right hand while caressing her left breast with her other. As she went on with her service, Izuku raised his right hand and slowly moved it to her ponytail, stroking her head before taking a gentle hold of it. When he pushed her further down on his member, bringing him down to the hilt, she felt his hand grab her and moved her hands to his thighs in response. After receiving this treatment for about 15 minutes, he grunted, Momo. He declared, I'm gonna burst. And she completely retreated from him, a smirk developing in her mind as she kept sucking off her lover. Not yet, my dear Izuku, she teased, stepping back from the member who was twitching. She raised her breasts and wrapped them around his dick after straightening her back. I want to finish you off with a more special treatment. He retorted, teasing now, are we? You do know that revenge will be sweet. She smiled and rolled her eyes. She then put the head back in her mouth and licked it, moving her breasts up and down his length and making her lover grunt and moan even more. She was even more grateful to have an endowed boyfriend as she slowly bobbed her head along the rest of him that protruded from her breasts. Izuku grunted one last time after 10 more minutes had passed, and then Momo began to feel the thick white ropes of Izuku's semen striking the roof of her mouth. She began to swallow the stuff until he was done, and when she opened her mouth to him, she let him go with a loud pop, revealing that she had swallowed it all. When Izuku saw this, he hardened up once more while still feeling extremely lustful. He lifted her off her knees and placed her on his lap, taking off the skirt that contained her new formula book and throwing it aside along with his shirt and trousers. Following that, he swiftly but gently took off her leotard and the remainder of his clothing, leaving them both fully nude. Izuku placed his nude girlfriend back on the table and nipped at her left breast while rubbing the tip of his member against her folds, causing her to mewl with pleasure. He then abruptly lined up and inserted his entire length. She screamed, Izuku, as the sensation of her walls being stretched struck her like a truck. After standing motionless for a moment, Izuku began thrusting into her. As the boxer kept pumping into her, she closed her eyes and let herself be absorbed in the pleasure. In order to fuck her in a deep mating press, he grabbed her legs and climbed on top of her, placing her legs on his shoulders. Yes, she groaned, cocking her head back. He planted a kiss on her collarbone and then proceeded to kiss her jawline and neck. His right arm slithered low to the spot where they were joined, while his left arm wrapped around her lower back to keep her close. Momo became a little confused as she felt his fingers lightly stroke her navel. Izuku, what are you? Momo's eyes widened as she felt him use his strong movements to rub her most sensitive nub, causing her hands to firmly grasp the table's edge. More. Grrh, more. Yes. Momo took her legs and wrapped them around his back, groaning even more in pleasure as his inner walls clamped down on him even more. She wrapped her arms around him like her legs did, clinging to him as he accelerated his pounding. Knowing that the sensation would never grow old, she bit down on his shoulder in pleasure as she felt the phallus's familiar piercing into her womb. After pumping his meat straight into her baby chamber for about 30 minutes, Izuku had a sudden epiphany that changed his plan to plow into her womb. Her huge breasts were smashed into the table as he turned her over and bent her over it. With a powerful slap that caused her ample posterior to jiggle, the boxer lifted his left hand and brought it down on her ass. He herded her mule and turned her head toward him instead of hearing a shout of disapproval. She commanded, on, more, and he obeyed her without question. She moaned louder as he repeated this action, hitting her right ass cheek with his right palm. More, slap, why yes, do it again, smack. He repeated this motion with 5 more slaps before lifting her hips, all the while allowing his hands to create pleasurable pain in her girlfriend's ass cheeks. With one knee on the table, he reached as far inside her as he could, bottoming out to her delight. As her fluids flowed over his member, Izuku felt her walls tighten even more. Izuku, I'm on, see coming. See coming. He pushed through her orgasm to continue fucking her. The girl was enjoying being painted white inside again when the boxer released his load into her after 10 more minutes and another orgasm from Momo. She saw that his eyes were glassy with desire as he slowly withdrew from her. Grabbing the back of her thighs, he raised her into the air, locking her knees to her shoulders with his arms while her back was against his. After inserting the tip of his member into her folds, he placed his hands on the back of her neck. The woman groaned as Izuku slid back into her folds in the full Nelson position. "Izuku, I just came. Surely you don't have the energy for Aeon," she said. Izuku should have been aware that her pussy was extremely sensitive because she had just had an orgasm, but he chose to ignore it in an effort to win his girlfriend over even more. She leaned back her head once more, her arms limp around his neck as he thrust into her in a fit of rage, her tongue hanging outside her mouth. He was slamming full force into her special spot, and she rolled her eyes back with the excess of pleasure. She felt him twitch inside her once more after about 30 minutes of this, and he moved to sit on a chair while still fucking her in that same position. Momo screamed, This is amazing." As he kept slamming straight into her G-spot, her thoughts turning to mush. 5 minutes later, she coming again and yelled, "On, ha, Izuku." But Izuku was still slamming into her. At this point, she had lost all consciousness and was only experiencing pleasure and thinking about Izuku. Unexpectedly, he let go of her once more, this time letting go of enough to cause a tiny bulge to appear just barely. After he finally pulled out of her, he let her go from his grasp, allowing the couple to enjoy the aftermath of their recent activity for a few minutes. Momo looked up with a cute pout and turned to lie down with her face pressed against his chest. He laughed when she said, "If I can't walk out of the plane later, I'm not explaining why." He put her gently on the chair and walked over to their clothes, saying, "I can say you were tired and woke up from a long nap." With her costume in hand, he approached her while gradually putting his hero costume back on. She gave a slight smile and nodded when he asked, "Need help?" She just relaxed and giggled to his playful play as he dressed her, fully playing with her by kissing her legs when he put on her shoes and the bottom of her leotard, then her shoulders before he covered them with the rest of her leotard. After giving her a quick kiss on the valley, he closed her leotard by the center clasp, and she was dressed completely. Before landing about 10 minutes later, he talked about what might happen at the Island Expo while seated in the seat across from her as the landing signal was announced. When they stepped off the plane to watch the one next to them land, they were relieved to find that Momo's legs were still functional, albeit with a slight limp. Kato, Uraraka, Mina, and All Might in his buff form emerged from it. Uraraka remarked, "That plane ride was fun." Juro nodded. Kato smirked and remarked, "All you two did was listen to music and sleep." Mina pointed to a small book in his hand and said, "And all you did was chuckle weirdly while reading porn." With a furious huff, he turned away and swiftly pushed it behind his back. Kato said, "Adult novel." The others in the group laughed. Mina and Uraraka nodded before heading off to enjoy the expo. All Might said, "Enjoy the expo everyone. Young Midoriya, I need you and Kato to come with me." Nothing serious. Young Yaoyorozu may join as well. All Might and Kato started chatting as the four of them strolled through a spacious garden. All Might remarked, "This was certainly a surprise." Kato answered, "Yes, it has been a long time since the three of us were together. The last time was before he moved here, right?" Momo and Izuku said, What are you guys talking about?" Before noticing something in the distance, Cairo said, "Oh. We're talking about a close friend who lives on the island. His daughter invited us to the expo, and told us to meet up here." Boing, boing, boing. The four of them saw what looked like a blonde girl on a red pogo stick bouncing in their direction. She jumped into the air again and exclaimed, "Uncle Meat. Uncle Kato," before her stick glowed and disassembled into a ribbon. With a laugh, she soared through the air and landed in the two men's arms. While massaging her head, Kato exclaimed, "Melissa. It's so good to see you." As she stepped off of them, All Might added, "Agreed. It's been quite a while." She exclaimed, "It's so great to see you again." All Might grinned even more when she abruptly turned to face Izuku. "Melissa, let me introduce you to my students. Izuku Midoriya," she exclaimed, startled. She took a small notebook out of her back pocket and opened it to a blank page. It made the boxer laugh too. "Me and my father are fans. Could you give us an autograph?" she said. With appreciation, Momo put the notebook away after making a pen for him to sign. As Melissa retreated following the autograph, Kato clarified. Anyway, this is me and All Might's niece, Melissa Shield. She lives on the island, and attends the academy here. She led the four of them on her pogo stick device and said, "Oh right. Let's go meet my father. He should still be in his lab right now." Izuku unwrapped his hands and said, "She's interesting." Momo said, "And you're staring." Her boyfriend turned away, his face flushed with shame. The four were escorted to a sizable structure on the island after Momo laughed. The five of them were waiting in a rather cramped room as Melissa led them inside. A round, blonde man wearing a gray vest with the name tag Sam on it came out of a closed door. A taller man with black glasses, a goatee, and brown spiked hair appeared beside him. Melissa exclaimed, "Papa," and leapt for him. He looked up out of the blue and said, "What is it, Melissa?" When he saw Kato and All Might smiling at one another, his eyes widened. They embraced their longtime friend as they exclaimed, "We are having a reunion between good friends like normal people. Her father is David Shield." Momo enthusiastically cried. Just as excited as she was, Izuku added, "Apparently." David exclaimed, "Guys, it's been quite a while since we last spoke." After the group hug was broken up, Izuku drew the three of them together and asked, "How do you guys know each other?" Well, All Might recalled their college days and mentioned that young Midoriya, David Shield, Kato, and I were friends. Years in the past, heroes, you can never stop us. They had just come out of a robbery, with the brother on top firing rockets from his hands to keep the heroes back as they made their escape, and they were walking through the city when the transformed man leapt across the road, jumping again on a path that led them to fall in the direction of a car full of a small family. They saw the giant figure slowly falling towards them, but a cry caught their attention. Said a man wearing a red suit and a red mask, standing atop his brother, who had a quirk that allowed him to change into a large creature. "I'm here." A man in a college jacket dashed in to punch the two villains out of the way as the loud voice screamed. "Who are you?" the brothers shouted, and one of them fired rockets to divert his attention. The young All Might dismissed it and started chasing the two, jumping from building to building in a chase across the California skyline, and the two villains jumped through a building while firing missiles to ensure the hero wouldn't catch them. All Might emerged from the fire and flames wearing a new outfit because his old one had burned away, a silver costume with a flowing cape behind him. The future #1 hero caught up to the two villains, and with a powerful blow, he blew the transforming villain into a wall, leaving the other standing in the middle of the street, furious. "Perish!" With missiles flying from his hands, he yelled, and just as All Might was about to charge in, a figure slid by. "Hey Toshi," the blur said, exposing a young man, tan, with blonde hair that reached his neck tied in a tail at the back, wearing a pair of black boxing sneakers that hung just below his knees, and a pair of dark green tights that ran from the top of the knee to the sneakers, with the rest of the tights resembling a pair of shorts, which were black with white rings along the waistband and the upper and lower thigh, separating the black from the green. He was also wearing a green knee-length coat with a black interior, which hung around his neck, and a silver chain attached to both shoulders. As the world slowed down, Kato Hansuke, a rising middleweight sensation, hurried into the action, activated his quirk, and smiled as he saw the rockets flying in his direction. Dodge left, dodge right, duck, dip, sidestep, and the only thing that struck Kato was air as he pushed forward, shoulder bumping the villain to cause him to stumble. After the villain stumbled, Kato deactivated his quirk and slammed a nasty right hook into his face, sending him flying through the air before he passed out. Nice blow. All Might gave Kato the thumbs up. "Thank you. Returned from training just now. It's good to see how much it paid off," Kato replied, and then they both heard an engine roar. They turned to see a long red car speeding in their direction, circled to the left, and came to a stop directly in front of them. The driver was a young man with long brown hair who was wearing a red hoodie underneath an overcoat. 20 minutes from now, we have class. Would you rather hop in or be late?" David Shield inquired as the two boys smiled and got into the car, speeding down the roads until Kato's dashboard radar went off, drawing All Might's attention. Pressing a button to turn the car into a jet, Kato remarked, "We're going to be late, but I know you won't ignore the call." "Hey, I own this vehicle." The other two ignored David Shield, so he screamed in protest. "Many thanks, Dave," All Might said as the three took off to assist with the problems. "Today," Kato nodded to himself and remarked, "Ah, good times. Why don't you take Midoriya and the young lady on a tour of the island, Melissa? I believe they would like some of our events on the island. But first, Is it possible for Melissa and I to get a photo? Davis turned to Izuku and said, we like your fights. The boy nodded and took a brief photo with David and Melissa before the young girl escorted them out of the lab. Whoa, is that Godzilla, the lizard giant hero? As the giant lizard man waved to fans as he walked along the expo's fairgrounds, Izuku and Momo asked right away after leaving the lab, and she escorted them to a sizable warehouse where some of the technologies created by her father and the island's scientists were on display. So, Melissa, tell me about your activities on the island. Izuku questioned as he examined a support suit made to accommodate heroes and water-based quirks. As Uncle Kato and Uncle might have told you, I attend the academy and reside here. Izuku smiled as she continued, but I also help Papa with the development of technology and support gear. I'm trying to become a scientist like my papa so I can help people. She said. Izuku said, that's amazing, Shield-san. And she blushed a little. Oh, I don't think so. Also, I'm fine with you calling me Melissa. She replied. The boxer replied, really? Alright then, Melissa-san, as Momo observed them with a fresh emotion emerging in the depths of her. Two friends showed up after the three of them watched and experimented with a few more inventions in the warehouse. Izuku announced, Uraraka-san. Mina-san. As soon as he saw them. Mina said, taking off her headphones, Sup Midori. The boxer shook his head when Uraraka joked, you on a double date, Midoriya-kun? No, Melissa-san was just giving me and Momo a tour of some of the attraction on the island. He replied. Melissa was chatting with the three girls at a nearby cafe after they had left. Despite Jiro and Hagakuri's tears, Momo clarified that Uraraka and Mina emerged victorious from her little rock, paper, scissors competition. Since Kato was still with All Might and David, Izuku was using his phone to read a guide that would help him learn more about kicks and kickboxing. Two voices he recognized shouted at him, Midoriya, you curly-haired bastard. When he turned to face them, he saw Mineta and Kaminari sitting in the middle of the girls, staring at him angrily. Momo said, what are you two doing here? Kaminari remarked, we got part-time jobs here as waiters. With steam escaping from his nose, Mineta exclaimed, yeah, and we'll definitely meet hot, big titty babes while we're here. While Momo was covertly preparing a tiny hammer. They all turned as they heard Iida, using his trademark hand gestures, say, Mineta. Kaminari. You will not tarnish the name of our school with your behavior. Toward them. Uraraka said, hey, Iida-kun. How did you get here? My family lineage allowed me to possess an invitation. Everyone else was busy, so I am the only one of the Ingenium family line to attend. Iida replied. After hearing a loud explosion, everyone in the group aside from the two Whitersome moved toward the villain attack attraction, which featured two well-known faces. An announcer girl exclaimed, amazing. Hiroshima Ajiro cleared the field in 33 seconds, and in 15 seconds, which is our current first-place record, Katsuki Bakugo. As the three of them looked on in wonder, Izuku exclaimed, hey look, it's Kachan. Bakugo immediately turned to face the voice's origin and bounded up to the boxer to give him the railing in front of him. Bakugo shouted, what the fuck are you doing here, Deku? While Izuku smiled. I got here with an invite from winning the sports festival. What about you? He inquired. Mina said, Hiroshima-kun's here too. What's up, dude? Oh, Mina bro, Midoriya bro. Bakubro got an invite from a random hero due to having outstanding potential, which came with a friend pass. He took me along. He replied. Izuku replied, glancing at the mountain covered in robots in the middle of the arena, oh nice. Izuku remarked, this looks interesting. Melissa saw the scar on his right hand before he wrapped it in Momo's boxing tape after he cracked his knuckles. Bakugo remarked, I doubt you'll beat my score, shitty Deku. Izuku just grinned and leapt down, drawing attention right away. They cheered when she said, oh my goodness. It's featherweight boxer Izuku Midoriya. Izuku turned on his gloves and peered at the mountain. The announcer set the timer as soon as he knew what he wanted to do. With 12% of one for all coursing through his body, Izuku lifted his fists, eager and full of confidence. Ready, go, she said. The boxer jumped right in, throwing strong punches as he bounced from robot to robot. After slamming a straight into one and making it explode, he leapt to another and repeated the action with a left hook before hitting another with a right uppercut. As the crowd watched, a green blur moved across the mountain of robots, leaving only robots reduced to scrap metal and explosions in his wake. Dora, 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 Dora. he shouted, using his newfound ability to use rush attacks to target the other robots. He ran at the final robot without even stopping, letting his fists fly until it finally fell out of his never-ending rain of fists. The girl declared, and with a spectacular score of 13 seconds, Izuku Midoriya takes first place. As Izuku landed and slammed his gloves together in his now famous manner, turning off his quirk. With Izuku's performance of this robot destruction, the audience was yelling with excitement. Bakugo's palms glowed as she yelled, "Deku!" Melissa turned to Momo. Momo nodded in response to her question, "Is he always like this?" As the mountain began to fill with ice, she yelled, "Anyways, that concluded this. Wait, what?" Todoroki was standing there, using his ice side, when they all turned to face the source. He said, "Sorry." Izuku and Momo gave a little laugh. The cold and the raw power of the last three made her shiver a little. No problem. However, you did achieve a record of F14 seconds, securing S second P place. She exclaimed. Izuku leapt back up to Momo and Melissa, where the blonde was deep in thought, as the group heard, "Bakugo-san, you must show a good example for our school. His strength appears to be quite comparable to Uncle Might's. However, if the scar on his hand is to be seen, he was holding back quite a bit." Melissa would not have noticed if Izuku hadn't taken off his tape, which showed the scar he got from fighting Bakugo at the sports festival. According to Todoroki, he screamed, "Grr. Half and half. What the fuck are you doing being better than me? How the fuck did you even get here anyways?" He ignored the rest of his rival's taunts and remarked, "Being the son of Endeavor allowed me to get an invitation to represent him. He isn't there though." Melissa remarked, "You all are quite amazing." Izuku watched in horror as Iida ran in their direction. Momo went on, "Amazing is one way to put it." Izuku agreed, saying, "You get used to it." The group then split up to explore the rest of the island. David's own laboratory. At the moment, David was reviewing some statistics related to the data from the medical pod that was scanning All Might's deflated body while he lay in a dark room. He questioned, "Why is this happening?" The quirk level of All Might was measured, and it was observed to steadily decline over time. Any more obvious lie would have been discovered, but Kato said, "I don't know, Dave. I don't know. After a fierce title defense, I recall visiting the hospital where Yagi was recuperating from a brawl. Even though he happened to deflate as I was walking by, Kato recalled that he still had to tell me what One for All was." At that moment, All Might got up and faced David. David said, "Yagi, why are you getting so much weaker? And I believe I have the solution. Kato, there must be something we can do to help him." With Momo, Izuku, and Melissa, she welcomed the couple inside and said, "And this is the lab that I use." There was a desk and a shelf on the right side of the medium-sized room. There were a few random objects on their left, with a plant adorning one corner. She had led them to a table with papers strewn all over it in the middle. Momo remarked, "This looks like a professional laboratory." The equipment appeared to be very sophisticated. Izuku said, looking at her awards at the top of the shelf, "I can't believe you're doing research in a place like this. Melissa, you're really talented. Actually, I wasn't very good at research or anything like that before. I wanted to be a hero, actually," she replied, "but I can't do that." "Why?" Momo inquired. When Izuku said, "Quirkless," Momo saw his eyes widen a little. "I'm quirkless, after all," she said. He thought about the day he was also declared quirkless as she went on to explain, "I didn't have a quirk even after I turned 5, so I was taken to a doctor. I was told that I was the type that would never get a quirk." Izuku thought, just like me, remembering his hardships prior to All Might and winning One for All. Observing his expression, she asked, "What's the matter?" While holding 2 black boxes. He said, Sorry. It's just, to be told that you didn't have what everyone else around you had naturally." She approached him and remarked, "Of course, I was shocked. But I was able to learn from my papa. My papa didn't have a quirk that would let him be a hero, but he supports Uncle Might and others with the power of science. It's indirect, but he is fighting for peace." Momo remarked, "Someone who helps heroes." "That's right," was her reply. She placed the boxes on the table and opened them to reveal 2 red wristbands with a black panel in the center, saying, "That's the way I hope to become a hero." She placed them on Izuku's wrists, holding his right hand in her left, and pointed to the black panel, saying, "I made this support item before while watching Uncle Might fight villains once." She pointed to a panel and said, try pressing this panel. Momo approached to gain a better perspective while Izuku listened to her. Before it wrapped around his arm and gradually tightened into a fingerless gauntlet that hung just before his elbow, the wristband glowed a whitish blue with a hexagonal pattern throughout the device. As she described its purpose, he gave it a startled glance. I thought that perhaps your quirk was too powerful for your body to handle when I saw the scars on your hands and noticed that you appeared to be purposefully limiting it at the attraction when I first met you at the sports festival. She got it right, Izuku thought, startled. These full gauntlets are powerful enough to withstand Uncle Might's full force of blows 3 times, she said, adding, I'd call them full gauntlets, because the name at least sounds interesting. I believe you will be able to utilize your full potential if you wear these. Izuku looked on in wonder as she continued, be a great hero who can save people in trouble, okay. That's why I want you to use them. All right, he smiled brightly, and his next words caused her to blush a little. Thank you so much, Melissa-san, he said. He heard his phone ring and answered to Ida's yelling, you're helping me in more ways than you think. Where are you, Midoriya? The class president yelled, what a waste of time it is for us to meet. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he gave Melissa one final glance. I'll start going over, Momo. Later, I'll see you too. Momo sighed and turned to Melissa, who was staring at her enviously. He said, rushing out of the room to run back and get his suit. I'm so happy for you, and I know he has you by his side. But I can't help it, she said, placing a hand over her heart. Since he made his debut, my father and I have been watching his matches. Even now, I've learned from his battles without a quirk that success can be achieved without one. I became aware that there was more after his battle with Akuma. I know that he is a good person from the time I have met him in person, not because I am a fan or because of the power of his quirk. This is demonstrated by his attitude, prior interviews, and charitable endeavors. He is fighting to prove a point, not because he is cruel or merely seeking attention. I was motivated to concentrate on my research as a result, and ultimately, fall in love. You may be furious, Yaoyorozu-san, but I'm positive you won't even let me express these emotions to him, she said. Momo said, hold on. You're right, but I'm glad you find my boyfriend attractive in more ways than just his looks. Izuku belongs to me, but based on what I've learned about you thus far, it doesn't appear that you would attempt to steal him. How about this? Let's see what Izuku thinks because I trust him and your emotions are focused on him. Hold on. Melissa's voice rose in surprise as she said, you mean? I'll let you discuss that with him. If he declines, that's it. However, if he somehow agrees with your feelings, I will discuss the next steps with him. So, we're going to a party, aren't we? Melissa grinned as Momo spoke. Obviously. Izuku, why did you act like it was so familiar when you were surprised that she was quirkless? Eventually, Izuku made his way into the central tower of the island, where the rest of his classmates were. He planned to bring a red suit with a bow tie and black stripes, but since Momo was with him she picked a new outfit for him. Instead of that, he was wearing a light green suit, with slacks of the same color. His dress shirt was white, with a gray bow tie. He kept red sneakers on his feet, due to the place being organized like a theme park with large amounts of walking. He entered, seeing Ida's blue suit, and Todoroki's white suit. He also noticed that Uraraka was in a pink sleeveless dress with a black bow in her hair, and Mina was in a sparkly black dress with matching flats and a bow of the same color on one of her horns. Kaminari and Mineta were still in their waiter outfits ogling the girls, when the last two walked in. Izuku froze when he saw Momo's light green dress, her hair done in a more special version of her usual flufftail. Melissa was in contacts, in a dress where the top was blue, stopping just above her chest. Her skirt was white with a black edge, and around her waist was a black sash with a white rose on it. She had a red headband on, and her blonde hair was in a ponytail tied by a simple black bow. So, what are your thoughts, Izuku? He jolted back to reality and answered Momo's question. He said, why you two both look stunning. Melissa blushed a little, and Momo grinned. Before the doors surrounding them abruptly closed and were obscured by metal panels, Ida remarked, my phone has no service, and Kirishima-san and Bakugo-san are nowhere to be found. Melissa tried to get to them and said, elevator access isn't working. What took place? Mina inquired. All of the screens suddenly turned on, revealing a man with a metal mask on. Hello, island residents. I'm Wolfram, and I've taken control of the central tower with my crew. You better not rebel or hope that your heroes won't try to defend themselves, because that's all we want on this island. Otherwise, we'll have to. Suddenly, the security drones began to swarm in, encircling anyone who had not entered before the curfew. Teach them why that's a bad idea. Villains, Mineta and Kaminari exclaimed in terror. The third floor is where we must go, Melissa said. Uncle Might and the others must be held there because that's where the party was. The group nodded, and they hurried to the third floor, where All Might and the others were restrained. Izuku and Mina peered down through the glass ceiling. Youngsters, leave. This place is unsafe. Izuku was able to decipher All Might's whispered words by reading his mentor's lips. All Might, don't worry. We have a strategy. To assist you, we'll make it to the top floor and turn off the lockdown. Izuku returned the mouthful. As he watched them vanish, All Might said, be careful. Smoke began to rise from his body, and he made himself stay in his muscular form, saying, oh crap. Hold it in, Toshinori. You need to keep it together. ... With the kids, Izuku was now spotted in a small room with Melissa and the other students, staring at them with a determined expression on his face. Have you not taken a lesson from USJ, Midoriya? You will perish if you attempt to combat them all. Izuku nodded as Mineta shouted. I understand. However, that does not imply that we can do nothing. We can turn off the security while attempting to stay as far away from the bad guys as we can. But I need everyone's help to accomplish that. Who's with me? The boxer inquired. Midoriya, I hope we can get out of this without fighting, so I'll join you to make sure we're all safe. Iida replied. Momo said, I'm with you, Izuku. Melissa nodded, and then Izuku grinned as the others started to support him. He pulled out his special boxing tape, wrapped his hands, and then put the full gauntlet bracelets over the tape. Thanks guys, he said, taking off the bracelets and putting them in his pockets. Now, let's go. In order to save the expo and, ideally, give the heroes the opportunity to flee and fight back, the group continued after he said this. Mineta was whining as the students and Melissa were seen hurrying up a stairwell to the security room. To which Melissa replied, how many freaking floors is this place? Since they were only at floor 30, the young boy groaned when she said, 200. Momo stopped as they were running up to see Melissa breathing heavily, and then she climbed back down to meet her. While preparing a pair of running shoes, she said, here, take these. You'll need them. She said, kicking off her heels before the two of them joined the others in their ascent, no thanks. You should save your energy for when we need it the most. Ascending to the 80th floor, they discovered a massive metal shutter had closed it off. What should we do? Inquired Izuku. As Todoroki put it, should we break it? If we do that, then the security systems will alert the villains that we're here. Melissa replied. Mineta said, then can't we just go from here? As she reached for a door. Wait, shouted Melissa and Izuku, but the boy continued to pull on it, sending out a signal that alerted one of the bad guys in the security room. Wolfram ordered the children to close all of the security partitions on the floor, and he sent 2 of his men to find them. The man scanned it and saw the children running through the floor anyhow. And Mina cried, damn it Mineta. As Iida put it, is there another stairwell like that one? Yes, there's another one on the opposite end of this floor. Melissa responded. They yelled, hurry, before having to halt when a barrier blocked their way. Shit, exclaimed Izuku, the shutter. Behind us too, Momo further stated. Iida saw a door behind a shutter that was closing and exclaimed, Todoroki. On it, the boy shouted, forcing the shutter to remain open with his ice half. Mina said, I got this, and sprayed the door with acid to melt it sufficiently so they could pass. Let's cross in here, she exclaimed as they dashed into a spacious, plant-filled area. Uraraka inquired, what is this place? Melissa explained, a plant factory. They research how quirks influence plants on this floor. However, Momo intervened and stopped them all. She exclaimed, look, they all glanced at the elevator, which was rising gradually. Then Mineta said, are they following us? Izuku said, let's hide until they pass. They all went to hide among the plants. Despite his suggestion that they hide, he nevertheless put on his boxing gloves just in case. Pointing toward the elevator, Kaminari said, can we use that to get to the top? No, only authorized personnel can access the elevators. Melissa responded. Upon opening the elevator door, 2 villains from the party where the heroes were being held were exposed. Please do not locate us. The sound of footsteps was increasing in volume and getting closer to their hiding place. Go, 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 they thought, one of them said. One screamed, we found you, damn kids. And the students began to panic until they heard a voice they recognized. With Kirishima standing beside him, Bakugo exclaimed, huh, what did you say, asshole? What are you doing here? Inquired the other antagonist. That's what I want to know. Kirishima approached them and interrupted, saying, leave it to me, okay. Both villains grimaced when he said, hey man, we got lost. Where do we go for the reception? At the scene, the first villain used his quirk while the others in hiding watched anxiously. With his right arm shaped like a gigantic baseball glove and a ball of air visible in the palm, he screamed, I can see right through your act. Don't you dare lie to me. The ball flew in Izuku's direction as he yelled, Kirishima-kun. But was stopped by a massive mountain of ice. According to Bakugo, this is Todoroki, exclaimed Kirishima as the boy came out of the bust. We'll stall for time here. You guys find a way to the top, he declared, lifting them to the top of the ice-covered floor. I'll be behind you when we clean up, he responded. Turning to the dual-quirked boy, Kirishima questioned, you guys were here too. What's going on? To which he replied, you didn't hear the broadcast. Villains have taken over the tower. What? Huh, the pair said. The other villain changed into a huge beast-like creature as the two emerged from the ice, and Todoroki said, I'll explain more after we beat these guys. The three got their quirks ready for battle. With the others. No good either, Iida asked, taking in the blocked hallway to her left. Mina claimed with a pout, I'd melt a way through, but they might find us easier if I did that. I heard Mineta say, hey, what should we do? We're like mice caught in a bag. Before turning to face Melissa, Izuku's eyes widened as he looked up. She turned to face him as he said, Melissa-san, do you see something on the ceiling that looks like a door? The maintenance door for the sunlight system. She replied. Grinning, Iida questioned, wouldn't that have an emergency ladder? Yes, but the only access is from outside. According to Momo, I know what to do. Mina turned to face her, nodded, and sprayed the door with acid to melt it open. If you go outside through a space in the vent, you can use the outside wall to get to the top floor. Izuku said, turning to a particular individual right away, then we need someone who is small enough to fit through the door, while also being able to quickly scale the tower. He began to back up, and everyone else turned to Mineta. Me. No way, Uraraka cried out, please, Mineta-kun. Mina added, you're the only one who can do it. He screamed, what floor do you think we're on? As Kaminari behind him materialized. The moment he said, if you save everyone and become famous, then they'll interview you, and you'll definitely be popular with the girls. Mineta's heart lifted. Please, exclaimed Uraraka and Mina, in a sing-song tone. Kaminari added, harem, harem. Damn it, all I have to do is get there, right? He was shouting. The purple boy, encouraged by Midoriya's chant of, harem, 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 threw him like a football into the now open door and then used his quirk to climb the outside wall at full speed. He congratulated himself after he finally fell through the maintenance door's roof entrance. I did it, he exclaimed, lowering the ladder for the others to see. He said in a perverted daze, now gimme some love. Just the ladies, preferably them. Melissa said, you did amazing, Mineta. Mineta claimed to have seen an angel. Inspired by that brief exchange, he yelled, come on, let's get fired up. Yeah, exclaimed the others. As they ascended, Momo became aware of something. As Uraraka put it, it seems like they've lost us. According to Momo, or they're leading us somewhere. Izuku stated, whatever happens, we'll have to go where they want us to. The class then proceeded to floor 130. There's so many of them, exclaimed Uraraka, who was observing a large number of security drones on the floor through a door window. It looks like they went from shutting us in, to trying to capture us. Iida responded. Izuku also clenched his fists and said, I'm sure they realized we're UA students. If that's the case, then we know what to expect too. Momo responded. She created a large enough white sheet to accommodate everyone. Iida concluded, then let's go with plan A. According to Kaminari, all right. Here I go. Grasping his wrists, Iida rushed into the room. Before hurling Kaminari over the security drones, he began to spin in a tornado while holding him. Take this. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Kaminari screamed, and the robots fled into their shells as he unleashed a full-power electric shock. He shouted, raising his electricity's voltage, "Okay, then, we're upping the voltage." 2 million volts. Mina remarked. Kaminari went dumb again. Kaminari was now seated in the middle of the robots. He exclaimed, his face and actions in fried brain mode. According to the pink girl, thankfully, he seemed to disable the drones. Though they believed the drones were disabled, they approached them and then abruptly jumped up to launch another attack. After encircling Kaminari with capture wires, they charged at the remaining pupils. Throwing a red tube at the robots, Momo screamed, "We can disable their communications with this." And the robots began to freeze. Mineta joined in with his quirk, and the other 3 girls threw them too. When he said, "Give Kaminari back. He's got a harem waiting for him," the drones became stuck and piled up together. As the robots leapt over the stalled units, Izuku inhaled deeply. His sleeves jumped at him, so he rolled them up and threw off his blazer. After pressing the bracelet's panels, the full gauntlets wrapped a blue light around his arms before turning back to their typical red hue. Izuku charged into the robots, releasing the power from his body as he activated One for All. "Full gauntlets," he shouted, then ran to the robots. "First, 35% of my strength." The right hand flinched at the thought. "Dora," he shouted, slamming into the drones, which piled up for a moment before the impact registered and blew them all away. "This allows me to use One for All even more without hurting myself. I thought," he said. As he watched another group of robots approach, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He looked down at his hands and tried to put on his boxing gloves over the full gauntlets. Thank goodness it worked, as the gloves fit the full gauntlet perfectly. After realizing that the swarm had doubled, he increased One for All to 50%. He screamed, corkscrew, smash, and smashed his right fist into the crowd, sending a tiny cyclone that blew the robots away. Then Iida said, "Where are we going next?" "The drones have a set deployment pattern. In case of an attack on this floor, they'd usually come from the left," stated Melissa. "Right it is," Izuku exclaimed, and the group turned to continue. As they ran, Mina exclaimed, "Midori, what's with those new arms? They're so cool." "Yeah, Melissa-san, it worked perfectly," he responded. "You brought them," she said. When Melissa signaled that it was safe, the group ran through the floor until they reached the server room. "Yeah, I wanted to try them out as soon as possible," he said. The door in front of them opened, letting hundreds of drones fly out as they reached the room's entrance. Iida yelled, "A trap," as Izuku raised his fists in anticipation. "Let's smash them," the boxer exclaimed, but Melissa intervened. "Hold on, if the servers here are damaged, it may affect the security system," she responded. In front of them, more robots leapt from the upper parts of the floor, and Momo took a step forward. Her words were, "We'll take care of them from here." Izuku exclaimed, "Momo, I can't leave you here," during which Mina smiled. As Momo constructed an acid-resistant cover beside a cannon, the girl exclaimed, "Don't worry Midori, she has me." "Get going," Izuku said. "Stay safe guys. Melissa-san, come with me." She turned to Uraraka right away. Uraraka looked at her in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Ochako-san, come with us too." "Huh, but," Iida cut her off, forcing her to follow them further. "Please, Uraraka-san." "Torque over." Recipro burst. The blue blur screamed, slamming a tornado kick into the robots while his legs erupted in blue flames. Mineta tossed sticky hairballs in their direction, and Momo loaded the cannon she had constructed with cannonballs loaded with a glue-like material, creating ammunition to fire at them. As she sprayed acid and spun on her hands in a breakdancing fashion, Mina was nearer the robots than the others. Mina was wearing shorts underneath her skirt, which was the only thing about this situation that annoyed Mineta. Since the cannonballs only struck one at a time against the wave of hundreds, Momo was beginning to sweat, primarily from quirk overuse fatigue. Together with Izuku and company. For a brief moment, Izuku stopped when he heard kicks and cannonball explosions erupt from where they had just left. Uraraka urged, "Midoriya-kun, don't stop. If we get caught, then them staying behind to stall for time would have been for nothing," she declared. "Right," Izuku replied, continuing. No matter how much he wanted to return to Momo's aid, he knew she was correct. Once he was back with Iida and the others, the class president kicked his way through the drone army until he started to feel a little uneasy in his right leg. He cried out, "My engine stalled," as a sizable crowd charged at him. Mineta said, "My scalp's done." Kaminari was still frying behind him, and blood was streaming from his scalp from excessive use. And Mina said, "Iida." She was caught after running out of energy, but she managed to survive with only dripping acid until quirk overuse took over. "I may have reached my limit with creation, but I still have the energy to do more," Momo said as she got to her feet. With a sideways kick of her heels, she produced 2 last items. A pair of boxing sneakers and green gloves were placed around her feet and fists, respectively. The only thing the Yaoyorozu heiress could think of was to stall for time, so she charged, but she and the others were apprehended after a few minutes of swerving through wire and punching away robots by the drones. As they were apprehended from the security room, Wolfram mockingly remarked, "It's because you kids were being so careless." After recalling a kiss he had seen on the cameras, he switched frequencies to speak with his subordinate, who was in charge of the security system. "Bring the girl with the boxing gear to me. I just thought of a way to pull the boxer out of the game." Swordkill bit his thumbnail and uttered, "Damn it, those other 3 are really annoying me." Melissa told them about the room as they arrived at a wide open space with turbines. "This is the wind power generator system," she responded. With his full gauntlets on but his gloves off, Izuku questioned, "Why this room?" When she said, "If we go up through the tower, the security machines are probably waiting for us. Say we'll go up to the top all at once." Uraraka and Izuku understood her meaning right away. Uraraka remarked, "Leave it to me." She exclaimed, "Melissa-san, hold on to Midoriya-kun," and applied her quirk to both of them. To be anchored to them, Melissa put her arms around his neck. Uraraka then threw them upward in the direction of the top of the tower. Izuku and Melissa were horrified to see their friend about to be taken prisoner when a huge swarm of robots burst through the door to charge her. Melissa screamed, "Ochako, release your quirk," but faced a resolute gaze. She exclaimed, "No, you two need to get up there." As Izuku was about to counteract her quirk with his own, but a pillar of ice stopped the robots before they could leap at her, leaving them stunned as Bakugo and Todoroki charged in. Todoroki threw off his dress shirt, tie, and blazer and yelled, "Bakugo-san. Use your quirk to aim the propeller at Midoriya." Using his quirk, Bakugo screamed, "Don't tell me what to do." Instead, when the propeller was pointed in the direction of the two, Todoroki threw a stream of fire in its direction, producing hot air that accelerated their climb. Melissa's shout, "Midoriya-kun, you're going to hit the wall," gave him the opportunity to suddenly concentrate on the fact that they were speeding in the direction of a wall. Recalling her statement that the gauntlets would enable him to execute a full-power attack 3 times each, he knew what to do. In mid-air, the boxer retracted his left fist and adjusted. Melissa clung to him as he yelled, "This is no time to hold back. Hold on tight." At 15%, he let his body flow with One for All, but he also boosted the strength in his arm to flood it with 100%, breaking through the wall. They began to fall toward the floor after Uraraka released her quirk once they were inside, but Izuku grabbed the girl by the hand and took the fall for her. After landing, they lay there for a while, Melissa still on him, and then she slowly stood up. As she assisted him in standing, she said, "Midoriya-kun, are you all right?" His response was, "Yeah, I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm all right, just some light scratches," she responded. When a blade suddenly clashed on the floor where they had been, Izuku tackled her out of the way and covered his full gauntlets with his boxing gloves once more. When Swordkill charged at them, Izuku hurried to his feet and used his right gauntlet to block the blade arm. The man reacted with more force, saying, "You revolting kids. What are you all after?" exclaimed Izuku. The blade slid off to the side as he turned his arm, avoiding the man's other arm before using a left hook to nail him in the ribs. Swordkill stumbled, but Izuku kicked and dodged as he charged, causing him to fall off and cling to a ledge of the exterior wall. The man chuckled and lowered his sword, intending to kill the boxer, but Melissa leapt onto it, blocking his arm. "Stop," she screamed, and he attempted to pry his arm away. "Get out of the way," he screamed, releasing his arm long enough to thrust an elbow into her face, pushing her back, sending some of her blood flying as she thumped to the ground. Izuku's fist to Swordkill's face cut short his words, "Little girl, Dora," and sent him flying in the direction of the stairs. Before colliding with it, Izuku increased his power to 30% and ran to where the man was going to land using his increased speed. With a shout of, DORARARARARARARARARARA, he slammed punch after punch into Sword Kill, sending him flying through the air like a rag doll before he was pushed against a wall and deactivating the boxing gloves. While calling Melissa's name, he hurried over to her, but it turned out that she only had a cut on her arm and a few small scratches. According to her, "I'm fine. It's not too bad." After reaching into his pocket, Izuku took out a roll of gauze. He began wrapping the wound and said, "Give me your arm." Melissa's response caught Izuku off guard. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you," he tried to say. He looked up and saw her brilliant blue eyes staring into his own. "You should be saying, thanks, right?" he thought. "Wait a minute, what's this?" Feeling his heart skip a beat, he asked himself. "This feels strange, almost familiar. This isn't the time to consider it, but perhaps Momo can assist me if I discuss it with her." After tying her arm, he said, "I need to concentrate on the goal at hand." The two stood. He extended a hand to her, feeling a fresh sense of drive. His words were, "Let's go save our friends." After Melissa took the hand, they started climbing the remaining tower. "They're here," shouted two of Wolfram's soldiers as they fired their weapons into the stairs base, where they would soon be seen. Izuku jumped off the floor, then to the wall to his left, then to the wall to his right, and finally to the ceiling. He avoided the barrage of bullets, leaving little craters wherever he went. His head smashed into the ground as he slammed a jolt haymaker into the first guard. He then turned to swiftly disable the second soldier, avoiding his bullets before blowing him away with a right straight. Following that, the two managed to ascend to the top floor without any interruptions. He said, "Melissa, where's the control room?" as they slipped through the upper floor. They ran toward the target, and she replied, "It's in front of the central elevator." A vault-like oak door caught their attention as they peered around a corner, revealing two figures inside. "Papa," Melissa asked, noticing her father in the room at work. "Why is he here?" Izuku questioned, "Did the villains force him in for something?" As the two rushed to his aid at the door. After David opened block 1147, his helper Sam hurried up to take out the box, bringing out a metal briefcase. Sam said, "You did it, Professor. Everything's still inside." He opened the case to reveal a strange device that was supposed to be worn on the head. According to David, "Yeah, I finally have it back. This device and the research data tied to it are the only things I would never give to anyone. Never. So everything's going to plan. It looks like the villains are doing well." Sam responded. Running up to him, David replied, "Thank you. It was because you arranged everything for me, Sam." But before they could reach each other, Melissa's single word caught their attention. She exhaled, "Papa," and her father froze in disbelief. "Melissa, according to David and Sam, Miss, what are you doing here? What do you mean by arranged? Don't tell me that you're the one behind this incident, all to get that device." "Papa, is that true?" she said incredulously, and as she approached her father slowly, every step felt like an earthquake. David inhaled deeply before answering. He told them, "It's true." "Why?" The professor was trying to get back what was stolen from him. Sam elaborated. This groundbreaking device which mechanically amplifies quirks was in testing, since unlike drugs the body is not affected. However, the sponsors for this took the device and the research for it, freezing our own research as well because it was a possible liability. If the device was released, it could drastically change our superhuman society, so the governments of different nations pressured him. So in order to get it back, I suggested to David a plan to get fake villains to take over the party while we were to go in and take back the device. Melissa stepped forward a few more steps and demanded, "No, this is a lie, isn't it, Papa? Tell me it's a lie." David said, "It's not a lie." This caused Melissa and Izuku to pause. "This makes no sense. The Papa I know would never do anything like that. So why, she asked. David finally said, "It's for All Might." As the heir to All Might's power, Izuku's eyes widened as he said, "Over time, he's been losing his quirk and becoming weaker. But with this device, everything can return to normal. He can become even more powerful." Davis clarified, "The hero of the year. The sign of harmony. Can he get back the light he lost? And help more people than he can right now?" So the professor was concerned about losing his power because All Might was losing it, and, is this my fault? Izuku asked himself as David approached Sam. Remaking it is not an option, so the professor said, let me deliver this to All Might. I don't give a damn about the punishment I get after he gets this. They put their lives in danger. I've prepared myself. With her hair casting shadows over her eyes, Melissa interrupted. In your opinion, what hardships did Midoriya and his companions endure in order to free the hostages? She shouted, gesturing to him with her sliced arm. What is this supposed to mean? Davis turned to face his friend and inquired, the villains were phony, weren't they? Everything was meant to be a performance. Naturally, it was an act of feigning villainy, Wolfram remarked, holding a familiar woman in his companion's arms. Mom, Izuku shouted, ready to charge at him, but he had to stop when Wolfram's white-haired companion put a gun to her head. Wolfram used his quirk, which allowed him to control metals, to tear some from the ground, tying him to a wall. Izuku, Momo shouted, but she was unable to free herself from the wires that bound her, and the man hit her head, knocking her unconscious. Melissa rushed to Izuku, who was struggling to free herself. Where is the device, Sam? As Sma swiftly took the gadget from David and gave it to him, Wolfram inquired. Hey, Sam, what is this supposed to mean? Davis questioned. Don't tell me you were going to give it to the bad guys all along. Turning back to face David, Sam said, I'm sorry, but you let your research be frozen so easily. His subsequent remarks were desperate. If I didn't earn some money out of this, it would have been all a waste of time. Sam, you selfish bastard. With a bullet to his shoulder, Wolfram declared, here's the reward I promised. Sam fell to the floor, and everyone in the room turned to watch him die. Why? Sam clamped his hand around his shoulder. You did not promise me this. Pledged. I can't remember any promise I made to you. But this is your reward. Wolfram shot again, but Davin stopped it in time, bringing the bullet to his side. Professor. Why? Inquired Sam. Davis exclaimed, run. Papa. Melissa screamed as she ran to him. David screamed, don't get any closer. But Wolfram nudged her away with the butt of his pistol. Izuku pumped more energy into his body, his already simmering rage over Momo being caught reaching a boiling point. With a smile, Wolfram stepped on David's back. Feel like playing hero after all this time? It's no use. No matter what your intentions were, you dirtied your hands with evil deeds. Whether fake or real, your crimes will not disappear. You are no better than us. You can no longer continue your research. Your only path is to join the darkness of us villains. The first thing you can do for us is mass produce that device for me. He killed David with a pistol whip to the head and glanced at his partner. Take them away. Melissa was still on the ground when she exclaimed, give them back. Give them back. Izuku was sufficiently enraged and energized to escape his confines and charge when Wolfram pointed his gun at her and said, that's right. I have to get rid of all of his attachments first. With his hand on the ground, Wolfram caused Izuku's left fist to collide with a massive metal wall. His struggles continued, and he looked to Melissa. I'll save all of them, Melissa. I thought, he said. So save everyone else. Melissa received the message and stumbled as she hurried to the others. With multiple walls separating Izuku, Wolfram commanded, follow her. The ally dropped Momo to pursue her. Izuku leapt over the walls and off the storage room's sides, landing close to the door and in front of the man who was supposed to be pursuing her. He yelled, you won't get past me, and turned right, blocking as a huge pillar struck him, pushing him against the wall. Don't get carried away, shouted Wolfram, who added 5 more pillars to keep him in check. They both thought at the same time, everyone. I will definitely save you. The drones were able to free all of their friends who had been captured and the people who were left outside after Melissa turned off the security lockdown. Now that they were free, the heroes in the party were able to apprehend the villains, and Wolfram said one final thing before heading to the top for an escape helicopter. After taking Momo and David, Wolfram remarked, I know quite a few people who would pay big money for the girl. I know a few guys who would love a body like hers. That sentence sent Izuku into a frenzy, and Wolfram hurried off to get away. Once again, the boxer's one for all turned green, and his eyes glowed as they exploded out of the pillars and fell to the ground. Izuku roared, compelling his body to stand, Raagh. When he noticed a trail of David's blood, he ran to find the bastard who had taken Momo. On her phone, Melissa called out, Uncle Might. All Might, still in his Mewtwo form, responded. All Might's eyes widened as Melissa said, Papa and Yaoyorozu-san have been taken by the villains, and Midoriya's gone on a rampage to chase after them. Izuku was seen storming along the trail on the security feed. All Might shouted, "It's okay. I'll go," and headed for the top floor as well. Now that everything was in place, there was only one more battle left to determine not only the island's fate but also the full extent of Izuku's rage.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.